The rainstorm hits the city. The network breaks. The water drips. The waves. I'm sorry if I'm late. Within the heaven-barren secret realm, the heavens were fair. They had given humanity endless wisdom, limitless creativity, and the spirit of learning all the time. However, they had taken away the strong physical body of humans. Not to mention comparing it to powerful exotic beasts, even if it was compared to ordinary wild beasts, the physical body of humans was at a disadvantage. If there was no human pioneer who could create a cultivation technique that could absorb spiritual energy of heaven and earth and increase strength, if there was no human pioneer who could discover various kinds of secret technique, miracle pills, divine weapons, and other supplementary cultivation techniques, the current master of Eternal Continent, perhaps it wasn't a human, but a strange beast with a strong physique. Humans might be at the bottom of the food chain and become food for the exotic beasts to slaughter. The Overlord spell, although it was a body-tempering cultivation technique created by human experts by observing the structure of the Overlord dragon's body, however, the physique of humans and the internal structure of the body were very different from the Tyrant Dragon King, who had the strongest physique in the Divine Dragon series. This caused the cultivation of the Overlord spell to be very difficult. According to the information left behind by Elder Huang, before his body was damaged, he had only raised the cultivation technique of the Overlord spell to the 5th layer peak, which was equivalent to the longevity period in his main cultivation system. It was completely different from his stage. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian knew his own limitations. He didn't think that his talent and comprehension ability could surpass Elder Huang's. When cultivating the Overlord spell, he would consciously lower his own requirements. He only hoped that he could absorb as much desolate qi as he could through the Overlord spell, so that he could improve his physique as much as possible. He thought that he would have a good foundation in breaking through to the longevity period and Great Tao period in the future. As for testing the grade of the secret technique, it was very simple. It only took him less than 3 minutes to master it. He moved the vital spirit in the dantian to his 10 fingers and quickly formed seals with his 10 fingers. The seals separated from his fingers and finally formed a column about 1 meter tall in front of him. The shape was very similar to the column he used to measure the water level before he transmigrated. There were numbers carved on the surface of the column. According to the records of the secret technique, there were some numbers carved on the column. It represented the grade of the physical body. 1 to 10 of them represented the grade of the first grade. 11 to 20 represented the second grade, and so on. 91 to 100 represented the perfect condition of the fleshly body. In other words, the strength of the fleshly body in ancient times was comparable to an immortal god. However, in the era where Elder Huang's body was still intact, not to mention the grade of his body, it was rare for him to reach the level 7 with his body, let alone reach the level 10. After dispersing the vital spirit between his fingers, he used his physical strength and threw a true hook fist at the cylindrical column marked with numbers. The pillar didn't make any sound or shake when Chu Zhongtian threw the punch with all his strength. It was as if his punch just now didn't have any strength at all. Looking at the column floating in front of him, the numbers didn't change at all. Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but widen his eyes. After experiencing 5 days of terrifying tempering in his family's blood prison pavilion, and after the advancement of his body refining stage physique, his current physique was far stronger than a warrior of the same level as the stage. Initially, he thought that his pure physical strength wouldn't be more than 40, even if it wasn't more than 40. At the very least, he would be able to reach 30 to 40. However, what he didn't expect was, his full power attack didn't even reach the number 1. In other words, if he was in the era where Elder Huang's body was still intact, he was afraid that his current physical body level would not even be as strong as a qi refining stage warrior. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian felt extremely depressed. Fortunately, the powerful mind state allowed him to quickly adjust his condition and face the reality. After that, he dispersed the pillar that was floating in front of him. Taking a deep breath, he planned to use the Overlord spell to improve the grade of his physical body. He wanted to see if he could break through the grade of his physical body by cultivating a body-tempering cultivation technique. He carefully recalled the cultivation technique of the first level of the Overlord spell, and after reading the cultivation technique of the first level in his heart, he began to weaken the defensive power of the token. When the second wave of the desolate chi entered the barrier formed by the token, as he rapidly increased the defensive power of the token, he immediately circulated the cultivation technique of the first level of the Overlord spell. When the cultivation technique of the first level of the Overlord spell started circulating, the desolate chi that entered the defensive shield of the token was like a wild beast that had found delicious food. Before he could react, it had already entered his body. He didn't feel any pain, nor did he feel any heaviness. The energy of the heavenly desolates that entered his body seemed to have completely disappeared. It didn't have any effect on improving his body at all. After carefully sensing the condition of his body, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but furrow his brows. According to the description of the Overlord spell body refining technique, the heavenly desolate's chi that was absorbed into his body would become energy suitable to enhance his body after being refined by the body refining technique. However, after absorbing the heavenly desolate's chi, the cultivation technique of the first level of the Overlord spell didn't contribute any of the refined energy. This was obviously not what was recorded in the records. Could it be that the amount of heavenly desolate's chi absorbed by the body refining technique was too little, and it wasn't enough to refine out energy that could increase the grade of the body? Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian felt that his guess just now seemed to make sense. Therefore, he immediately weakened the defensive power of the token, and continued to allow the energy of the heavenly desolates to enter the token's defensive barrier. 3. And this time he put in 3 streams of desolate chi, and only then did he restore the defensive power of the token. At the same time, he circulated the Overlord spell's first-level mental cultivation method, and absorbed the 3 streams of desolate chi into his body. After the 3 streams of desolate chi were completely absorbed by the Overlord spell, Chu Zhongtian started circulating his body refining technique. After absorbing the power of desolates, he quietly waited for the feedback of the body refinement cultivation technique. However, after waiting for more than a minute, the body refining stage skill still didn't contribute any of its energy. This made him doubt whether he could cultivate the Overlord spell or not. Suspicion was one thing, but in Chu Zhongtian's character, he would never turn back until he hit the wall. Since 3 streams of desolate chi couldn't satisfy the requirement of the cultivation technique, then what about 5, 10, and 100 streams? Chu Zhongtian did not know if there were any other treasures in Heaven Baron's secret realm, but the desolate chi in secret realm was inexhaustible. Through the defensive barrier formed by the token, Chu Zhongtian looked at the secret realm outside the defensive barrier, and a resolute expression appeared on his face. After that, he took a deep breath and waited for his agitated mood to calm down. Then, he once again weakened the defensive power of the token, allowing the heaven desolating chi outside the defensive barrier to enter the token's defensive barrier. But this time, he wasn't in a hurry to restore the defensive power of the token. Instead, he allowed the heavenly desolate's chi to enter the defensive barrier one after another. At the same time, he quickly circulated the first layer of the Overlord spell cultivation technique and absorbed all the energy of the heavenly desolates into his body. The defensive power of the token was continuously weakened, allowing the energy of the heavenly desolates to enter the defensive layer unceasingly. The Overlord spell skill that was circulating at full speed was like a gluttonous beast. The energy of the heavenly desolates that had entered the defensive layer of the token was devoured without any resistance. A wave of heavenly desolates chi. 5 waves of energy that belonged to the heavenly desolates. 10 strands of sky desolation chi. 100 streams of sky desolation chi. Within Heaven Baron's secret realm, Chu Zhongtian continued to weaken the defensive power of the token, allowing the desolate chi to enter the defensive layer. At the same time, he circulated the first level of the Overlord spell with all his strength, like a gluttonous beast, devouring all the heavenly desolate's chi that entered the defensive layer of the token. 30 seconds later, after devouring nearly 200 streams of desolate chi, the cultivation technique of the first level of the Overlord spell began to release the refined energy. Strands of refined energy began to merge into his muscles, bones, blood vessels, meridian, and organs. The energy that was continuously released by the cultivation technique made Chu Zhongtian feel that the hardness of his body had been strengthened. The grade of his body was increasing. The defensive power of the token was restored, and it temporarily blocked the infiltration of the sky desolating chi. After absorbing all the energy of the heavenly desolates in the first layer of the Overlord spell, Chu Zhongtian started to absorb the energy of the token. He wanted to increase the grade of his body with all his strength. After absorbing all the energy that was transformed from the technique, Chu Zhongtian didn't let the heavenly desolates continue to permeate into his body. Instead, he controlled the vital spirit in the dantian to form seals with his fingers, forming a secret technique that could test the strength of a physical body level. Looking at the pillar that was floating in front of him, Chu Zhongtian took a deep breath. Then he circulated all the strength in his body and struck the pillar with a true hook fist. After that, the number engraved on the pillar gradually lit up. Seeing the number used to test physical body level finally light up, Chu Zhongtian's face revealed a trace of joy. Although it was only the lowest number amongst physical body level, as long as the number lit up, it meant that there was no problem with his body, and it also meant that the Overlord spell skill could enhance his body. It had a very obvious effect. After dispersing the pillar used to test physical body level, Chu Zhongtian took a deep breath. He lowered the power of the token's defense to the extent that the desolate chi could penetrate into it, then started cultivating the first level of the Overlord spell. Absorbing the desolate chi that had entered the defensive barrier, and using the energy that was converted from the body tempering cultivation technique. He would use all of his strength to strengthen his physique, and also increase the grade of his fleshly body. Chu Zhongtian, who was silent in his cultivation, seemed to have forgotten about time. All of his mind was used to attract the energy from the cultivation technique, and all of his energy was used to increase the grade of his body. He didn't even notice that one of the 5 marks on the token was missing. He waited until the energy from the first level of the Overlord spell cultivation technique had no effect on the improvement of his body before he finally came back to his senses. Looking at the marks on the token, Chu Zhongtian was surprised to find that the original 5 marks were missing 3 marks, and the 4th mark was starting to dim. When he obtained the reward from the token, Zhao Enjuan had once introduced it to him. It was said that the first mark on the token meant that you could stay in the Heaven Barren secret realm for a day. The 5 marks represented 5 days of time. This was also the time when he participated in the competition for the disciples of the outer sect. Highest reward. According to the remaining marks on the token, there was still more than a day left until the end of the Heaven Barren secret realm. Chu Zhongtian felt that his body was still in a state of extreme desire to improve. He didn't want to leave the Heaven Barren secret realm so soon. If he wanted to stay in the Heaven Barren secret realm and continue to absorb the desolate chi in the Heaven Barren secret realm, he had to rely on Elder Huang, who had a lot of knowledge and experience. Therefore, he couldn't help but call out to Elder Huang in a low voice. Elder Huang! Elder Huang! After calling out 3 times, there was no response from Elder Huang in his mind. Chu Zhongtian knew that he was still trying his best to sense the location of the formation. Thinking of Elder Huang's instruction to sense the location of the formation, Chu Zhongtian forcefully suppressed the urge to continue calling. He decided not to disturb Elder Huang for the time being. The first level of the Overlord spell skill absorbed the energy of the desolate chi, and the effect of it wasn't very obvious on the improvement of the body. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian planned to first confirm the grade of his body, and then decide whether he should continue circulating the first level of the Overlord spell. It was still the cultivation technique of the second level. Once again, he formed another seal and sent out a pillar that was used to test physical body level. Then, he punched the pillar with his true hook with all his strength. The number instantly lit up, followed by the number 2. The number 3 didn't stop at all. Quickly lit up, but when it reached the number 4 also lit up. However, the brightness was far from the first 3 numbers. Through the test just now, it showed that although his body had improved a lot, he was still far from breaking through to the level 9. He had just barely reached the level 10 intermediate. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian wasn't discouraged. He immediately read the Overlord spell skill that Elder Huang had given him, and began to comprehend the content of the second level of the skill. Although he knew about the Overlord spell skill, because it was different from a human's physique, it was very difficult to truly comprehend it, but he believed in his own comprehension ability. He believed that with his comprehension ability and talent, he would be able to comprehend it in a very short period of time. Cultivation. Success. The cultivation technique of the second level of the Overlord spell. However, when he finally started to comprehend the cultivation technique of the second level of the Overlord spell, but then he realized that no matter how he tried to understand it, he couldn't control how it worked. In other words, he couldn't use the second level of the Overlord spell to absorb the energy of the heavenly desolates. What was going on? Ignoring the fading token marks, Chu Zhongtian fell into deep thought. After pondering for a while, he began to comprehend and understand the first level of the Overlord spell. After meditating and comprehending the second level, Chu Zhongtian gradually realized that his understanding of the first level was not deep enough. He had not reached the level where he could master the first level of the technique. At the same time, after a deep understanding of the first level of the technique, combined with the grade of his body, Chu Zhongtian felt the level of the Overlord spell skill. In fact, it was the same as the physical body level when the physical body level hadn't broken through to the level 9. He would also not be able to master the second level of the skill. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian temporarily gave up on the second level of the Overlord spell cultivation technique. Instead, he chose to comprehend the first layer of the cultivation technique while weakening the power of the token's defensive layer. He continued to absorb the energy of the heavenly desolates, increasing the grade of his body. As he gained a deeper understanding of the first level of the Overlord spell cultivation technique, the effect of the energy conversion, which was originally very weak, gradually increased. At the same time, the speed at which he absorbed the energy of the heavenly desolates was getting faster and faster, and the grade of his physical body was also increasing rapidly. 5. Initially, he was worried that he would miss the time to wake Elder Huang up because of the lack of the token mark. However, as he absorbed and refined the energy with all his strength, he gradually forgot about the passing of time. Chu, wake up! When the fifth mark began to dim for a period of time, and Elder Huang's voice rang out in his mind, he finally woke up. Elder Huang, can you sense the location of the formation? Chu Zhongtian, who was awakened by Elder Huang, lowered his head and looked at the mark on the token in his hand. When he found out that the fifth mark on the token had dimmed by nearly half, he immediately felt a sense of urgency. Within Heaven Baron's secret realm, according to the brightness of the fifth mark, it meant that he had less than half a day to finish his training in the Heaven Baron's secret realm. Half a day's time. He didn't know if he had enough time to find the treasures in the formation. Besides, he wasn't willing to end his journey in the Heaven Baron's secret realm just like that. After all, it was rare to see someone who could directly advance to the physical body level like the desolate Chi of Heaven. If he lost this opportunity, he would have to rely on his high-grade body to quickly advance to the longevity period and Great Tao period. Chu, I can already feel the level 5 formation that I left behind all those years ago. It's about 30,000 meters away from our current position. Unexpectedly, after more than 1,000,000 years, not only did the level 5 formation not disappear, but it had also not disappeared. There's still normal running. He didn't notice the worry in Chu Zhongtian's tone, but he also thought of using the divine sense to observe the situation of the formation. Elder Huang couldn't help but say excitedly, Elder Huang, it's quite lucky that you can sense the location of the formation. But now, we are facing a very big problem. Unlike Elder Huang's excitement, when he heard that Elder Huang had found the location of the formation, after knowing the exact distance, Chu Zhongtian said in a worried tone, 30,000 kilometers was not enough to cover such a long distance without using the flying technique. With just the profound grade low-rank movement technique, it would take less than half a day to cover such a long distance. Chu, what's wrong? Finding the exact location of the formation meant that he would be able to obtain the power of the divine soul that could enhance his grade. Support. It was a treasure that could help him break through to the longevity period and Great Tao period. That treasure could provide unimaginable help to Chu Zhongtian. Therefore, Elder Huang didn't understand why he was worried about it. Elder Huang, the token that can allow me to stay in the Heaven Baron's secret realm. Less than half a day had passed. In such a short period of time, it was only the movement technique of a profound grade low-rank warrior. It's impossible to get to where the formation is. He told Elder Huang about the worries in his heart. Chu Zhongtian was looking forward to the perfect solution he could come up with. Chu, don't tell me you haven't cultivated the overlord spell that I left for you? Elder Huang frowned when he heard Chu Zhongtian's worries. There was a trace of nervousness in his tone. Although he was lucky enough to avoid being spied on by the law of Heaven Baron Secret Realm, the law of Secret Realm was everywhere. As a former supreme-level expert, even if there was only the body of the Divine Soul left, he would still keep the body of the Divine Soul, the supreme level, the stage. As long as he dared to show himself, the law of Secret Realm would immediately discover him. Under the rule of Secret Realm, he could borrow the power of Secret Realm to destroy his body of the Divine Soul in an instant, so he could only stay in Chu Zhongtian's sea of consciousness. Therefore, he could not allow any accidents to happen to Chu Zhongtian. Otherwise, the carefully planned scheme would completely fail, and the time to rebuild his body would be delayed. How is this possible? Seeing Elder Huang questioning his decision to not follow his instructions and cultivate the body refinement cultivation technique that he had specially left behind, Chu Zhongtian quickly retorted. Elder Huang, ever since I obtained the Overlord spell cultivation technique, I have already started cultivating it. It's just that the Overlord spell skill is extremely complicated. I am still stuck at the first level. Oh! After hearing Chu Zhongtian's explanation, Elder Huang's furrowed brows instantly relaxed. His nervous mood relaxed, and he asked with great interest, "After these few days of cultivation, I wonder what level your physical body has reached?" AI. Hearing Elder Huang excitedly questioning his physical body level, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but sigh. With a helpless tone, he said, "Perhaps I'm not suited to cultivate this kind of body-refining technique. After nearly 5 days, the advancement of the physical body level is limited." Speaking up to this point, Chu Zhongtian moved the vital spirit between his 10 fingers. His 10 fingers formed seals to form a pillar used to test physical body level. Without any nonsense, he used the strongest strength of his body and struck the pillar with the true hook fist. The number 1 to 3 on the pillar instantly lit up. It did not take too much time for the number 4 to 5 to reach 6. The speed of the light began to slow down and finally stopped on the number 6. Elder Huang, I didn't do anything for the past 5 days. He had been fully focused on cultivating the Overlord spell, and had absorbed an unknown amount of desolate chi during this period of time. In the end, I didn't even break through to the next grade. Looking at the pillar of light that finally stopped at the word 6, Chu Zhongtian said with some frustration. Unfortunately, he couldn't see Elder Huang in his mind, and didn't know the shocked expression on his face. Otherwise, he would not be as depressed as he was now. After a full minute, Elder Huang finally stabilized the shock in his heart. However, his tone was still a little excited as he said, "Chu, did you know that when I first started cultivating the Overlord spell, his cultivation base is the same as yours, a peak essence gathering stage? The first cultivation environment was still the source of a 6th grade spiritual vein. Combined with the cultivation technique, I was cultivating an upper level 5 body refining pill. Under such circumstances, I have used up nearly half of my time. Only then did I manage to raise the grade of my body to the level 9. Chu, if you aren't satisfied with your current achievement, do you think I'm going to smash my head in front of you?" Through the comparison of his Overlord spell skill, Chu Zhongtian's frustration disappeared instantly, but he still asked in disbelief, "Elder Huang, you didn't lie to me, right?" Seeing that Chu Zhongtian suspected him of using him as an example, Elder Huang asked in dissatisfaction, "Chu, if I lied to you, what benefits would I get?" "That's right." Elder Huang's rhetorical question made Chu Zhongtian nod his head involuntarily. Then he thought of the predicament he was in and quickly asked, "Elder Huang, let's not talk about the matter of body refining cultivation technique and physical body level first. There isn't much time left before the token's defense loses its effectiveness. I wonder if you have any way to let me continue staying in Heaven Baron's secret realm. Chu, why don't you think about it? I will let you cultivate the Overlord spell, besides improving your physical body level. Other than allowing you to make better use of the Sky Desolation Chi, Is there no other use? Elder Huang reminded Chu Zhongtian with an unteachable tone when he heard Chu Zhongtian's concern. Elder Huang, what you mean is... Chu Zhongtian was not an idiot. On the contrary, he was very smart. From Elder Huang's unteachable tone, he gradually figured out something. He did not respond to Chu Zhongtian's guess. Elder Huang wanted to see if he really had the courage to try. After some consideration, Chu Zhongtian finally decided to grit his teeth and try. However, trying was one thing, but he wouldn't risk putting himself in danger. Therefore, just like when he cultivated the Overlord spell, he gradually weakened the defensive power of the token. Level 1. Third layer. When the defensive power of the token weakened to third layer, the power of desolates in the secret realm began to seep in. However, Chu Zhongtian did not use his cultivation technique to attract it, nor did he use the vital spirit in the Dantian to defend himself. Instead, he relied on the body of a level 10 intermediate peak to withstand the pressure of the chi of desolates alone. Within Heaven Baron's secret realm, when the power of desolates completely penetrated the defensive layer of the token, Chu Zhongtian didn't feel the slightest heaviness, as if he was outside of the secret realm. This feeling made him feel excited and nervous. Without any hesitation, he continued to weaken the defensive strength of the token. Fifth layer. Seventh level. When the defensive power of the token weakened to the 7th level, the heavenly desolate's energy that seeped into the token's defensive barrier had already occupied almost the entire 8th level of the spatial zone. It was only at this moment that he could barely feel a trace of heaviness. This trace of heaviness had no effect on him at all. At this moment, the excitement in his heart had gradually surpassed the nervousness, continuing to weaken the defensive power of the token. 8th level. 9 layers. When the defensive power of the token weakened to the 9th layer, Chu Zhongtian could already feel the pressure brought by the desolate chi. However, this pressure was still within his range of endurance, and it didn't have much effect on his own strength. Looking at the last layer of defensive token, Chu Zhongtian stood up immediately. Clenching his teeth and putting away the token, a heavy pressure instantly emerged in the Heaven Baron's secret realm, caused his body to bend slightly, but in the end he still managed to withstand it. After a few minutes of adaptation, he was able to straighten his body. Free movement. Chu, do you know the real reason why I gave you the Overlord spell? Seeing that Chu Zhongtian had tested his theory through careful experiments, the slight displeasure in Elder Huang's heart disappeared in an instant. Elder Huang, thank you. Without the defense of the token, being able to stand alone in the Heaven Baron's secret realm was enough to prove that his body had been reborn. This kind of transformation was achieved through the Overlord spell that Elder Huang gifted him. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian was filled with gratitude towards Elder Huang. Chu, it's my duty to help you improve your strength. Who asked me to have the hope of reconstructing my body in the future. And the process of retrieving the treasure will also depend on you. He didn't wish for Chu Zhongtian to feel a heavy burden in his heart because of his gratitude. Elder Huang said in a relaxed tone. After that, he changed the topic and said, Chu, although you can walk around the Heaven Baron's secret realm with your physical body through the Overlord spell, but we don't have enough time to hunt, because the Heaven Baron's secret realm will only be opened for 1 month. Elder Huang, I understand. Just point out the direction. It had been nearly 5 days since the opening of the underscore. He still wanted to use some time to break through to the level 9, so he wanted to help Elder Huang retrieve the treasure that he had been worrying about for over 1 million years. The north direction. After pointing in the direction of the formation, Elder Huang began to release the energy of the divine sense with the strength of Emperor Realm, helping him to keep an eye on his surroundings at all times. Because in the Heaven Baron's secret realm, other than the chi of the desolate heaven and countless heavenly treasures, there were also a large number of powerful and fiery wild beasts. With the power of the heavenly desolate chi suppressing Chu Zhongtian, it would be great if he could unleash the strength of a peak essence gathering stage in the face of the wild beast. Therefore, he had to prevent Chu Zhongtian from encountering the wild beast ahead of time. He had to save some time so that he could continue absorbing the heavenly desolate's chi. To improve the grade of his body, Chu Zhongtian did not treasure the vital spirit in the Dantian. He immediately used the profound grade low-rank movement technique, and with a speed as fast as the wind. While Chu Zhongtian was running towards the formation, thousands of miles in front of him, there were 3 half-step divine soul period warriors wearing the uniform of the Demon Heart sect, and they were surrounding 2 young girls who looked exactly the same. Huang Zilie, could it be that your Demon Heart sect really wants to start a war with the Yen family? They looked at the Demon Heart sect disciples who had surrounded their sisters and had lewd smiles on their faces. The hot-tempered Yem Danshan threatened the young man with the strongest aura among the 3 of them. He, Danshan. Whether the Demon Heart sect and the Yen family declare war or not is not something a disciple like you and me can decide. Facing Yem Danshan's threat, the disciple of the Demon Heart sect who was called Huang Zilie had no intention of doing so. Furthermore, he chuckled a few times, and his tone was filled with sarcasm. Besides, even if it's a war, can it be that your Yen family is a match for our Demon Heart sect? Shut up. Dan Chun is also a shameless person like you. Hearing the tone of the other party, Yem Danshan, who had a fiery temper, didn't care about the huge gap between their cultivation base and the other, and scolded him loudly. Brother Zilly, this little girl has quite a temper. She also has quite a good temper. I like it. Because of his anger, his body was moving up and down, and he immediately attracted the attention of another half-step divine soul period Demon Heart sect disciple. He stared at Yem Danshan and said, "Since Brother Wenxiang likes it, I'll give it to you after I play with it." Turning his head to look at his junior brother who was talking, Huang Zilie said very generously, "Thank you, senior brother, for fulfilling my wish." Seeing Huang Zilie agree to give it to him after playing with it, the disciple called Wenxiang was so excited that a smile bloomed on his face. Damn it! Seeing the disciples of the Demon Heart sect not only staring at her, but also discussing how to distribute her in front of her. This made Yem Danshan's teeth itch with hatred. However, she only hated it, but she could not tolerate it. Because her cultivation base was only at the Qi transforming period 5th layer peak, while the opponent was at the half-step divine soul period. At the same time, due to the special rules of the Heaven Baron's secret realm, no trump cards were allowed to be used in the secret realm. Otherwise, her opponent would never dare to surround her. Although he knew that he was in dire straits today, as a direct descendant of an aristocratic family, he had already considered his life and death when he entered the cultivation world. If she was captured by the 3 disciples of the Demon Heart sect, she could only choose to commit suicide in order to keep her innocence. However, it didn't matter if she died, but she absolutely couldn't drag down the twin sisters who had reached the monster level and mastered the divination art. Therefore, she lowered her head and told her younger sister, "Sheer, I will do my best to stop them later. You should take the opportunity to escape and find the experts of your clan as soon as possible. Ask them to come and save me. Sister, don't worry, we won't be in danger. There will be people coming to help us soon." Facing his sister, who was obviously extremely nervous and wanted to fight with her life on the line, his sister's reaction was very calm. She was not afraid of the 3 half-step divine soul period warriors in front of her at all. "It's true," Yem Danshan asked excitedly when she heard that her younger sister had a benefactor to help her. Yem Danshan, who had outstanding talent and exceptional looks, was very arrogant and had a very high opinion of others. There were very few people who could make her take a fancy to and trust her. Within Heaven Baron's secret realm, among all the people Yem Danshan knew, only the words of 3 people could convince her. One was the father who loved her, the patriarch of the Yen family, a royal stage peak warrior. The other was the man she adored, the 99th prince of the Qin Empire, Qin Wushuang. He was known as the unparalleled civil and military man of the southern domain. The other was the twin sister Yem Danshi, because her twin sister Yem Danshi was not only a monster-level genius. At the same age as her cultivation base was already at the 9th layer of the Qi transforming period peak. She was also a top genius who was proficient in the prophecy technique. According to the supreme level patriarch of the family, if it wasn't for the limitation of her cultivation base, Her younger sister Yem Danchi's prophecy technique would have. Therefore, what her younger sister, Yem Danchi, said was true. She had always been very convinced. The only thing that made her unhappy was that her younger sister Yem Danchi didn't like to fight, and she rarely had any conflicts with others. Therefore, with her 9th layer of the Qi transforming period peak cultivation base, she might not be a match for her in a fight. Perhaps it was because the Yen sisters were too calm, but Huang Zilie was worried that things might get out of hand if things got out of hand. He planned to capture the Yen sisters first, then find a remote place to get down to business. Attack! Huang Zilie said to his junior brother beside him. He reached out his right hand to grab Yem Danchi, who was standing behind Yem Danshin. You dare! Seeing that Huang Zilie's target was her sister behind her, Yem Danshin waved the spirit sword in her hand and stabbed towards Huang Zilie's right hand. Unfortunately, in the Heaven-Barren secret realm, which could suppress one's cultivation base and speed, it had weakened her Qi transforming period 5th layer peak cultivation base by 30%. Her cultivation base wasn't as high as Huang Zilie's, and with the limitations of the Heaven-Barren secret realm, she was no match for him. The spirit weapon in Huang Zilie's right hand didn't even break the vital spirit that was wrapped around his palm, let alone deflecting the attack of the palm. Hee little girl, you miss me so much. Don't worry. I'll let you have a taste of what it means to wish for death. His extended right hand suddenly grabbed, and directly grabbed Yem Danshin's spirit sword in his hand. Huang Zilie teased with a lewd smile. Rascal! Yem Danshin had no choice but to get close to Huang Zilie after the spirit weapon was caught. When she heard Huang Zilie teasing her, her face turned red with anger. Senior Huang, someone is coming. Just as Huang Zilie grabbed Yem Danshin's spirit weapon and was about to capture her, a junior brother who was assisting him suddenly reminded him. He turned his head to look at the people who were rushing over. Huang Zilie's eyes immediately widened, and his face revealed a look of disbelief. This was because the people who were rushing over were only peak essence gathering stage warriors, but they could walk around the Heaven-Barren secret realm with their bodies. They didn't need to rely on the special token of the sect to walk around the Heaven-Barren secret realm. More importantly, the person who was rushing over gave him a very familiar feeling. Huang Zilie, who was in shock, unconsciously loosened his grip on the spirit weapon. This allowed Yem Danshin to take the opportunity to withdraw the spirit weapon. Yem Danshin looked at Huang Zilie, who was in shock, and thought for a while. In the end, she still retreated to her younger sister's side. From this point, it could be seen that Yem Danshin did not have enough experience when fighting enemies. If it was Chu Zhongtian facing this kind of situation, he would not directly attack Huang Zilie's body. As someone who came from a sect and was a half-step divine soul period, he definitely had defensive spirit tool on him. If he didn't directly attack the vital parts of ______'s body, it would be very difficult for him to kill _____ in one strike. However, if he directly attacked the fatal point, the instinct of an expert would immediately wake him up and make him lose the possibility of launching a sneak attack. At this moment, there was only one way to choose to attack and kill Huang Zilie in the end. That was to use the defensive token in his left hand to defend against the special environment of Heaven-Barren secret realm. The defense formed by the token wasn't very strong, because its main purpose was to deal with the special environment of the Heaven-Barren secret realm. With just a Qi transforming period cultivation base, it could directly penetrate the defensive barrier of the token. The token was an external object, so it wouldn't alert Huang Zilie if he attacked it directly. He was confident that he could shatter the token with 9 layers of defense, or even send it flying. Without the protection of the token and the body of a human being, facing the terrifying pressure of the Heaven-Barren secret realm, the only outcome would be death. Yem Danshin, who had retreated to her sister's side, also hurriedly turned her head to look at the people who were rushing over. However, when she saw the appearance of the person who had just arrived, her face revealed a trace of shock. In addition to shock, she shouted out involuntarily, "How could it be him?" Seeing that her elder sister had made a slip of the tongue due to shock, Yem Danchi looked at Yem Danshin with a complicated expression but did not say anything. Actually, she also recognized who the person who rushed over was. After all, anyone who could make the most popular prince of Qin Empire take the initiative to greet and talk for more than 5 minutes would probably know who he was. However, was this person the benefactor that she had predicted with the divination art? Under the direction pointed out by Elder Huang, and under the constant vigilance of his divine sense, Chu Zhongtian used the profound grade low-rank movement technique without any hesitation to rush forward. Although the special pressure of the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm prevented him from unleashing the true speed of the profound grade low-rank movement technique, however, he was still able to travel at a speed of over 1,000 kilometers per hour. Just as he was rushing at top speed for more than 30 minutes and was about to travel 1,000 miles, Elder Huang, who was in his mind, suddenly reminded him that something was happening right in front of him on his left. Chu Zhongtian didn't want to pay any attention to this. There were too many unfair things in this world. If he was free, he might be a hero and save the damsel in distress. But now that he was pressed for time, he didn't want to waste his time because of other things. Initially, he wanted to avoid the venue of the conflict between men and women, but what Elder Huang said next changed his mind. I didn't expect it to be a pair of beautiful twin sisters. The peerless twin sisters. After hearing Elder Huang's surprised muttering, Chu Zhongtian knew that the person who was in danger was the twin sisters from the Yen family. There weren't many women who had entered the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm. The only 2 twin sisters were Yem Danshin and Yem Danshin from the Yen family. If Yem Danshin was the only one in danger, Chu Zhongtian wouldn't even consider saving her, because he was speechless about this woman's inexplicable actions. However, her sister was in danger, so Chu Zhongtian had no choice but to save her. There was only one reason to save her, and that was the super-strong sixth sense. It told him that he had to save her. If he saved her, there would be a heaven-defying opportunity in the future. If he didn't save her, he would regret it for the rest of his life. As he headed toward the location of the conflict, Chu Zhongtian took out a few qi replenishing pill. As he hurried along, he recovered the vital spirit he had consumed. By the time he arrived at the location of the conflict, the vital spirit that he had consumed during the rush would be completely restored. Within Heaven-Barren's Secret Realm. Oh, so it's junior brother Chu from the Floating Cloud sect. When Chu Zhongtian, who was rushing over, stopped 20 meters away from the Yen sisters, Huang Zilie, who had finally regained his senses, hurriedly cupped his fists and greeted them warmly. When Qin Wushuang took the initiative to leave the group of the Qin Empire, he had already attracted the attention of everyone present. When he called Chu Zhongtian, he didn't deliberately lower his voice. This allowed everyone present to know the origin of Chu Zhongtian. Who are you? Looking at the half-step divine soul period disciples of the Demon Heart sect, Chu Zhongtian asked with a cold tone. In the past, he had only heard about the disciples of the Demon Heart sect. Due to the fact that they practiced the Demon Tao's cultivation technique, they could do whatever they wanted without any scruples. In fact, Chu Zhongtian didn't have too many prejudices in his heart. After all, he was also a person with this kind of personality. He had no scruples and even surpassed the disciples of the Demon Heart sect. However, when he was cultivating in the Azura Secret Realm, he found out about the disciples of the Demon Heart sect. After learning that the disciples of the Demon Heart sect were using the corpses of martial artists to refine Essence Blood Pill that could restore spirit, chi and energy, his opinion of the disciples of the Demon Heart sect had undergone a tremendous change. Otherwise, he wouldn't have killed so many disciples of the Demon Heart sect. It was because of his bad impression of the Demon Heart sect that he felt cold and indifferent when faced with the enthusiastic greetings of the Demon Heart sect disciples. He didn't have a good expression on his face at all. Hee. Chu Zhongtian's hot face was pressed against his cold, but as he responded in a cold manner. This made Huang Zilie very unhappy. But considering the relationship between Chu Zhongtian and Qin Wushuang, considering Chu Zhongtian's outstanding talent and the fact that he could walk independently in the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm with his physical body, he could only use his laughter to suppress the unhappiness in his heart. After that, he proudly introduced himself. My surname is Huang, and my name is Zilai. I come from the Demon Heart sect, and I am the true disciple of the Vice Sect Master, Sect Leader. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongtian revealed an uninterested expression and said, I've never heard of it, and I'm not interested to know. Chu Zhongtian's attitude of ignoring him had completely infuriated Huang Zilie. He was also one of the top geniuses in Demon Heart Sect, and the talent he had shown when breaking through to the Qi transforming period. He had also reached the level of a peerless expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the true disciple of the deputy sect leader. He wouldn't be able to represent the essence gathering stage disciples and obtain a slot to enter the Heaven Baron's secret realm. Therefore, in the face of Chu Zhongtian's attitude of ignoring him, the furious Huang Zilie ripped off his fake outer shell, revealing the ferocious side of the Demon Dao's disciples. Chu Zhongtian, don't be so shameless. I'm being polite to you because of the prince. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. Huang Zilie roared furiously. Oh, I'm angry, and I'm going to turn hostile. Chu Zhongtian sneered when he saw Huang Zilie turning hostile. That's right. Not only have I turned hostile, I will also let you have a taste of the torture methods of the disciples of Demon Dao. Unlike when he was dealing with Yem Danshan when he faced Chu Zhongtian, Huang Zilie took out the mid-level peak spirit weapon. After all, those who were chosen by Qin Wushuang were definitely not ordinary people. Every one of them had the ability to challenge a higher-level opponent. He didn't dare to be careless. Huang Zilie, do you want to fight one-on-one? Or do you want to gang up on me? Taking out the top-grade natal spirit blade, Chu Zhongtian shook his head and asked in a mocking manner. Hearing Chu Zhongtian asking to gang up on him, Huang Zilie's reaction was to look around immediately. He wanted to see if there were hidden experts around. After all, Chu Zhongtian was the same as him. He came from the 9 major powers. He was also a top disciple of a sect. He would definitely have his fellow disciples by his side. No need to look. I'm alone. Seeing Huang Zilie observing his surroundings, Chu Zhongtian, who knew what he was thinking, immediately reminded him. Chu Zhongtian, what do you mean? Huang Zilie asked in confusion. What I mean is very simple. Raising the natal spirit blade in his hand, he pointed the tip of the blade at Huang Zilie and said, One-on-one. It's me and you. The tip of the natal spirit blade pointed at the 2 disciples of the Demon Heart Sect standing beside him. Chu Zhongtian continued, If we fight together, I will fight the 3 of you alone. Puchi. After hearing Chu Zhongtian explain the difference between a one-on-one fight and a gang fight, Yem Danshi, who had a gentle personality, couldn't help but laugh. As for Yem Danshan, she looked at Chu Zhongtian with a complicated expression. Arrogant. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's explanation, the disciple from the Demon Heart Sect, who was called Zichong, felt humiliated and humiliated. Therefore, after letting out a furious roar, he attacked first. Looking at the disciple from the Demon Heart Sect who took the initiative to attack him, the corner of Chu Zhongtian's mouth curled up slightly, and a trace of disdain flashed across his heart. After advancing to the 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period, he had once exchanged blows with a first-level Divine Soul Stage expert from the Sect Lord Peak. Although he wasn't a match for a first-level Divine Soul Stage expert after using all their strength, he was still a first-level Divine Soul Stage expert. However, there was nothing he could do about it. In other words, after advancing to the Qi transforming period perfection, his true strength had already reached the first-grade Divine Soul Stage. The unique environment of the Heaven Baron Secret Realm was for warriors below the Great Tao period. It allowed warriors below the Great Tao period to be restricted. Under such an environment, at most, he could only display the strength of a peak essence gathering stage. However, this restriction was comprehensive, and it wasn't only limited to Chu Zhong alone. For a warrior with Huang Zilie's cultivation base, the suppression of Heaven Baron's Secret Realm was even stronger. A half-step Divine Soul Period warrior could only barely bring out the strength of an essence gathering stage peak of the 9th layer. At the same time, the disadvantage of their physical bodies and the limitation of the token's defense had further restricted their ability to unleash their full strength. At this moment, it was already considered pretty good that they could unleash their essence gathering stage 7th layer peak cultivation base. Therefore, they were no match for Chu Zhongtian, who was good at jumping levels to challenge others. Without using any advanced martial skills, The basic saber technique and half of the vital spirit from the perfect dantian were used to pierce through the hearts of the demon heart sect disciples who were charging at them with their powerful physical bodies. Bang! The demon heart sect disciple who had his heart pierced through took a few steps forward. Then his body fell to the ground with a loud sound. Looking at his junior brother who was killed before he could even withstand a single strike, Huang Zilie and the other disciples' facial expression changed drastically. Although the strength of the two of them was slightly stronger than the disciple who was killed just now, they were only slightly stronger. If they wanted to determine the victor, they would need at least 1,000 moves to do so. The junior brother, who was barely at a disadvantage after 1,000 moves, was easily killed by Chu Zhongtian with a single strike. Even if the two of them attacked together, they would certainly not be a match for Chu Zhongtian. Therefore, Huang Zilie and the other disciple of Demon Heart Sect wanted to retreat. Within Heaven Baron's secret realm. Watch my move! As the strongest and most meticulous expert among the three, although Huang Zilie wanted to retreat, he couldn't let Chu Zhongtian see through his intentions. Otherwise, his plan to escape would fail in the face of Chu Zhongtian's incredible speed. Therefore, he first used a hidden weapon to launch a sneak attack, wanting Chu Zhongtian to be busy defending against the hidden weapon, and then use this opportunity to escape. Unfortunately, the opponent he faced was a person with rich combat experience and precise control over the situation of the battle. Just when Huang Zilie and the other Demon Heart Sect disciple were thinking of retreating, Chu Zhongtian had already noticed it. Therefore, before Huang Zilie launched the sneak attack, he had already cast the movement technique in advance. He quickly approached Huang Zilie and the other Demon Heart Sect disciple. When Chu Zhongtian saw that Huang Zilie wanted to use his hidden weapon to block his attack, he let out a cold laugh. He didn't use his natal spiritual qi to defend himself, nor did he slow down his speed to dodge. He didn't even use the force that could freeze the environment. Instead, he rushed forward. He looked at Chu Zhongtian, who neither blocked nor dodged. Initially, he wanted to use a hidden weapon to launch a sneak attack. Huang Zilie took the opportunity to escape. As for the other disciple of the Demon Heart Sect, he didn't escape for the time being. Instead, they looked at Chu Zhongtian with excitement, watching how he died under the poison hidden weapon. One should know that as the only demon Dao in the southern domain, there were countless poison pills and poisons stored in the sect of the Demon Heart Sect. As a powerful warrior who was good at using hidden weapons, Huang Zilie was using every hidden weapon. It was a huge poison that could poison a longevity period to death. The hidden weapons that were shot out didn't need to be aimed at Chu Zhongtian's vitals. As long as it could even scratch his skin, Chu Zhongtian would die without a doubt. Unfortunately, when Huang Zilie shot out the hidden weapon, when it was less than 5 meters away from the token's defensive barrier, its speed instantly slowed down. After advancing another 2 meters, there were more than a dozen heavier hidden weapons. They fell directly from the sky. When he continued to advance 1 meter, all the concealed weapons he shot out fell. When the last dozen or so hidden weapons fell down, Chu Zhongtian, who was casting the profound grade low-rank movement technique, it just so happened to be where the hidden weapon fell. Seeing that the hidden weapons were useless, Huang Zilie and the other Demon Heart Sect disciples' facial expression changed. After glancing at each other, they immediately turned around and fled. Unfortunately, if they didn't stop to see if the hidden weapon could hurt Chu Zhongtian, they might be able to live for a few more seconds. However, if they chose to stop and watch, it meant that they would let Chu Zhongtian take care of their own lives in advance. The distance of less than 7 meters was less than 1/10 of a second under the formation of the profound grade low-rank movement technique. Chu Zhongtian's natal spirit blade quickly cut across the waist of the Demon Heart Sect disciples. Ignoring the Demon Heart Sect disciple whose waist was cut by the natal spirit blade, the natal spirit blade borrowed the pure strength of his body and combined with the profound grade low-rank movement technique. With a chop Mount Hua, it slashed towards Huang Zilie's back. As the strongest of the three, Huang Zilie was very strong. Although most of his strength was restricted by the special environment of Heaven Baron's secret realm, he still had the instinct of being a strong warrior. Using the movement technique to escape, he twisted his body in a very strange way. After dodging Chu Zhongtian's fatal attack, the mid-level peak sword in Huang Zilie's hand pierced towards his heart like a poisonous snake. When Chu Zhongtian saw the mid-level peak sword piercing towards his heart, he saw the sword. Although he was shocked by Huang Zilie's strange counterattack, however, he didn't panic. His shoulders moved slightly, and a force that could freeze the surrounding environment could be felt. In an instant, he imprisoned the spirit sword that was stabbing towards him, and the owner of the spirit sword, Huang Zilie. A slash from the basic saber technique directly cut off Huang Zilie's head. After taking away the storage bag from Huang Zilie and the other two, Chu Zhongtian turned his head and looked at the Yan sisters. Without any desire to talk, he turned around and continued running towards the formation. "Senior brother Chu, please stop." Just as Chu Zhongtian was about to use the profound grade low-rank movement technique to leave, a gentle voice came from behind him. It was an irresistible voice. Chu Zhongtian turned his head and looked at the girl who looked exactly like Yem Danshan, but had a gentle temperament. He asked gently, "Miss, what's the matter?" "My surname is Yen, and my name is Danshi. I am Sister Chen's twin sister. Senior brother Chu. You can call me Shier from now on." He walked straight to Chu Zhongtian and slightly raised his head to look at him. Yem Danshi smiled and introduced him. "Shier. I will remember it." Nodding his head, Chu Zhongtian indicated that he had remembered it. Then, his eyes revealed a trace of questioning. "Senior brother Chu, Shier is a prophet who is proficient in prophecies. Just now, when elder sister and I were surrounded by bandits, I made a prediction for myself. I discovered that we sisters have a benefactor helping us, and I also made a prediction for the benefactor who helped us." Yem Danshi continued to explain that she did not intend to predict Chu Zhongtian's fate. "Senior brother Chu, after Shier's prediction, I know that your next target is the depths of Secret Realm. This time, your goal is to depend on luck and misfortune. There are heaven-defying opportunities. There is also a fatal danger. So I hope that Senior brother Chu can take care of himself." When he heard Yem Danshi predict his next target, Chu Zhongtian was very surprised by her prediction technique. At the same time, he also did not expect that the seemingly weak Yem Danshi was actually a prophet. Fortune and misfortune depended on each other. In other words, the treasure hunting process wouldn't be as smooth as Elder Huang and Elder Huang had imagined. Something unexpected must have happened. "Thank you for junior sister Yan's reminder." Chu Zhongtian cupped his fists and thanked her. After that, he used the movement technique that he had prepared earlier, turned into a gust of wind, and disappeared from where he stood. "Senior brother Chu." Yem Danshi was surprised to see Chu Zhongtian leaving with the movement technique after thanking her. Putting aside the profundity of her prophecy technique, just her peerless appearance alone was enough to make countless men try their best to please her and get close to her. As for Chu Zhongtian, not only did he not have the slightest interest in her, but he also had a natural coldness that made her doubt her charm. Actually, Yem Danshi did not know that if it was before the youth ceremony, Chu Zhongtian might be interested in exchanging a few more words with a girl like her, who looked like a celestial being and had a gentle temperament. He would take the opportunity to win her favor and even deepen their relationship. Unfortunately, after seeing Dongfang Yun'er's face, which was far more outstanding than a fairy's, there were too few beauties in this world that could make him stop and pay attention to. It was so rare that he didn't even know if there were any in the entire southernly region. It was precisely because she was surprised that Chu Zhongtian ignored her that she wanted to stop him. When she wanted to stop him, he had already left, and she couldn't see his back anymore. Within Heaven Baron's secret realm, Senior brother Chu really is... I haven't finished my words yet. Yem Danshi looked at Chu Zhongtian, who had completely disappeared into the distance, and complained in dissatisfaction. "Shier, don't mind him. He is a wood that doesn't know how to flirt." Just as Yem Danshi was complaining about Chu Zhongtian's impulsiveness and disregard, she had already woken up. But Yem Danshan, who had always been unkind to Chu Zhongtian, walked over and explained to Yem Danshi. "Sister, could it be that you already know Senior brother Chu?" Yem Danshi heard her sister's evaluation of Chu Zhongtian and looked at Yem Danshan with a smile that was not a smile. Her tone was full of ridicule. Yem Danshan did not care about her sister's teasing. Instead, her thoughts returned to Azura Secret Realm Snekflocks. The first time she saw Chu Zhongtian, Yem Danshi looked at her elder sister who was deep in thought and did not disturb her. Instead, she used the divination art to start predicting the relationship between her elder sister and Chu Zhongtian. However, what Yem Danshi did not expect was that when she was predicting the relationship between her sister and Chu Zhongtian, she accidentally pulled the thread of her fate into Chu Zhongtian's uncertain fate. Chu, that girl is not simple. After Chu Zhongtian used the profound grade low-rank movement technique to leave, Elder Huang couldn't help but sigh. Elder Huang, a mere 9th layer of the Qi transforming period peak predictor. How powerful can his prediction technique be? After Chu Zhongtian heard Yem Danshi predict his next target, he immediately turned around and left. He didn't want to disturb his thoughts because of her prediction. In his opinion, Yem Danshi, who was young, might have some talent as a prophet. She also practiced a little bit of the divination art to show how outstanding she was. Chu, you are wrong. Elder Huang immediately gave a negative answer to Chu Zhongtian's evaluation of Yem Danshi. At the same time, he continued to ask, Chu, how is the level of the prophet in Heavenly Dragon Empire? Of course he is. Dongfang Xiongba can pass a person's aura. To be able to predict this man's fate for the next 10 years, this is a very terrifying tactic. Chu Zhongtian remembered Dongfang Yunur's introduction of Dongfang Xiongba's technique. It was still fresh in his memory. Then let me tell you the prophecy technique of that little girl just now. Even if it is not as good as the prediction master of Heavenly Dragon Empire, it is not far from each other. After comparing it with Dongfang Xiongba, Elder Huang hoped that Chu Zhongtian could take it seriously. At the same time, in Elder Huang's mind, he hoped that Chu Zhongtian could get close to Yem Danshi, please her, and finally conquer her. Because if a martial artist wanted to enter the peak of martial arts, the assistance of a diviner would far exceed that of a pill refiner and a weapons craftsman. That little girl is so powerful. When Chu Zhongtian heard Elder Huang comparing her to Dongfang Xiongba, he was shocked and subconsciously slowed down. Chu, tell me the truth. If it wasn't for the limitation of her cultivation base, that little girl's abilities would have been limited. Her prophetic skill might have surpassed that of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's diviners. As if complaining that Chu Zhongtian's shock was not enough, Elder Huang continued to praise Yem Danshi's excellence. Elder Huang, if Yem Danshi is really as powerful as you say, Yem Danshi said, then the level 5 formation you deployed 1,000,000 years ago. I'm afraid something unexpected has happened. Hearing Elder Huang continue to praise Yem Danshi, Chu Zhongtian was shocked. He immediately thought of her divination just now. No, ever since I sensed the location of the formation, I have already used the power of the divine soul to inspect the entire formation, as well as its surroundings. I didn't find anything unusual. Elder Huang shook his head in response to Chu Zhongtian's speculation, denying it. If it wasn't for the problem with the formation, it might be the next part of my journey. Perhaps something unexpected will happen. Seeing Elder Huang's solemn promise, Chu Zhongtian chose to believe his observation. After that, he racked his brain and finally considered going to the formation. Perhaps it would confirm Yem Danshi's speculation. Chu, don't worry. I will use the divine sense to check the movement within a 100-mile radius. As long as I discover any abnormalities, I'll let you know as soon as possible. Chu Zhongtian's second speculation had also confirmed Elder Huang's guess. However, in order to make Chu Zhongtian feel at ease, he had to consume the energy of his divine sense. He wanted to expand the scope of his investigation. Elder Huang, I'll have to trouble you. After thanking Elder Huang, Chu Zhongtian started to mobilize all his vital spirit and rushed to the location of the level 5 formation with all his strength. An hour later, there was still 90% of the distance to the location of the formation, and nothing unexpected happened during that time. 2 hours later, there was still less than 80% of the distance to the location of the formation, and nothing unexpected had happened during that time. If there were any accidents, it was because of the special environment in Heaven Baron's secret realm, which was very effective in tempering the movement technique. Including the time from the beginning, within these 2 hours, the profound grade low-rank movement technique that had just broken through had once again reached the edge of breaking through. 3 hours later, When he was less than 70% of the distance from the formation, Chu Zhongtian, who was rushing forward, had no choice but to stop. Because right in front of him there was a group of wild beasts that looked like a pack of wolf dogs, but were at least 10 times bigger than him. After a careful observation, Chu Zhongtian found a total of 73 wild beasts blocking his path. Besides the wolf dogs that were larger in size than before, there was an extra crack on the forehead of each wild beast. It was like a pair of eyes that had never been opened. Chu, the wild beast in front of you is the same breed as the red-eyed wolves in the outside world. They are not only experts who are good at attacking, but also assassins who fight alone. You have to pay attention to your safety. As he listened to Elder Huang introducing the origin of the wild beast in front of him, he looked at the red light shining in his eyes, as if he was staring at the wild beast with deep hatred. Chu Zhongtian did not have any intention of retreating or escaping. Taking out the natal spirit blade, Chu Zhongtian rushed into the group of wild beasts like a fierce tiger that had just descended the mountain. Chu, since this wild beast is the same type as the red-eyed wolves in the outside world, you just need to grasp their weaknesses. Killing them won't be too difficult. Looking at Chu Zhongtian, who had charged into the group of wild beasts, he used the natal spirit blade in his hand. To cut off the wild beast's head, Elder Huang hurriedly reminded him. Got it. After responding to Elder Huang's reminder, Chu Zhongtian did not change his attack style. He still held the natal spirit blade in his hand and slashed at the wild beast's head. As someone who had rich combat experience, he had experienced countless life and death battles. How could Chu Zhongtian not guess the weakness of the wild beast? The reason why he insisted on slashing at the wild beast's head, it was because he wanted to use the basic saber technique to perfectly fuse the vital spirit with his body. This way, he would be able to continue increasing his strength. Within Heaven Baron's secret realm, rumble. The natal spirit blade landed on the wild beast's head. The hard skull of the wild beast collided with the natal spirit blade, creating a loud sound. Along with the loud sound, Chu Zhongtian took 3 steps back. The wild beast that collided with the natal spirit blade stared at Chu Zhongtian with bloodshot eyes. However, after staring at it for less than a second, the red eyes of the wild beast gradually dimmed. When the eyes had completely dimmed and stopped rotating, Chu Zhongtian knew that his all-out attack just now, although it did not directly break through its head. However, the powerful force had directly penetrated through its skull and shattered its brain and brain. A woo! Howl! Exclamation point! The death of their companions had stimulated the remaining wild beast. They formed groups of 3 to 5 and attacked one after another, causing Chu Zhongtian to be busy fighting with his life. Under such circumstances, although Chu Zhongtian looked a little embarrassed, his life wasn't in any danger. With the combination of the basic saber technique and the vital spirit, his saber technique became more and more proficient, and its power also became stronger and stronger. At the same time, Chu Zhongtian had a vague feeling that through this kind of battle, even if he didn't absorb the desolate qi, his physical body level cultivation would still improve rapidly. As for whether it was real or not, he could use the secret technique to check if it was real after the battle. Slicing style. Slash. Slash. Chop. In a special environment like the Heaven Baron's secret realm, the power of the basic saber technique was gradually increasing. It seemed to have merged with the force of heaven and earth. Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base was low, and he didn't have much knowledge. He didn't know the result of the integration of the basic saber technique and force of heaven and earth, but as a former supreme-level expert and formation master, Elder Huang knew what this fusion force represented. He didn't think that he would simply want to use the basic saber technique. The experiment to sharpen the integration of the vital spirit and physical strength could actually allow him to comprehend the level of strength that only supreme-level expert could master in advance. This made him feel a trace of envy and jealousy towards Chu Zhongtian's luck. If he had such luck back then, he was afraid that his cultivation base would have broken through to the titled supreme level a long time ago. In the end, his physical body wouldn't have been destroyed, and only the body of the divine soul would remain. The power of the basic saber technique that was faintly fused with the force of the heavens and earth had increased by many folds. Besides attacking the vital points, he could only kill one wild beast with 2 to 3 strikes. Now, even if it wasn't a direct attack on the vital points, it only needed 1 strike to kill a wild beast. Sometimes, he could even kill 2 to 3 strange beasts in 1 strike. After the power of the basic saber technique was increased by several folds, the 72 wild beasts didn't last long before they were killed by Chu Zhongtian one by one. Chu Zhongtian closed his eyes and recalled the process of the battle. After memorizing the insights of the battle, Chu Zhongtian moved the vital spirit in the dantian between his fingers. His 10 fingers quickly formed seals, and finally turned into a pillar with numbers engraved on it. Without any hesitation, he threw a straight punch at the cylindrical column. When the straight hook punch landed on the pillar, the numbers from 1 to 5 instantly lit up. The number 6 also quickly lit up. Although the number 7 lit up a little slower, it still emitted light in the end. Seeing the 7 words on the cylinder light up, a trace of joy flashed across Chu Zhongtian's face. Through the test just now, it confirmed his thoughts. That was, through the integration of the vital spirit and the body, it could increase one's strength. He could once again advance to the physical body level. After dispersing the pillar, Chu Zhongtian cast the movement technique. Just as he was about to continue moving forward, Elder Huang suddenly stopped him. Chu, the wild beast, and the strange beasts live in different environments, causing their strength to be different as well. However, the basic structure of their bodies is the same. In other words, the wild beast also has the inner core in its body. Inner core, Chu Zhongtian said in surprise. That's right. The inner core of a strange beast could assist in cultivation, and the inner core of a wild beast could be directly absorbed. Moreover, it can increase the grade of one's body, and the effect is dozens of times greater than the power of desolates. Maybe even 100 times. Elder Huang further explained the effects of the wild beast and inner core. Absorbing the inner core directly would not only increase the grade of the body, but also increase the grade of the body. After listening to Elder Huang's introduction of the wild beast and inner core, the first thought that came to Chu Zhongtian's mind was not to absorb it immediately. Instead, it was to ask whether he could bring it out or not. In the heaven-barren secret realm, he could absorb the desolate chi anytime and anywhere to improve the grade of his fleshly body. Then, what about leaving the heaven-barren secret realm? Although there were pills and spirit fruit that could enhance the physical body level in the outside world, their effects were far inferior to the energy of the heavenly desolates that could be used to strengthen the body of a needle. Just like the beast inner core, all the energy has been fully condensed into the inner core. I can also bring the inner core of the wild beast out. Elder Huang gave an answer that made him very excited. Without wasting any time, he immediately used the natal spirit blade. Chu Zhongtian began to collect the wild beast's inner core. There were a total of 73 inner core the size of apricot cores, and it made him feel as if he could see the rapid advancement of his physical body level. After putting the wild beast and inner core into his own storage bag, he casted the movement technique and continued to run towards all the positions of the formation. Outside the heaven-barren secret realm, just as Chu Zhongtian was about to continue casting the movement technique and dash towards the location of the formation, outside the heaven-barren secret realm, on the 17 giant steel, a portion of people had already appeared on each giant steel. Most of these people were below the essence gathering stage, and their mental state was pretty good. Only Dongfang Yongping, who was standing on Jiao Anjuan's stone monument, had a worried look on his face. As the third place in the competition between the disciples of Inner Sect, Dongfang Yongping was just like Chu Zhongtian, who had entered the competition. It had been 5 days since the heaven-barren secret realm started cultivating. In these 5 days he had used 3 days to absorb the power of desolates, strengthen his physique, and increase his potential. In the remaining 2 days he kept looking for Chu Zhongtian, because the host, Yongping, firmly believed that Chu Zhongtian, who had many tricks up his sleeve, could also find many treasures that could enhance his strength in heaven-barren secret realm. Unfortunately, in these 2 days, let alone finding Chu Zhongtian, he didn't even encounter anyone else who had entered the heaven-barren secret realm. He saw that the token's defensive seal was getting dimmer and dimmer. Helpless, he could only use the token to withdraw from the Heaven Baron's secret realm. Currently, it had been more than an hour since Chu Zhongtian obtained 5 days of cultivation experience, but he still hadn't returned. This made Dongfang Yongping somewhat worried about his safety. After all, unlike the Purgatory City and Blood Demon's secret realm, the situation in the Heaven Baron's secret realm was too special. Losing the protection of the token was basically equivalent to losing the protection of one's life. Thinking of this, Dongfang Yongping couldn't help but raise his head and look at Zhao Enjuan. He found that Zhao Enjuan's expression was calm, but the corners of his eyes were slightly raised, indicating that he was in a good mood. Thinking of how highly Zhao Enjuan regarded Chu Zhongtian, an idea gradually arose in Dongfang Yongping's heart. This idea made him very envious and jealous. At the same time, he prayed in his heart, praying that Chu Zhongtian could quickly increase his strength through the Heaven Baron's secret realm, in order to cope with the life and death battle 3 years later. Within Heaven Baron's secret realm, after killing 73 wild beasts, Chu Zhongtian's journey began to be filled with troubles. All of these troubles were caused by the wild beast. Fortunately, Elder Huang had used the formidable power of the divine sense to help him avoid many powerful wild beasts in advance. This allowed him to hunt some strange beasts and obtain wild beast and inner core that could help him break through to the physical body level. He could also continue adjusting the integration of the vital spirit and the strength of his body through battle. It allowed his strength to continue growing, and it made him, a physical body level, become stronger like a fountain. 11 hours later, the profound grade low-rank movement technique, which had already entered the minor success peak stage, saved Chu Zhongtian at least 3 hours of time, and allowed him to reach all the positions of the formation in advance. Chu, this place is less than 10 miles away from where the formation is located. Don't use the movement technique anymore. Follow your normal walking speed. Step by step, get closer to the formation. When they were less than 10 miles away from the formation, Elder Huang called Chu Zhongtian to stop. He also told ___ to stop. Although he didn't quite understand what Elder Huang meant, in this completely unfamiliar environment, listening to the experienced Elder Huang's commands was undoubtedly the most correct choice. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian dispersed the vital spirit on his legs and changed to walking. After absorbing the desolate chi from the Overlord spell body tempering technique and fusing it with the vital spirit, the improvement of the physical body level had allowed his body to reach the level 10 peak, allowing him to break through to the level 9 at any time. The physique of a level 10 peak allowed him to walk at a very fast speed. It only took him less than 6 minutes to travel less than 10 miles. Chu, stop! When he was less than 1,000 meters away from the formation, Elder Huang shouted in a hurry. Elder Huang, what happened? Chu Zhongtian could tell something was wrong from Elder Huang's voice. So he quickly asked, Chu, something is not right. 3 experts have found the formation. And among these 3 people, there is a great master of the formation who is proficient in the formation. In order to avoid attracting the attention of the secret realm's rules, although Elder Huang could only release the power of Emperor Realm Divine Sense, as a supreme level Divine Sense, he could guarantee that no one would discover him. He could observe the others at any time. It was also because of his strength that he was able to discover their existence in advance without alerting the 3 experts, and also observe their respective techniques. Elder Huang, how's the strength of the 3 of them? Hearing that someone had already noticed the existence of the formation, Chu Zhongtian also felt a trace of nervousness, but he wanted to know the other party's strength even more. Only by knowing the opponent's strength in advance could he use this as a countermeasure. An early King Realm, a peak of the Great Tao period, and a Great Tao period beginner level. The one who is proficient in the formation is a Great Tao period beginner level. Elder Huang briefly explained the situation of the 3 of them. Elder Huang, with your current strength, I'm sure these 3 men are no match for you. Chu Zhongtian heaved a sigh of relief after hearing Elder Huang's explanation of their strength. When Elder Huang was using the 3 Solar Soul returning pill to recover the damaged body of the Divine Soul, he had said that he could unleash the strength of a royal stage peak. As his cultivation base increased, the gap between different stage would become bigger and bigger. Therefore, in his point of view, it was very easy for Elder Huang, who could unleash the strength of a royal stage peak, to deal with the three experts before the formation. Chu, if we are outside the secret realm with my abilities, I only need to use the strength of the 7th level to easily kill them in 3 moves. But, in the Heaven-Barren secret realm, to prevent the rules of the secret realm from discovering my existence, I can't leave your sea of consciousness, and I don't dare to use too many power of the divine soul through you. That's why I can't do anything to them for the time being. Unfortunately, Elder Huang's answer made Chu Zhongtian feel relaxed. Suddenly, it became heavy. Elder Huang, with that great Tao period formation, can you break through the level 5 formation? Since he couldn't deal with the 3 of them for now, what Chu Zhongtian needed to consider next was the safety of the treasures in the formation. Even if that man is given 1 year's time, he won't be able to break through the formation that I have personally deployed. Elder Huang replied confidently to Chu Zhongtian's question. Although he was only at the peak of the Divine Soul period when he first entered the Heaven-Barren secret realm, however, his formation skill was already close to the Formation Master, and the formation he had set up, it was still the formation that was passed down from the ancient era. He had found it in the cavern that was left behind by an ancient expert of the formation. There was only one person in this world who knew how to arrange the formation, and only he knew how to crack it. If that's the case, let's leave this place for a while. Since the opponent couldn't take away the treasures in the formation, Chu Zhongtian decided to hide it for now. Then, he would think of a way to deal with these 3 experts who had found the formation. All right. Elder Huang did not oppose Chu Zhongtian's suggestion. He immediately used the power of the divine sense to investigate the temporary shelter. Finally, he found a place to hide when he was 10 meters away from the formation. Under Elder Huang's guidance, Chu Zhongtian walked to the hiding place he was looking for. He found that it was not a large area, but it was a dense forest with lush trees. Let's go in. There are only a few level 8 wild beasts in the dense forest. They are not a threat to you. Elder Huang used the divine sense to check the situation in the jungle. He signaled Chu Zhongtian to hide in the jungle with peace of mind. Without any hesitation, Chu Zhongtian dashed into the dense forest and found a big tree with thick trunk and lush leaves. It was his temporary resting place. In order to avoid being discovered by the secret realm's force of rule, Elder Huang couldn't use too many power of the divine soul. In other words, he couldn't deal with the 3 experts who had discovered the formation by himself. So, how could he avoid the 3 experts? He took away the treasures in the formation. Chu, the experts of your sect have also entered the secret realm. Can you ask them to chase away those 3 people? Seeing Chu Zhongtian's frown, Elder Huang quickly came up with a plan. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongtian directly rejected Elder Huang's suggestion. There were a total of 4 experts who had reached the Great Tao period in the sect expert. The strongest 2 were at the peak of the King stage, but they were from the Law Enforcement peak and the Merit Palace. If he didn't go look for them, they would want to look for him. After catching him, they would surely throw him in front of the powerful wild beast. They would let him die under the mouth of the wild beast. This way, they would be able to represent their respective forces. They would be able to get rid of the future threat in their hearts, and at the same time, they would be able to deal with Zhao and Jun's blame. Therefore, he absolutely could not seek the help of the sect expert. Within Heaven-Barren's secret realm, wine, red face, money moved people's hearts. If the sect expert knew that there was a power of the divine soul hidden within the formation that could help one break through to the supreme level, not only would they snatch it away, they would also kill them to silence them. However, considering the peak of the King stage warriors of Law Enforcement Peak and Merit Palace, when it was possible to throw him in front of a powerful beast, an idea suddenly flashed across Chu Zhongtian's mind. After some consideration, he felt that this idea was feasible. However, in order to realize this idea, he had to confirm 2 things first, so he asked Elder Huang. Elder Huang, can you use the power of the divine sense to find out what grade the strongest exotic beasts within 1,000 miles have reached? Seeing Chu Zhongtian interrogating the grade of the strongest wild beast, Elder Huang gradually guessed his intention. He hurriedly used the power of the divine sense to look at the wild beast within a 2,000-mile radius, and finally confirmed a few wild beasts that could be used to execute the plan. 300 miles to the west of the jungle, there is a level 4 peak wild beast. 700 miles away, there is a level 4 intermediate wild beast. 400 miles to the east of the jungle, there is a level 4 peak wild beast. 730 miles away, there is a third-grade beginner level wild beast. 500 miles to the south of the jungle, there's a third-grade intermediate wild beast. It's a flying beast, and 900 miles away, there's a third-grade peak wild beast. 200 miles to the north of the jungle, there's a third-grade peak wild beast. 1,000 miles away, there's a second-grade beginner level wild beast. Elder Huang told Chu Zhongtian the details of what he had seen through the divine sense. After hearing Elder Huang's detailed description of the location of each wild beast, as well as the grade and strength of the beast desolation, Chu Zhongtian finally chose the closest position. His strength was just enough to deal with 3 third-grade peak beasts in the north. Since he had chosen his target, the next thing he needed to consider was how to attract third-grade peak wild beast. There were 2 ways to attract wild beast's attention. The first method was to completely infuriate it, forcing it to chase after him. He would use this chance to bring the wild beast to the formation and have it fight 3 Great Tau period and above experts. The second method was to use something it was interested in to lure it over. Regarding the first method, Chu Zhongtian didn't think too much about it. With his peak essence gathering stage cultivation base, provoking a wild beast with strength comparable to a peak of the king stage was no different than courting death. It seemed like he could only use the second method, but the thing he needed to use the second method was something he didn't have. Using his mind to connect the storage bag and storage ring finger, he checked all of his belongings. Finally, Chu Zhongtian's consciousness stopped at a pill bottle in the storage ring finger. This pill bottle was not used to store medicinal pills. It was used to store the 1,000-year spirit milk among the treasures that the law enforcement peak had compensated him for killing his way to the law enforcement peak. Taking out the pill bottle that contained the 1,000-year spirit milk, Chu Zhongtian asked Elder Huang in his mind, "Elder Huang, does the 1,000-year spirit milk have any attraction to the wild beast?" Before Chu Zhongtian was thinking about how to attract the wild beast to the formation, Elder Huang was also thinking about it. Just as Chu Zhongtian had thought, if he could not use all the power of the divine soul, he could only choose to use treasures to attract the wild beast. But when faced with the 1,000-year spirit milk that Chu Zhongtian had taken out, he didn't know how to answer for a moment, because he didn't know much about the wild beast in Heaven Baron's secret realm. He didn't know if the 1,000-year spirit milk could attract the wild beast's attention, and whether the 1,000-year spirit milk could make the third-grade peak wild beast chase after him at all costs. Seeing that Elder Huang couldn't give him an accurate answer, Chu Zhongtian felt slightly disappointed. However, the disappointment didn't last for long. After adjusting his state of mind, he put the pill bottle that contained the 1,000-year spirit milk into the storage bag and jumped down from the tree. "Elder Huang, let's try and see if the 1,000-year spirit milk can attract the wild beast's attention." Since Elder Huang wasn't sure, Chu Zhongtian decided to take the risk. All right. Elder Huang also agreed with Chu Zhongtian's suggestion. According to Elder Huang's guidance, Chu Zhongtian used the movement technique and headed towards the third-grade wild beast's nest 200 miles north. With Chu Zhongtian using the movement technique with all his strength, it only took him a few minutes to get there. Chu Zhongtian raised his head and looked at the forest that was bigger and more lush than the one he had just lived in. He began to discuss with Elder Huang in his mind. "Elder Huang, can you use the power of the divine soul to help me hide the aura?" The first step to luring the wild beast was to be able to approach the wild beast. Whether or not he could get close to the wild beast, he needed to be an experienced old fox with numerous secret technique. "No problem." After answering Chu Zhongtian's question, a faint gray gas mixed with a trace of purple gas followed his sleeve and covered his body under his clothes. Then he explained, "Chu, I have used the power of the divine soul to completely block out the aura on your body. As long as the wild beast doesn't see your figure, if you want to use the aura to find you, you have to be a rank 1 wild beast." The aura that could completely block his body. After hearing Elder Huang's explanation, Chu Zhongtian was delighted in his heart. Then, he adjusted his mood through breathing. When his mood calmed down, he directly ran into the lush forest. Under the guidance of Elder Huang's divine sense, after walking for more than 10 minutes, he finally saw the third-grade peak wild beast. The first time he saw the wild beast, Chu Zhongtian was completely stunned, because 200 meters away from him, there was a 30-meter-tall underscore crawling. It was about 40 meters long, and if one counted its tail, it was about 60 meters long. Its appearance was very similar to the T-Rex he saw in the documentary before he transmigrated. Elder Huang, this can't be the Overlord Dragon, right? Chu Zhongtian swallowed a mouthful of saliva with all his might and asked in a trembling voice. Apart from the shock brought by the Overlord Dragon's appearance, it was also because the Overlord Dragon belonged to the Divine Beast category. It was the most offensive and defensive type of Divine Beast in the Divine Dragon category, the Dragon-type Divine Beast. On the other hand, the Dragon-type Divine Beast had already disappeared during the Ancient Era's destruction. It would be strange if Chu Zhongtian didn't feel fear when the Heaven Baron's secret realm had a Divine Beast that had been extinct a long time ago. Chu, don't be nervous. From Chu Zhongtian's trembling voice, Elder Huang could tell that he was afraid of the wild beast in front of him. However, Elder Huang, who knew the origin of the wild beast, quickly consoled him. The wild beast in front of you is called the Toothblood Beast, but its appearance is similar to a Tyrannosaurus Rex. It has nothing to do with the Divine Dragon. Who? After hearing Elder Huang's explanation, Chu Zhongtian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The reason why he was afraid just now was mainly because before he transmigrated, and the effect of people's admiration and appraisal of the Divine Dragon after he transmigrated. Within Heaven Baron's secret realm, after calming himself down, Chu Zhongtian took out the pill bottle containing the 1,000-year spirit milk from his interspatial storage bag. He planned to use the 1,000-year spirit milk to lure the Toothblood Beast in order to chase the tiger away the wolf. Just as Chu Zhongtian was about to open the lid of the pill bottle and use the 1,000-year spirit milk to lure the Toothblood Beast, Elder Huang suddenly stopped him. Chu, wait a moment. Elder Huang, what's wrong? Using the 1,000-year spirit milk to lure the Toothblood Beast was a plan that had been set up at the beginning. When the time came, how could Elder Huang stop him? This made Chu Zhongtian very puzzled. Chu, temporarily put away the 1,000-year spirit milk, and then follow my instructions to a place. Without explaining the reason why he wanted to stop him from using the 1,000-year spirit milk, Elder Huang instructed. Knowing Elder Huang's character, Chu Zhongtian knew what he was doing. He must have found a more useful treasure, so he obediently put away the medicinal pill that contained the 1,000-year spirit milk. Then, under Elder Huang's guidance, he moved in a direction that was 15 degrees away from the Toothblood Beast. After moving forward for less than 100 meters, Chu Zhongtian gradually felt that the heavenly desolate's qi in front of him was getting thicker and thicker. It had already made him feel a trace of heavy pressure. Under the heavy pressure formed by the heavenly desolate's qi, Chu Zhongtian gradually approached a beast nest made of soil and spirit herbs. When he saw the giant beast egg almost a meter in diameter lying inside the beast nest, Chu Zhongtian immediately knew what Elder Huang meant. As he quietly approached the beast egg, Chu Zhongtian not only felt the pressure getting heavier and heavier, but he also felt the heartbeat of the beast egg. Chu, I was originally a little suspicious, but now I finally understand. After confirming that the egg was alive and was about to hatch, Elder Huang suddenly said mysteriously, Elder Huang, I don't understand what you just said. Chu Zhongtian didn't understand why Elder Huang would suddenly say such strange words at this moment. Chu, when I used the divine senses power to find a suitable wild beast to lure it, the only thing I can't see through is this Toothblood Beast in front of me. I have a feeling that its grade and strength are not just at the 3rd grade peak. Now that I see this beast egg, I finally understand. I'm afraid that the Toothblood Beast is the true overlord of this area, and its grade is very likely to reach the 2nd grade peak. In other words, it's the royal stage peak amongst human warriors. When Chu Zhongtian heard that Elder Huang had calculated the true grade of the Toothblood Beast through the beast egg, he was shocked, and a trace of hesitation arose in his heart. Although the Tooth-Blood Beast had temporarily dropped in grade because it had given birth to its offspring, no matter what, it had once been the overlord of a second-grade peak. If he stole its beast egg and killed its descendants, the furious Tooth-Blood Beast would probably take revenge on all the humans who had entered the Heaven Baron's secret realm. Although his heart was very hard, and he wouldn't show mercy when killing people, but because of his plan, it caused all the martial artists in the Heaven Baron's secret realm to be unlucky. Chu Zhongtian felt that he couldn't do it. Besides, there were also Lu Yuan and Qin Wushuang, these two good friends. Elder Huang, let's go. After thinking for a while, Chu Zhongtian decided to change his target. All right. Chu Zhongtian was thinking about all the warriors who would enter the Heaven Baron's secret realm, while Elder Huang was thinking about Chu Zhongtian. Although under the cover of his power of the Divine Soul, he believed that Chu Zhongtian would not be discovered by the Tooth-Blood Beast. However, if the furious Tooth-Blood Beast went crazy, it planned to destroy everything within millions of kilometers. With the restriction that Chu Zhongtian couldn't fly, it would be very difficult for him to escape the fate of being destroyed. Furthermore, their purpose of luring the wild beast was to take away the treasures within the formation, not to seek their own death. After quietly leaving the Tooth-Blood Beast's nest, Chu Zhongtian planned to choose the third-grade intermediate wild beast in the east. However, just as he left the forest, he was startled by the sudden appearance of the three people in front of him. After seeing the appearance of these three people, Chu Zhongtian's heart couldn't help but palpitate. Because of the sudden appearance of these three people, Chu Zhongtian knew two of them. Although he didn't know the other person, he also knew his origin. The two men he knew were still the strongest men in the Heaven Baron's secret realm. They were Peak of the King stage warriors from the Law Enforcement Peak and Merit Palace. The other man was a Peak of the King stage warrior from the Demon Heart sect. This isn't the famous Bloody Devil, the fourth monster-level genius of the young generation of the sect. The disciple that the Bloody Butcher Jiao Enjuan is proud of, Chu Zhongtian. The Peak of the King stage warrior from Law Enforcement Peak was startled when he saw Chu Zhongtian suddenly run out of the woods. This was because their meeting with the Peak of the King stage warriors from the Demon Heart sect was a secret that could never be leaked. However, when he saw the man running out of the woods, he realized that he was the biggest threat to the Law Enforcement Peak and the Merit Palace. He couldn't help but tease him excitedly. Oh, I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be the two seniors of the sect. It seems like the Law Enforcement Peak and the Merit Palace have decided to betray the Floating Cloud sect and secretly seek refuge with the Demon Heart sect. Chu Zhongtian glanced at the Peak of the King stage warriors of the Demon Heart sect, then pretended to see everything. He said with an expression that said he knew everything. Hee kid, you won't walk on the road to heaven. You broke in without a door to hell. After seeing Chu Zhongtian expose their secret, he didn't choose to run away immediately. Instead, he directly exposed their relationship with the Demon Heart sect. The Peak of the King stage warrior from the Technique Palace said with a cold smile. You! With a disdainful sneer, Chu Zhongtian quickly discussed with Elder Huang in his mind. Elder Huang, use the limits of your power of the Divine Soul to help me increase my speed. Today, I will slaughter the king. Chu, you want to? Tu Wang, with his peak essence gathering stage cultivation base, said such arrogant and conceited words. Elder Huang immediately thought of the Tooth-Blood Beast in the forest behind him. That's right. I didn't want to alarm the Tooth-Blood Beast because I wanted to consider the warriors who had entered the Heaven Baron's secret realm. Now that I'm almost dead, who cares about the lives of others? Chu Zhongtian said in a flustered and exasperated manner. All right. Allowing the Tooth-Blood Beast to be alerted was very likely to result in death. However, if the Tooth-Blood Beast was not alarmed, the result would be immediate death. Faced with such a choice, anyone would choose to be killed instead of being killed immediately. Chu, in order to avoid attracting the attention of the secret realm's rules, I can only use the Great Tao period power of the Divine Soul. I hope you can seize the opportunity and escape to the Tooth-Blood Beast's side. Since Chu Zhongtian had already made his decision, Elder Huang wasn't an indecisive person. He directly inserted the power of the Divine Soul into Chu Zhongtian's Dantian to help him increase his strength. Master, why are you here? When Elder Huang used the power of the Divine Soul to help him temporarily unleash the speed of a great Tao period, Chu Zhongtian pretended to be very surprised as he looked behind the three-peak of the King Stage warriors. He even shouted out their most feared name. Within Heaven Baron's secret realm, Zhao and Juan is here. Whether it was the two-peak of the King Stage warriors from the Law Enforcement Peak or the Merit Palace, or the peak of the King Stage warriors from the Demon Heart Sect, when Chu Zhongtian called them Master, his first reaction was the bloody butcher Zhao and Juan. The second reaction was that his face had turned pale from fright, and the third reaction was to turn around and look. However, the result of watching was that there was no one there. As a peak of the King Stage expert, how could he not understand the rules of the Heaven Baron's secret realm? They knew that supreme-level experts were not allowed to enter Heaven Baron's secret realm. Therefore, when they saw that there was no one behind them, he knew that he had been fooled by Chu Zhongtian. Being fooled by an essence-gathering stage disciple, the three-peak of the King Stage warriors felt as if they had been slapped in the face. The humiliation of being slapped made them turn around immediately. They planned to pull Chu Zhongtian out of his body and let him know the consequences of teasing a King Realm warrior. However, when they turned around, they only saw Chu Zhongtian's back as he scuttled into the forest. "Kid, you're only an essence-gathering stage, and you want to escape from us three-peak of the King Stage experts? You are underestimating us." He looked at Chu Zhongtian, who was running into the woods. He was a peak of the King Stage warrior from the Merit Palace. He said while gnashing his teeth in anger. After that, the three-peak of the King Stage warriors didn't run into the woods to chase after him. Instead, they used the strength of a peak of the King Stage warrior to destroy all the trees and wild beasts in front of them. They used such a destructive method to chase after Chu Zhongtian to shock him. He was captured by them in their despair. Chu Zhongtian, who had fled into the woods, heard the sound of explosions behind him. He couldn't help but turn his head to look. He discovered a large number of trees. He shook his head. Originally, he had planned to take the risk to rush in front of the Toothed Blood Beast and use the power of the Divine Soul that Elder Huang had temporarily lent him. He would provoke the fury of the Toothed Blood Beast and then take the opportunity to return to the side of the three-peak of the King Stage warriors. He gave the Toothed Blood Beast an illusion, as if they were on the same side. With this, he could use them as leverage to kill someone. Now, seeing his opponent chasing after him in a way that destroyed everything, Chu Zhongtian knew that he didn't need to take the risk to provoke the Toothed Blood Beast. All he needed to do was to give his opponent the route of destruction. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian jumped to a tree that was about 30 meters tall. At the top of a big tree that had a diameter of more than 2 meters, he said with a disdainful sneer, "You three rats who are hiding in the dark, you want to catch me? I think you will have no hope in your lifetime." After mocking him, Chu Zhongtian immediately jumped down from the tree and continued to advance towards the Toothed Blood Beast. For the rest of the journey, he would occasionally jump to the top of a tree that was about 30 meters tall or 40 meters tall. After mocking them and provoking the anger of the three-peak of the King Stage warriors, he would guide them to get closer to the Toothed Blood Beast. "Little bastard, don't let me catch you or else I will let you have a taste of the 108 ways to torture people in Law Enforcement Peak." Hearing Chu Zhongtian's sarcastic remarks from time to time, the lungs of the three-peak of the King Stage warriors were about to explode from anger. The peak of the King Stage warriors from Law Enforcement Peak threatened him even more fiercely. After that, the three of them unleashed their combat techniques, speeding up the destruction of the trees and wild beast in front of them, hoping to capture Chu Zhongtian as soon as possible. They saw that, in order to catch up to them as soon as possible, ____ had actually started using powerful martial skills. Chu Zhongtian's face was almost bursting with laughter. He raised his head and looked in front of him. According to his memory, he knew that he was less than 5 miles away from the Toothed Blood Beast. As a second-grade peak wild beast, when three-peak of the King Stage warriors used powerful combat techniques, the Toothed Blood Beast must have been alerted. In order to protect his descendants from being destroyed or disturbed, therefore, Chu Zhongtian asked Elder Huang to continue using the power of the Divine Soul. He helped him conceal the aura, and then quietly changed directions. He went straight towards the beast egg. "Oh!" Just as Chu Zhongtian quietly changed his direction and the three King Realm experts continued to force Chu Zhongtian to destroy everything, a deafening roar was heard. The sudden roar shook Chu Zhongtian until he felt dizzy, and the blood and qi in his body churned continuously. If it wasn't for Elder Huang using the power of the Divine Soul in time to help him isolate the sound wave attack, the Toothed Blood Beast's roar just now would have been able to severely injure him. So terrifying, so powerful. When the blood and qi in his body returned to normal, Chu Zhongtian looked in the direction of the Toothed Blood Beast and said with some lingering fear, "Chu, after breaking through to the Great Tao period and controlling the laws of the heaven and earth, his voice and eyes can contain laws. He can instantly kill all martial artists below the Great Tao period." Elder Huang explained to Chu Zhongtian, who was still thinking to himself. As a former second-grade peak Toothed Blood Beast, although it can cause its grade to drop by 3 grades due to the nurturing of its offspring, it can still use some of the techniques of a second-grade peak. Chu, you just wait and see. Those 3 peak of the King Stage experts are definitely not a match for the Toothed Blood Beast. If they are unlucky, I'm afraid they will die under the Toothed Blood Beast's hands. I hope so. After hearing Elder Huang's speculation, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but pray to himself, praying that the Toothed Blood Beast could kill the 3 peak of the King Stage warriors who were chasing him just like Elder Huang had predicted. If the 3 peak of the King Stage experts from Law Enforcement Peak, Merit Palace, and Demon Heart Sect were killed, it would be an unbearable loss to the 3 major powers. After all, peak of the King Stage experts weren't like cabbages on the roadside. They couldn't be raised just like that. In order to cultivate a peak of the King Stage warrior, not only would they have to choose from thousands of geniuses, they would also have to choose from them. And an unimaginable amount of resources. Elder Huang, can I trouble you to use the Divine Senses power to pay attention to the battle between the Toothed Blood Beast and the 3 peak of the King Stage warriors? If anything unexpected happens, please inform me immediately. Chu Zhongtian reminded as he continued to approach the Toothed Blood Beast's beast egg. Chu, don't worry. I will keep an eye on it. After responding to Chu Zhongtian, Elder Huang used the power of the Royal Stage Peak Divine Sense. He spread it out in a way that wouldn't attract the attention of the Secret Realm's rules. He observed the battle that was about to happen from all angles. Wait a minute. When he was 5 meters away from the Toothed Blood Beast's beast egg, Chu Zhongtian stopped in his tracks and sat down with his legs crossed. There were 2 reasons why he chose to approach the beast egg. Firstly, there were 4 peak of the King Stage warriors fighting. Just the power of the aftermath of the battle was enough to heavily injure him. It might even take his life. Even if Elder Huang could use the power of the Divine Soul to help him defend, this kind of defense would consume a lot of his power of the Divine Soul's energy. It wouldn't be good for his next move. Secondly, the closer he got to the beast egg, the denser the desolate qi became. Chu Zhongtian intended to use the desolate qi to help him break through to the level 10 and help his body reach the level 9. Within Heaven Baron's secret realm, according to Elder Huang, as long as his body reached the level 9, he would be able to unleash all of his strength. In other words, the special environment of the Heaven Baron's secret realm wouldn't have any restrictions on him. It would allow him to unleash the combat strength of a Divine Soul stage to his heart's content. With Elder Huang paying close attention to the battle, Chu Zhongtian did not need to pay attention to the fight between the kings and the Toothed Blood Beast. He could wholeheartedly cultivate and break through. After the mind had calmed down, Chu Zhongtian circulated the cultivation technique of the first level of the Overlord spell and began to absorb the energy of the heavenly desolates around his body. Just as he started to absorb the heavenly desolates, the surrounding rich heavenly desolates rushed into his body like a flood that had just opened a valve. The Overlord spell was indeed very powerful, but he could only use the first level of the technique. Therefore, when faced with the heavenly desolates that were swarming towards him, his body immediately felt the heavy pressure brought by the heavenly desolates. Although the heavy pressure was terrifying, Chu Zhongtian's perseverance was even stronger. Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain caused by the terrifying pressure, he continued to absorb the heavenly desolates. He continued to refine the energy of the heavenly desolates and continued to increase the grade of his body. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, a rumbling sound came from within his body. Chu Zhongtian suddenly felt his body lighten. It was as if he had experienced some sort of baptism, making his senses even clearer. After that, a disgusting stench directly entered his nostrils, causing his stomach to churn. The rumbling sound inside his body and the dirt that appeared on the surface of his body made Chu Zhongtian know that his body had officially broken through to the level 9. The special environment of Heaven Baron's secret realm would no longer restrict him. He got up and took off his blue clothes, then used the vital spirit to remove the dirt on his body. After that, he changed into a brand new blue shirt and a clean place. Chu Zhongtian moved the vital spirit in his dantian between his fingers and quickly formed seals with his fingers. A pillar that could test physical body level was formed. Without any preparation, he punched the pillar with his true hook. The numbers 1 to 10 lit up quickly, and soon the numbers 11 also lit up. The number 11 also lit up very quickly, making him stare at the number 12 on the cylinder. The power that he casually threw out did not disappoint him. The number 12 on the pillar also quickly lit up and then quickly extinguished. Although the time it took for the number 12 to light up was very short, it also proved that not only had his body broken through to the level 9, it had also surpassed the level 9. After waving his hand to disperse the pillar used to test physical body level, Chu Zhongtian sat down with his legs crossed again. He began to use his mind to check the changes in his body after breaking through to the level 9. The meridian and the tiny meridians were even tougher. The speed at which the vital spirit circulated within the meridian had increased by at least 3 times. Not only did it increase the power of the combat technique he used, it also increased the speed at which he used the combat technique. The blood vessels became wider and thicker, making the blood flow faster. Not only could it increase his strength, it could also accelerate the conversion of purple blood. More importantly, the faster his blood flowed, the stronger the function of his heart to produce blood was. This would effectively weaken the side effects brought by the secret technique if he were to use the blood demon great method in the future. The internal organs in his body became stronger, allowing him to withstand more damage without affecting his own strength. Through observing with his mind, Chu Zhongtian found that after breaking through to the level 9, the changes to his body wouldn't be any weaker than the changes caused by breaking through to the main cultivation system, the stage. After sensing the changes brought about by breaking through to the physical body level, Chu Zhongtian decided to cultivate both qi and qi in the future. He would do his best to improve the grade of his body to the same level as the stage. It seemed like it would take more time for him to walk the path of qi dual cultivation. However, Chu Zhongtian didn't think so. Because the stronger you are, the more resources you will fight for. The more resources you have, the faster your cultivation base will improve. This is actually a gradual process. Suppressing the excitement brought by breaking through to the physical body level, Chu Zhongtian began to try circulating the cultivation technique of the second level of the Overlord spell to see if his speculation was correct. When the cultivation technique of the second level of the Overlord spell was successfully circulated, and the speed and capacity of absorbing the heavenly desolate qi, when it was 5 times faster than the cultivation technique of the first level, he knew that his speculation was correct. The cultivation technique of the 10th level of the Overlord spell corresponded to the 10 grades of the fleshly body. If one didn't break through to the physical body level, no matter how hard one tried to cultivate it, they wouldn't be able to cultivate a higher level cultivation technique. Elder Huang, who was paying attention to the battle, had yet to give any warning. This also meant that the battle between the 3 peak of the King Stage experts and the Tooth Blood Beast had yet to end. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian continued circulating the second level of the Overlord spell, continuing to absorb the rich heavenly desolate qi. He continued to push the grade of his body. Chu! The situation isn't looking too good. While Chu Zhongtian was using the Overlord spell's second level cultivation technique to continue his advancement to the physical body level, Elder Huang, who had been paying attention to the battle, spoke with a serious tone. Elder Huang, what's wrong? Chu Zhongtian quickly finished circulating the skill and asked. I never thought that those 3 peak of the King Stage warriors would have a set that can trap people. A formation flag that has reached the 3rd grade peak, using the formation formed by a 3rd grade peak formation flag. The battle between them and the Tooth Blood Beast is a draw. Elder Huang explained in detail what had happened during the battle. Elder Huang, the array flag of a third-grade peak is at most a wild beast used to trap a third-grade peak. Even if the person who used the array flag is a peak of the king stage expert, I'm afraid there's no way to trap the Toothblood beast. After all, the Toothblood beast was once a second-grade peak wild beast. After hearing Elder Huang's introduction, Chu Zhongtian frowned slightly and asked in a puzzled tone, "Chu, after the observation just now, I feel that the Toothblood beast has never used its true strength. Therefore, I suspect that it is worried that using its true strength will affect its chances of advancing to the second-grade peak." Through his observation just now, Elder Huang told him his conjecture. "Elder Huang, if the current situation continues, what will the final result be?" The Toothblood beast hid its strength, unwilling to fight the three-peak of the king stage warriors to the death. This was somewhat out of Chu Zhongtian's expectation. At the same time, it also gave him a vague feeling that something wasn't right. If this continues, the result will be that both sides have consumed too much energy, and then everyone will retreat safely. Based on his own experience and the current situation of the battle, Elder Huang gave his own judgment. "Elder Huang, is the Toothblood beast currently trapped by the formation? And the three-peak of the king stage warriors are controlling the formation flag with all their might. In the end, they retreated safely." This was not the result Chu Zhongtian wanted. Therefore, he decided to add fuel to the fire for the enemies who were fighting. "Within Heaven Baron's secret realm." That's right. As if he had already guessed Chu Zhongtian's thoughts, Elder Huang replied with a trace of nervousness in his excitement. "Since you want to conserve your strength, then don't blame me for forcing you to fight with your life." After saying a few harsh words, Chu Zhongtian stood up and walked straight to the side of the beast egg. "Elder Huang, later I will have to trouble you to use the power of the divine soul to help me increase my escaping speed." Before taking the beast egg away, Chu Zhongtian reminded him in detail. "Chu, don't worry. I know what to do." He signaled Chu Zhongtian to be at ease. At the same time, he transferred the power of the divine soul into his dantian. Elder Huang indicated that he could move now. Because the egg was giving birth to a small life, it was a living creature. No matter if it was the storage ring finger or the storage bag, they could not be put in. Although the isolated space formed by the spirit nest orb in his mind could store living beings, however, the spirit beast inside the isolated space could absorb all the energy contained within it. Chu Zhongtian was worried that after he placed the beast egg into the isolated space, the spirit beast would directly absorb all the energy within the beast egg. At that time, he wouldn't be able to withstand the Toothblood beast that had lost its descendant, and he would go crazy for revenge. 3, 2, 1. His hands were only 10 centimeters away from the beast egg. He silently counted down in his heart. When he finished reciting for a moment, Chu Zhongtian directly picked up the beast egg with both hands. With the help of the power of the divine soul that Elder Huang temporarily injected, it disappeared from where it was like a gust of wind. In the sky above the forest, the Toothblood beast was trapped by the formation. While defending against the attacks of the three King Peak expert, it also took some time to counterattack. With a relaxed expression, it climbed into the formation. As long as these three Peak of the King stage warriors did not disturb the children that were being nurtured, the Toothblood beast would happily practice with these three warriors, and it would bring some fun to his boring life. The three Peak of the King stage warriors who used the formation flags to trap the Toothblood beast also realized the purpose of the Toothblood beast, but they had no other way. Although they also wanted to get rid of the Toothblood beast, and then kill the Chu Zhongtian who had exposed their secret, they couldn't leave until they got rid of the Toothblood beast in front of them. Because as long as they intentionally chased after the direction that Chu Zhongtian had fled in, the Toothblood beast would definitely explode with a powerful force, forcing them to turn around and defend immediately. This would cause them to have no choice but to waste their time with the Toothblood beast. The Toothblood beast, who was crawling in the trap array with a relaxed expression, suddenly sensed something. It crawled up and stood up, looking at the position of its son with an angry expression. When it felt that its child was quickly leaving, the Toothblood beast immediately became angry. It definitely thought that the three peak of the king stage warriors who used the formation to trap it. However, their goal for this operation was to trap him. Then, they would send their men to steal its child. Originally, they wanted to exhaust the other party's strength and force him to obediently retreat. It wanted to trap the three people in front of it. Then, it would teach the three of them a bloody lesson by giving their helpers the chance to steal their children. Woo! The tooth blood beast raised its head and roared. Along with its roar, the originally third-grade peak tooth blood beast's aura quickly broke through to the second grade. As the tooth blood beast's aura broke through to the second grade, the formation, which was originally able to trap it, began to wobble, and cracks began to appear on the array flags used to set up the formation. The three peak of the king stage experts didn't know why the tooth blood beast suddenly became furious, and they didn't know that it had been hiding its true strength all this time. If they had known that the tooth blood beast was a second-grade peak wild beast, even if they were given 100 guts, they wouldn't have dared to fight it, much less use the formation to trap it. Unfortunately, when faced with the furious tooth blood beast, any explanation was useless. They could only withstand the furious tooth blood beast's frenzied attacks. Chu Zhongtian, who was carrying the beast egg and fleeing from the scene, heard a roar coming from behind just as he escaped from the forest. Fortunately, Elder Huang had already expected the furious roar of the tooth blood beast, so he had prepared a defense with the power of the divine soul beforehand so that he would not be affected by the roar. After hearing Elder Huang say that the tooth blood beast had completely fallen into a rage, Chu Zhongtian didn't dare to stay any longer. He used the power of the divine soul that Elder Huang could use to its limit and rushed towards the location of the formation at lightning speed. With the help of the power of the divine soul, he arrived at a place less than 3 miles away from the formation in just a minute. At this place, he could basically see the situation in front of the formation. At this moment, there were a total of 3 people in front of the formation. One of them sat cross-legged in front of the formation, trying to break it open. The other 2 were standing behind him, guarding his safety. Looking at the 3 people standing in front of the formation, Chu Zhongtian, who had planned everything in his mind, reminded Elder Huang. Elder Huang, help me conceal the aura on your body. I will give these 3 a big gift later. No problem. Seeing Chu Zhongtian using borrowed blades to kill his enemies one after another, Elder Huang gradually became excited. He enthusiastically cooperated with every finger of Chu Zhongtian. Elder Huang, how's the battle between the tooth blood beast and the 3 peak of the king stage warriors going? After Elder Huang used the power of the divine soul to completely conceal the aura on his body, Chu Zhongtian found a place where he could hide his body. After he had completely concealed his body, what's the matter? There are 3 peak of the king stage warriors, and one of them has his heart dug out. Only the body of the divine soul was left, and the other had his head crushed. Similarly, only the body of the divine soul was left. The other one's soul was completely destroyed, and he was completely dead. Elder Huang, who had never given up on paying attention to the battle, quickly told Chu Zhongtian the result of the battle. Elder Huang, when those 2 body of the divine soul are killed, tell me immediately. After hearing the result of the battle, Chu Zhongtian was shocked by the terrifying strength of the tooth blood beast, and immediately began to prepare to execute his plan. The first body of the divine soul has been destroyed. Elder Huang, who was staring intently at the battle, constantly reported the result of the battle. When he heard that the first body of the divine soul had been destroyed, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly moved the vital spirit in his dantian into his hands. The second body of the divine soul has also been destroyed. The tooth blood beast is rushing over here. As Elder Huang reminded the battle to end, he poured all of the vital spirit into his hands. He threw the beast egg in his hand towards the 3 men in front of the formation, then hid himself completely. Even his heartbeat temporarily made use of his cultivation base to make it stop beating. Using the throwing force formed by the vital spirit, when the egg was flying at a high speed, it created a very obvious friction sound with the air. This made the King Realm beginner level who was standing in front of the formation, who had been paying attention to the surrounding situation, feel it. When he saw the ball flying towards him, the first reaction of the King Realm beginner level was to reach out and catch the ball. Wait, after catching the ball, he found out that the ball in his hand was actually a beast egg, and it was a beast egg that contained the blood of an emperor-level warrior. A pleasantly surprised smile emerged on the face of the beginner-level King Realm warrior. Within Heaven Baron's secret realm, looking at the beast egg that contained the emperor-level bloodline in his hand, a smile almost blossomed on the face of a King Realm beginner level. Although the beast egg in his hand was the unique descendant of the wild beast in the Heaven Baron's secret realm, after leaving the Heaven Baron's secret realm, there was no doubt that he would die, but he didn't need to bring the beast egg with him and leave the secret realm. He only needed to absorb the wild beast's essence from the beast egg, as well as the essence blood from the emperor-level bloodline. Then, not only would he be able to increase the grade of his body, he would also be able to increase his cultivation base. It would allow him to break through to the King Realm and Intermediate in one go. Just as the King Realm beginner level was happily thinking about the fortune that had descended from the heavens, an imposing aura that shook the entire Heaven Baron's secret realm quickly rushed over. Sensing this powerful imposing aura, the Great Tao beginner level hurriedly raised his head and looked over. After that, along with this powerful aura, an incomparably huge wild beast appeared above him like a bolt of lightning. Chu Zhongtian, who was hiding, also revealed a look of shock when he saw the tooth-blood beast rushing over. When he first saw the tooth-blood beast, he was over 30 meters tall and nearly 60 meters tall. This had already shocked him, but what he didn't expect was, after advancing to the second-grade peak, his body had doubled in size. It had become a huge monster. The King Realm beginner level who was hugging the beast egg looked at the tooth-blood beast that had reached the second grade above his head, and saw it staring at him furiously. No, it wasn't staring at him, it was staring at the beast egg in his arms. The King Realm beginner level knew that he had been set up by someone. This beast egg wasn't a blessing from the heavens. It was deliberately set up by someone who wanted to use the wild beast to get rid of him. Thinking up to here, a King Realm beginner level expert couldn't help but roar towards the sky. Old man Duexin, you will die a horrible death. Borrowing the beast egg to kill someone with a borrowed knife, before the King Realm beginner level died, he directly imagined the target of his suspicion to be his enemy. This made Chu Zhongtian, who was hiding, feel embarrassed. Although he was embarrassed, Chu Zhongtian couldn't stand out and take the initiative to explain. He could only silently mourn for him in his heart. 3 peak of the King Stage warriors from the sect couldn't even last 2 minutes under the furious attack of the Toothblood Beast, let alone the 3 warriors who were from the Rogue Cultivator, whose cultivation bases were even lower. Just 10 seconds later, a King Realm beginner warrior, a Great Tao Peak warrior, and a Great Tao beginner Great Master, the formation, were easily slaughtered by the Toothblood Beast. Putting away the beast egg that fell to the ground, the Toothblood Beast looked around. After it couldn't feel any aura, it once again let out a roar towards the sky, then flew away. Soon, its figure was nowhere to be seen. After Elder Huang used the power of the divine sense to make sure that the Toothblood Beast had completely left, Chu Zhongtian walked out from his hiding place without any hesitation. He ran to the edge of the formation and started collecting the storage ring fingers of the 3 experts who had been killed. Chu, you really want money? But you don't care about your life. Seeing Chu Zhongtian rushing towards the formation, it was actually to collect the storage ring finger from the dead men. Elder Huang was speechless when it came to this act of wanting money but not life. He teased. Elder Huang, could you please use the divine sense to check the 3 dead peak of the King Stage warriors? Do you have the storage ring finger left behind? Chu Zhongtian did not refute Elder Huang's teasing. Instead, he focused his attention on the 3 peak of the King Stage warriors who had just been killed. Regarding this, Elder Huang could no longer be described as speechless. He even felt ashamed to stand together with this man. However, considering the huge consumption of Chu Zhongtian's cultivation process, in the end, he still used the divine sense to check on the spirit beast that needed to feed his appetite. He also enthusiastically used the divine sense to help him bring back the storage ring on the corpses of the 3 peak of the King Stage warriors. Elder Huang, thank you. Seeing the 3 storage ring fingers that Elder Huang took back, Chu Zhongtian was pleasantly surprised and thanked him. The 3 experts who had been killed in front of the formation, although their cultivation base had already reached the Great Tao period, their identity as rogue cultivator had determined the scarcity of their collection. As for the 3 peak of the King Stage experts who were killed just now, one came from the law enforcement peak, which controlled the life and death of countless disciples, and the other came from the technique hall, which controlled the cultivation resources of countless disciples. Their collection was absolutely shocking. As for the peak of the King Stage experts from the Demon Heart sect, the collection of his storage ring would surely be quite amazing. With the wealth of these 6 great Tao period warriors and above, Chu Zhongtian could finally heave a sigh of relief for his upcoming cultivation and the cultivation of the spirit beast in his divine sense. Elder Huang, the battle just now must have attracted the attention of many powerful warriors. Quickly take away the treasure in the formation and we'll leave this place immediately. After heaving a sigh of relief, Chu Zhongtian looked at the formation in front of him and reminded him, Chu, if you want to take away the treasure in the formation, you need to use the strength of a great Tao period. Although I can use the power of the divine soul to temporarily give you the strength of a great Tao period. However, the ability of a great Tao period warrior to control a power of law is not something that a power of the divine soul can achieve. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's warning, Elder Huang didn't immediately break the formation. Instead, he took away the treasures in the formation and explained the difference between the cultivation base and the stage to Chu Zhongtian. Elder Huang, what do you need me to do? Chu Zhongtian was already used to Elder Huang changing the topic for no reason, so he didn't need too much explanation. He only needed to know what he should do. Chu, next, I not only need to inject the power of the divine soul into your dantian, and the soul will temporarily replace your will, and then I will personally take control of your body. Take away the treasure in the formation. Seeing Chu Zhongtian's attitude, Elder Huang thought about it again and again. In the end, he still told Chu Zhongtian his plan in detail. Sure. Without any worries, Chu Zhongtian nodded his head and agreed. In the past, he was worried that Elder Huang's divine sense would temporarily replace him and discover the 2 great secret realm hidden in his body. He had always rejected it instinctively, but now he was not worried about this problem. Firstly, the duplicating and paste program was his will. As long as Elder Huang did not use the divine sense to search his memory, it was absolutely impossible for him to discover the duplicating and paste program. Secondly, when he broke through to the peak essence gathering stage, his consciousness had finally come into contact with the power of the space law. After his consciousness came into contact with the power of the space law had already begun to fuse with his consciousness. In other words, as long as the power of the space law did not leave his dantian, as long as he did not erupt with the power of the space law's power, no one would be able to discover the existence of the power of the space law, even if it was a titled supreme level powerhouse. It was precisely because of these 2 worries that Chu Zhongtian agreed so readily. Within Heaven Baron's secret realm, Elder Huang was deeply moved when he saw Chu Zhongtian approaching him without any hesitation. After deciding to obtain the treasure, he would first help Chu Zhongtian break through to the divine soul stage. After that, he would use the treasure to help him recover the power of the divine soul. Chu, next, let your emotions relax completely. Don't even try to resist my will. Only in this way can my body of the divine soul temporarily replace your consciousness. Successfully control this body. Since Chu Zhongtian had agreed without hesitation, Elder Huang did not hesitate any longer. He directly instructed Chu Zhongtian to take note of something. When Chu Zhongtian had completely relaxed and his mind was in a state of laziness, Elder Huang's body of the divine soul entered the deepest part of Chu Zhongtian's sea of consciousness, which was the core that could truly control his body. When Elder Huang's body of the divine soul completely merged with the deepest part of Elder Huang's sea of consciousness, a feeling of emptiness, helplessness, and fear struck him. This feeling made Chu Zhongtian instinctively want to resist, but when he thought of Elder Huang's warning when he entered the deepest part of his sea of consciousness, he could only bear with it and allow his body to be controlled by Elder Huang. When Elder Huang's body of the divine soul completely controlled his body, that feeling of emptiness, helplessness, and fear seemed to be magnified countless times, making him gradually lose control of his instincts and want to regain control of his body. Fortunately, Elder Huang, who temporarily controlled his body, quickly comforted him. Chu, in at most 10 seconds, your mind will be able to control your body again. After stretching his body, Elder Huang did not have the time to feel the feeling of regaining control of his body. While comforting Chu Zhongtian, he made the best use of his time to break open the formation. Forcibly controlling his consciousness, he didn't let his imagination run wild. Instead, he silently counted, using this to transfer the emptiness, helplessness, and fear in his consciousness. Unfortunately, the effect of this method of diverting one's attention was not obvious. It only calmed his consciousness for less than 5 seconds. The feeling of emptiness, helplessness, and fear struck him again. Fortunately, Elder Huang's speed of retrieving the treasure was very fast. The original plan was to take 10 seconds. It only took him 6 seconds to successfully retrieve the treasure in the formation. At the same time, the power of the divine soul left the depths of his sea of consciousness and handed over the control of his body to Chu Zhongtian. After his consciousness controlled his body once again, the feeling of emptiness, helplessness, and fear vanished in an instant. At the same time, he felt that the depths of his sea of consciousness had been expanded by countless times. It was as if his consciousness had moved from a small room to a large room. The mind felt relaxed. Chu, hurry up and use the power of the divine soul I left in your dantian. Hurry up and leave in the northeast direction. After Chu Zhongtian regained control of his body, he returned to Elder Huang, who was at the edge of his sea of consciousness. He urged with an urgent tone. He didn't ask any more questions for the time being. Chu Zhongtian immediately activated the remaining power of the divine soul in his dantian, and with a speed that was dozens of times faster than the profound grade low-rank movement technique, he quickly headed northeast. Less than 100 miles after he left the formation, he suddenly heard a roar that was dozens of times louder and louder than a deafening sound coming from behind him. At the same time, accompanied by a violent roar, the ground beneath his feet started shaking. According to the direction and distance of the sound coming from behind him, Chu Zhongtian knew that something had happened. It was the formation Elder Huang used to trap the treasure, so he subconsciously slowed down and turned his head to look. Chu, don't worry about slowing down. Try your best to leave this place. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian's speed was gradually slowing down, Elder Huang, who had been using the divine sense to observe the explosion behind him, urged him urgently. Elder Huang's urgent voice let Chu Zhongtian know that the explosion just now was still very threatening, so he urged all the power of the divine soul in the dantian to increase his speed once again. This time he had escaped several thousand miles. The remaining power of the divine soul in the dantian had been completely used up. Only then did Elder Huang in his mind let him slow down. Chu, we can find a place to rest for now. After hearing Elder Huang's instructions, Chu Zhongtian finally let out a sigh of relief. Then, with normal walking speed, he arrived at a slightly protruding hill. He sat down with his legs crossed and waited for Elder Huang's explanation. When I was setting up the level 5 confinement array, I considered the preciousness and importance of that treasure. Therefore, I added a similar grade of self-destruction formation in the level 5 entrapment formation. This is to ensure that after I take the treasure away, I will be able to remove any traces of the treasure. AI. After explaining to this point, Elder Huang couldn't help but sigh. Then he continued, what I didn't expect was that after 1,000,000 years of operation, however, because of the massive amount of desolate chi absorbed by the level 5 self-destruction formation, there wasn't any change in the predicament of level 5. As a result, the grade of the formation was raised to 3rd grade peak, causing its power to increase by more than 1,000 times. After hearing Elder Huang's explanation, Chu Zhongtian finally understood why Elder Huang wanted him to leave the scene as soon as possible. The self-destruction of a 3rd grade peak formation was equivalent to the self-destruction of a peak of the King Stage Warrior. With the destructive force of the explosion, perhaps even a Royal Stage Peak Warrior would be killed. Elder Huang, did you obtain the treasure? It turned out that there was a problem with the formation self-destructing. Elder Huang explained. The doubts in Chu Zhongtian's heart dissipated, and his attention was focused on Elder Huang's meticulous plan. It was also the treasure that he wanted to obtain. Chu, wait a moment. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian had finally paid attention to the treasure, Elder Huang indicated for him to wait for a while. He then used the divine sense to check the situation within a 100-mile radius. After ensuring that it was safe, only then did he take out the treasure that had merged with the body of the divine soul. When the treasure was floating in front of him, Chu Zhongtian carefully observed the shape of the treasure. However, he discovered that this treasure was very similar to the gourd that he had planted in his hometown's courtyard before he transmigrated. Elder Huang, what is the origin of this treasure? Not only did it look like a gourd, but the entire treasure didn't have any light or treasure aura. This made Chu Zhongtian really unable to understand the grade of this treasure and its function. Chu, your current cultivation base is at the peak essence gathering stage, and you're not far from breaking through to the divine soul stage. There are some things that you can understand in advance. Putting away the gourd that was floating in front of Chu Zhongtian, Elder Huang said in a serious tone. Chu, how much do you know about the classification of weapons? Elder Huang asked. Elder Huang, according to my understanding, the grade of a weapon matches a martial artist's stage. A Qi refining stage warrior uses a 10 times refined weapon, and a body refining stage warrior uses a 100 refined weapon. A Qi transforming period stage warrior uses a low-grade spirit weapon, and an essence gathering stage warrior uses a mid-level spirit weapon. A divine soul period stage warrior used a top-grade spirit weapon, and a longevity period stage warrior used a supreme-grade spirit weapon. Within Heaven Baron's secret realm, Elder Huang planned to introduce some of the secrets that were restricted by the stage, which made it difficult for him to understand them in advance. This made Chu Zhongtian very excited. This was what he had been looking forward to for a long time. Therefore, he tried his best to get as much information as possible from Elder Huang's questions. He told him everything he knew. When a martial artist breaks through to the Great Tao period and controls the laws of the world, a top-grade spirit weapon has a very high chance of breaking through to the true treasure realm. Therefore, a Great Tao period stage warrior uses a low-grade true treasure while a King Realm warrior uses a mid-level true treasure. Emperor Realm warriors use top-grade true treasures, while Supreme-level expert uses Supreme-grade true treasures. As for titled Supreme-level warriors, I'm not too sure, but according to some clues, the weapons used by these stage warriors seem to be saint weapons. Chu, you are able to understand so many secrets with your essence gathering stage cultivation base. The existence of true treasures and holy weapons is enough to show that I have been sleeping for a long time. You must have your own destiny again. Seeing Chu Zhongtian use weapons of different grades against different stage martial artists, Elder Huang knew the details of the weapon. After that, he began to reveal secrets that Chu Zhongtian did not know about. Chu, in fact, the weapons used by titled Supreme-level warriors are also top-grade true treasures. Only a small number of titled Supreme-level warriors have the chance to own saint artifacts. A saint artifact is different from a true artifact or spirit weapon. Although a saint artifact is also a top-grade true treasure, the process of a saint artifact's advancement not only requires countless lucky chances, but also tens of thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. So, other than those titled Supreme-level warriors from the top forces, the weapons used by ordinary forces and the titled Supreme-level warriors in the Rogue Cultivator are basically top-grade true treasures. Elder Huang, if we follow what you said just now, then there must be a saint artifact among the 9 major powers of Southern Domain. After all, the inheritance of the 9 major powers is over 100,000 years old. After listening to Elder Huang's explanation about the holy weapon, Chu Zhongtian immediately thought of the 9 major powers that ruled Southern Domain. Among the 9 major powers, the 5 families that had the shortest inheritance had over 100,000 years of inheritance. If they were to cultivate supreme-grade true treasures for such a long period of time, 1 or 2 supreme-grade true treasures would surely advance to saint grade. Chu, I don't know if the other 8 major powers have any saint artifacts. But your floating cloud sect has 100% of saint artifacts, and there are more than 1 or 2 of them. Thinking about the time when they left Chu Zhongtian's Sea of Consciousness and talked to Zhao Enjuan, the few auras that were comparable to titled Supreme level in the depths of the floating cloud sect made Elder Huang feel a trace of fear and surprise towards the hidden forces of the floating cloud sect. Before his physical body was damaged, Elder Huang's family was still a third-grade family. Their strength wasn't much weaker than the 3 major sects in Southern Domain, but the holy weapon that Huang family possessed. One of them was because he had borrowed the power of the Formation Master. He had obtained one from the cavern, which was left behind by a titled Supreme Level. That was why he was shocked by the fact that the Floating Cloud sect had more than one saint artifact. It's about the same as what I guessed. Chu Zhongtian's reaction was very calm when he heard the shock in Elder Huang's voice. As the sect that had the longest inheritance in Southern Domain and had ruled Southern Domain for a long period of time, it was normal for Floating Cloud sect to have several holy weapons. As for Chu Zhongtian's indifferent reaction, Elder Huang didn't refute it, nor did he explain anything, because he knew that Chu Zhongtian didn't understand what a saint weapon represented, nor did he know how difficult it was to advance a saint weapon. Chu, whether it is a spirit weapon, a true treasure, or a saint artifact, they have all been artificially refined, and they have also coincidentally advanced. In terms of quality, they belong to Hotian's spiritual treasure. And in this world, there is a group of extremely rare items that are nurtured by the natural laws of the world. These items are called Xiantian spiritual treasure. Hotian spiritual treasure. Xiantian spiritual treasure. When Chu Zhongtian heard Elder Huang say some secrets that he had never heard of, he was shocked at the same time. He couldn't help but think back to the classic literature he had read before his transmigration, The Investiture of the Gods. In this literary work, there had been a very detailed explanation of Hotian spiritual treasure and Xiantian spiritual treasure. There was actually the existence and difference between Hotian spiritual treasure and Xiantian spiritual treasure in Eternal Continent. Could it be that Eternal Continent and Earth were in the same galaxy? Thinking of the speculation just now, an uncontrollable joy rose in Chu Zhongtian's heart. The goal he set for himself was to break through to the supreme level in 30 years, grasp the ability to tear apart the void, and travel proudly in the galaxy. Finally, he hoped to return to the Earth and visit his parents. However, in 30 years' time, there was a possibility of him breaking through to the _____, but the chance of him returning to Earth was very slim. Before transmigrating, as a young man of the 21st century, Chu Zhongtian had some knowledge about the galaxy. He knew that there were countless galaxies in the endless void, and the distance between each galaxy could reach billions, or even tens of billions of light years. Crossing a galaxy might take thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, even if he broke through to the supreme level within 30 years and grasped the ability to tear apart the void and travel proudly in the galaxy, he didn't have much confidence in returning to Earth. The reason why he made a goal for himself was that he hoped that he wouldn't forget his roots, and that his longing wouldn't become his greatest inner demon. Now, with the same name as the weapon, Chu Zhongtian believed that the Eternal Continent and the Earth were likely to be in the same galaxy. Therefore, the hope of him returning to the Earth had increased a lot. Feeling Chu Zhongtian's excitement, Elder Huang mistakenly thought that it was because he suddenly heard about the secrets of the Hotian spiritual treasure and the Xiantian spiritual treasure. He felt excited in his heart, so he continued to explain without any doubt. The Xiantian spiritual treasure is different from the Hotian spiritual treasure. As the Hotian spiritual treasure is artificially refined, it is affected by the cultivation and consciousness of the person who refined it, causing the Hotian spiritual treasure to have a huge limitation in some areas of supplementary cultivation. But the Xiantian spiritual treasure is different, because the Xiantian magic treasure is still born from the natural laws of the heaven and earth. The interior of the spiritual treasure contained clear force of rule, so the Xiantian spiritual treasure had the first auxiliary function. It can help a peak of the longevity period warrior understand and master the power of law. Chu, in the era when my body was still intact, there was a popular saying in the cultivation world. Those who obtain the spiritual treasure will become great Tao period warriors. Those who obtain a Xiantian spiritual treasure will be at the great Tao period. As he repeated Elder Huang's popular words, Chu Zhongtian carefully pondered the meaning of those words, and his originally excited mood became even stronger. For the stage that was below the Great Tao period, as long as one had a superior innate talent, a certain amount of cultivation talent, and sufficient cultivation resources, it wouldn't be difficult for one to break through to the next realm after gaining a deeper understanding of the stage. However, a stage above the Great Tao period not only required the above conditions, but also a very deep understanding of the force of heaven and earth, as well as a heaven-defying opportunity. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for one to break through to the Great Tao period. Within Heaven Baron's secret realm, with the Xiantian spiritual treasure, there was hope for him to break through to the Great Tao period. After hearing the first function of the spiritual treasure, how could Chu Zhongtian not be excited? Unfortunately, just as he was fantasizing about using the Xiantian treasure in Elder Huang's hands to smoothly break through to the Great Tao period, Elder Huang poured a bucket of cold water on his head. Chu, although the treasure I just obtained is indeed a Xiantian spiritual treasure, I have to tell you with regret that the power of law contained in the spiritual treasure can't help you break through to the Great Tao period. Why? The hope that had just risen in his heart was extinguished by half by Elder Huang's bucket of cold water. But he still asked with a hint of fantasy. Because in his opinion, this was very likely because Elder Huang felt sorry for the preciousness of the Xiantian spiritual treasure. He wasn't willing to let him use the Xiantian spiritual treasure to break through to the Great Tao period. If this was the case, he had a way to make Elder Huang finally be willing to hand over the innate spiritual treasure in his hand. Chu, according to the spirit blade you're using right now, the martial skill you're good at using, after mastering 2 types of secret technique, there is no doubt that the power of law is suitable for you. It's still the power of law of destruction. As for the Xiantian spiritual treasure that possessed the power of law of destruction, they were basically extremely aggressive. A very rare number of offensive Xiantian spiritual treasure. Elder Huang used reality to break through the tiny bit of fantasy that he still had in his mind. Chu, in the era where my body was still intact as a supreme-level warrior, I have only seen 3 innate spiritual treasure, and all 3 of them are supplementary spiritual treasure. That's why, if you want to use the Xiantian spiritual treasure to break through to the Great Tao period, you better put it out now because this idea is unrealistic and impossible. If that's the case, then forget it. Elder Huang used the naked reality to break through the last bit of his fantasy. It only made Chu Zhongtian feel lost for less than a minute before his emotions returned to normal. Although he didn't have the help of the Xiantian spiritual treasure to break through to the Great Tao period, his Dantian still contained a myriad of techniques. In the middle, the second-ranked law of space. As long as he reached the peak of the longevity period, he would be able to try and control the power of the space law. He could use the power of the space law to break through to the Great Tao period. If he used the power of the space law to break through to the Great Tao period, he would still have the strength to surpass a few minor stage warriors. Elder Huang, let's not talk about the law for now. What kind of help will this innate spiritual treasure of yours provide to me? After calming himself down, Chu Zhongtian shifted his attention to the treasure that Elder Huang had just obtained. He needed to know if the innate spiritual treasure that Elder Huang had spent so much effort to obtain could enhance his own strength and speed of cultivation. Chu, the spiritual treasure that I just obtained is called the Soul Calming Gourd. It is a power of the divine soul that can be condensed by absorbing the scattered soul energy from the heaven and earth. It has the effect of increasing one's cultivation quickly for those at the divine soul period stage and above. Elder Huang did not hide the specific effect of the Xiantian spiritual treasure that he had just obtained. At the same time, he made arrangements for the next usage of the Soul Calming Gourd. Chu, the Soul Calming Gourd can only increase the cultivation of divine soul stage and above. Therefore, for the next period of time, I will use the special energy within the Soul Calming Gourd to help you condense your thoughts. I will try to advance my mind to the divine sense as soon as possible. At that time, with the pure energy provided by the supplementary spirit beast, breaking through to the divine soul stage will be a piece of cake. Thank you, Elder Huang. When Chu Zhongtian heard that Elder Huang first used the innate spiritual treasure soul stabilizing gourd to help him improve his cultivation base, instead of rushing to recover his damaged divine soul, he felt touched in his heart. His tone of thanks was very sincere. Chu, helping you improve your strength is equivalent to helping me recover my physical body a day earlier. There's nothing between us that I don't have to thank you for. Elder Huang accepted Chu Zhongtian's sincere gratitude without any hesitation. He also indicated that Chu Zhongtian should not take it to heart. Elder Huang, since your wish has been fulfilled, can I trouble you to help me find a place with rich natural energy? I want to use the remaining 20 days to break through to the level 8. Using the soul calming gourd to condense his mind, Elder Huang only needed to help him at any time. He didn't need to do it himself, so he had nothing to do for the time being. He planned to make the best use of his time to cultivate and strive to increase the grade of his physical body before the end of the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm. Chu, there's no rush. Elder Huang did not immediately agree to Chu Zhongtian's request. Instead, he indicated that he did not need to be anxious. Then, he dispersed the power of the divine sense and checked the situation within a few thousand miles. Finally, the divine sense fixed its gaze on a valley 1,000 miles away. Chu, unleash the movement technique with all your might. Then we'll go to this place. Through the divine sense, Elder Huang had found the location and pointed out the direction. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian did not refute, nor did he refuse, because he knew that Elder Huang must have his own intentions for doing so. He only needed to listen to him. The distance of more than 1,000 miles was not too far for Chu Zhongtian, who was using the profound grade low-rank movement technique with all his strength. 10 minutes later, he appeared in front of the valley that Elder Huang had pointed out. The valley in front of him wasn't much different from the ones he had seen outside the secret realm. If there was anything different about it, it would be the entrance of the valley. There was a giant stele that was about 100 meters tall and 40 meters wide erected in front of him. The giant stele erected in front of the mountain was very similar to the one before the opening of the secret realm. The 17 supreme level expert used to open the key to the secret realm. Chu, you must be careful after entering the valley. This is because other than the countless wild beasts in the valley, there are also warriors entering the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm. Elder Huang reminded Chu Zhongtian when he saw that Chu Zhongtian was about to enter the valley. Got it. Chu Zhongtian responded and took out his natal spirit blade. He activated the vital spirit in his dantian to stimulate the strength of his level 9 body and walked into the valley step by step. Standing outside the valley, he didn't feel much. However, when he entered the valley, he was surprised to find that the concentration in the valley was at least 10 times stronger than the concentration outside the valley. Furthermore, the deeper he went, the thicker the concentration became. Elder Huang, you won't let me enter this valley for no reason. Shouldn't you reveal some information now? Sensing the increasingly dense qi of the heavenly desolates, Chu Zhongtian suspected that there might be some precious treasure hidden in the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm. Therefore, he wanted to know what kind of treasure it was from Elder Huang in advance, whether it was worth the risk or not. This was because the dense qi of heavenly desolates not only contained shocking treasures, but also wild beasts of level 7 and above. Chu, don't ask any more questions for now. You just need to go deeper. Without answering Chu Zhongtian's question, Elder Huang indicated for him to continue moving forward. Regarding this, although Chu Zhongtian felt very helpless, he had no other choice. He could only hold his saber and continue going deeper into the valley. Heaven-Barren Secret Realm. In the valley, Chu Zhongtian had no choice but to stop when he was only 1,000 meters deep into the valley, because right in front of him, there was a wild beast that was about 5 meters tall and 10 meters long. It had the bloodline of a divine dragon, and it blocked his path. After carefully sensing the aura that was emitting from the earth-shifting dragon, Chu Zhongtian realized that the earth-shifting dragon in front of him should be at the level 8 peak. It was equivalent to a human warrior at the peak of the Qi transforming period, but considering the unique environment of the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm, the strength of the wild beast was far stronger than that of the strange beasts outside the secret realm. In other words, the true strength of this earth-shifting dragon wild beast was at least an advanced essence-gathering stage warrior. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian didn't let his guard down. With the combination of the basic saber technique and the vital spirit and his physical strength, with the speed of the profound grade low-rank movement technique, he directly attacked the vital point of the earth-shifting dragon, the throat under its neck. Ding! Although the earth-shifting dragon was very powerful, its huge body limited its speed. making it unable to dodge Chu Zhongtian's fatal strike. Unfortunately, the natal spirit blade contained the power of the vital spirit and its physical body. Although it had successfully slashed at the weak point of the earth-shifting dragon, its defense was at least at the level 8 peak. This strike only caused the earth-shifting dragon to suffer a certain amount of damage, but it didn't kill it with a single strike. The injured earth-shifting dragon seemed to have its bestial nature stimulated. It ignored the injuries on its body and attacked Chu Zhongtian with all its might, as if it was going to die together with him. After the attack failed, Chu Zhongtian's expression and emotions didn't change at all. He continued to use the basic saber technique, and continued to attack the vital points on the earth-shifting dragon's neck with the help of the vital spirit and the power of his fleshly body. If one time was not enough, then it would be the second time. If 2 times was not enough, then it would be 3 times. With the speed of a profound grade low rank, Chu Zhongtian attacked 5 times. Each attack was aimed at the same spot, and in the end, it broke through the earth-shifting dragon's powerful defense. The power of the vital spirit and its body had completely destroyed the earth-shifting dragon's life force. It caused its massive body to fall to the ground with a loud bang. Although he had attacked continuously 5 times just now, using the vital spirit and the strength of his body wasn't much, so he didn't consume too much energy. He used the natal spirit blade to take out a beast core the size of a baby's fist. After putting away the beast core, he continued to venture deeper into the valley. Perhaps it was because the desolate qi in the valley was too dense that there were a lot of wild beasts in the valley. Every 1,000 meters, he would encounter 1 or 2 different grades of wild beast. Fortunately, most of the wild beasts he encountered at this time were below the level 7. With Chu Zhongtian not being restricted by the Heaven Baron's secret realm, he was able to unleash the combat strength of a first-level divine soul stage. The wild beast that appeared didn't affect his pace at all. However, after entering the valley for nearly 10 miles, Chu Zhongtian had no choice but to stop together. He immediately used the power of the divine soul that Elder Huang injected into him in time, and turned his body sideways to escape to the other side of the valley. Because before he turned around to escape, he met Xian Huang, who was not a high-grade wild beast, but someone from the Demon Heart sect who had a grudge with him. If Xian Huang was alone, with his 7th layer of the Qi refining period peak cultivation base, Chu Zhongtian would unconcernedly cut off his head, removing all the hidden dangers. However, he was followed by a peerless peak of the divine soul period expert, which forced him to avoid them temporarily. Elder Huang. I don't quite understand. Elder Huang injected the power of the divine soul into Chu Zhongtian, allowing him to unleash the speed of a great Tao period warrior. Furthermore, using the deterrence of a few grades of 6th grade wild beast, it allowed him to escape from the hunt of a peerless divine soul stage warrior from the Demon Heart sect. Hiding on a big tree with lush branches and leaves, Chu Zhongtian calmed his nervous mood and asked Elder Huang for confirmation, not understanding what was going on. Chu, what is there that you don't understand? After obtaining the innate spiritual treasure soul stabilizing gourd, Elder Huang did not need to worry about the consumption of the mind's soul power. Therefore, he did not care about Chu Zhongtian borrowing the power of the divine soul from time to time. Regarding Chu Zhongtian's problem, as long as it didn't lead to any major secrets, he would try his best to tell him. If I follow the requirements of the Floating Cloud sect for the disciples of Heaven Baron Secret Realm, I will use the time when the secret realm will open. Disciples below the Essence Gathering stage should have left the Heaven Baron Secret Realm long ago. So why did the sisters of the Yen family, Qi Transforming Period stage, leave? Xian Huang of the Demon Heart sect is still able to stay in the Heaven Baron Secret Realm. Chu Zhongtian asked, puzzled. When the sect sent the token to the Heaven Baron Secret Realm, he had specifically asked Zhao Enjuan about it. Later, when he was a guest in Sect Lord Peak, he had also asked Tianjun about the token. Both of them had the same explanation, the token mark that entered the Heaven Baron Secret Realm. It was decided based on the results of the sect's competition. Then, why didn't the disciples of the other major powers have to abide by this limitation? Chu, I'm not a disciple of the Southern Domain, nor am I a senior of the 9 major powers. I don't know about your problem, but according to my physical condition before I was injured, it seems like other than chi refining stage and body refining stage disciples. My family has made preparations to participate in the Heaven Baron's secret realm. There was a time limit for those who were above the chi transforming period. You can stay for a month. Although Elder Huang didn't know the exact reason for Chu Zhongtian's problem, based on the information he had before his body was injured, he could guess that there might be a very serious problem in Floating Cloud sect. Chu, he can make disciples below the essence gathering stage stay in the secret realm for a long period of time. It's very simple. We only need to consume a few more Heavenly Baron Stone to make defensive token. Judging from what your sect is doing right now, perhaps there is a shortage of Heavenly Baron Stone in your sect. It's not enough to refine enough token for all disciples to stay in the secret realm. The law enforcement peak ignored the life and death of the disciples, and the merit palace that ignored the cultivation of the disciples. It was normal for the number 1 sect of the 3 great sects, the Floating Cloud sect, to have a shortage of Heavenly Baron Stone. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian felt that Elder Huang's guess was basically close to the truth. The truth was the truth. The Qi transforming period disciples of the other 8 major powers were still staying in Heaven Baron's secret realm. To Chu Zhongtian, this wasn't good news. This was because he had a grudge with the Qi transforming period disciples of many major powers. Under the provocation of these disciples, I'm afraid the powerful men of their forces will kill themselves in passing. Elder Huang, I'll have to trouble you to use the power of the divine sense to keep an eye on the situation around me, in case my enemies appear, or the wild beast that is above the level 7. Chu, don't worry. I won't make any more mistakes. Xian Huang had been paying attention to the wild beast that was above the level 7, but he didn't notice Xian Huang and the others who were resting at the side. This had almost caused Chu Zhongtian to be in danger. This was the key to his recovery in the future. He absolutely couldn't allow any more danger to befall Chu Zhongtian. After making a decision in his heart, Elder Huang first used the divine senses power to determine the direction. After confirming the route, Chu Zhongtian hid in the territory of the wild beast above the level 7. At the same time, in order to guard against his own kind, he continued to venture deeper into the valley. Heaven Baron's secret realm. In the valley, the deeper they went into the valley, the denser the desolate chi became, and the grade of the wild beast became higher and higher. Along the way into the valley, Chu Zhongtian basically did not have any suitable wild beast to use. Therefore, during the following journey, his speed increased by quite a bit. 6th grade Desolate Spirit Fruit Red Heart Fruit. While dodging a peak level 5 wild beast, Elder Huang was withdrawing the divine sense. He was surprised to find a 6th grade spirit tree beside the wild beast. And on the branch of the 6th grade spirit tree, there were 9 deep purple fruits hanging. Chu, there's no hurry to leave for now. Elder Huang called out to Chu Zhongtian, who was preparing to avoid the peak level 5 wild beast and continue going deeper into the valley. Elder Huang motioned for him to stop temporarily. Elder Huang, what happened? Chu Zhongtian asked, puzzled. Just now, Elder Huang had clearly reminded them that there was a peak level 5 warrior in front of them, and the stage was equivalent to a human warrior who could only reach the peak at the longevity period. The true strength of the wild beast was probably at the half-step Great Tao period. In the face of such a stage wild beast, the first choice would be to leave immediately. How could he dare to stay for too long? Chu, the opportunity for your body to break through to the level 8 has arrived. The divine sense observed it 3 times, and finally confirmed the spirit tree beside the peak level 5 wild beast. It was the red heart fruit of the 6th grade spirit tree, and the 9 red fruits were also at the stage of maturity. Elder Huang sincerely said on Chu Zhongtian's behalf. Elder Huang, could it be that there is a top treasure here that can help you break through to the physical body level? Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but ask excitedly when he heard that Elder Huang had the opportunity to break through to the level 8 with his body. As the stage became stronger, the speed of his cultivation became slower and slower. His body also had the same limitation, and the limitation of his body's advancement was far greater than the stage. Although he had planned to use more than 20 days at the beginning, using the rich heavenly desolate chi in the secret realm, he would be able to raise the grade of his physical body to the level 8. However, He knew very well in his heart that simply absorbing the heavenly desolate chi would increase the grade of his body. Not to mention 20 days, even 2 months would be hard for him to do so. That was why he was so excited after hearing the news about Elder Huang. That's right. There's a 6th grade spirit tree red heart fruit next to the wild beast. The red heart fruit is a spirit fruit that can be used to improve the physical body level and purify blood. As long as you consume 1 red heart fruit, breaking through to the level 8 will be a piece of cake for you. Elder Huang explained with envy. If he had the desolate chi that was suitable for breaking through to the physical body level when he was cultivating the first few levels of the Overlord spell, he would be able to obtain the spirit fruit that could help him break through to the weapon grade. However, it was impossible for his physical body level to stop at the level 5. He would at least reach the 3rd grade. If his physical body reached the 3rd grade, then his physical body wouldn't break because he couldn't withstand the power of the attack. Red heart fruit. Beside the 6th grade wild beast. When Chu Zhongtian heard that the 6th grade spirit fruit, which could help him break through to the physical body level, was beside the wild beast, he furrowed his brows. Although Elder Huang could use the power of the divine soul to help him conceal his aura, the location of the red heart fruit was too special. It was very difficult for him to take away a 6th grade spirit fruit from under the wild beast's nose. Chu, there is still some time before the Heaven Baron's secret realm closes. We can stay by the side for the time being. I don't believe that wild beast will always be guarding the side of the spirit tree. Seeing Chu Zhongtian frown, Elder Huang also had no choice. In order not to be discovered by the rules of the secret realm, he couldn't use his strength that was above the Great Tao period, and thus, he couldn't deal with the half-step Great Tao period wild beast in front of him. Helpless, he could only rely on luck. Covering up his aura required constant consumption of power of the divine soul. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian chose a safe distance away from the peak level 5 wild beast to hide. While circulating the Overlord spell mental cultivation method, he continued to absorb the energy of the heavenly desolates. Increasing the grade of his physical body, Elder Huang quietly waited for the divine sense to monitor the wild beast. He was looking forward to the good news of bringing the wild beast away. The cultivation technique of the 2nd level of the Overlord spell had just begun circulating, and the energy of the heavenly desolates had just entered his body. Before he could refine it, Elder Huang suddenly reminded him in his mind, Chu, there is a peak of the Great Tao period swordsman and a 7th layer of the Qi refining period peak warrior. They are quietly approaching the level 5 wild beast. Elder Huang, is that 7th layer of the Qi refining period peak expert about 20 years old? He has a handsome face, and behind his right ear is a soybean-sized mole. He heard Elder Huang mention a sword-wielding warrior and a 7th layer of the Qi refining period peak junior. Lin Aochuan from the Hua Mountain Sword Sect immediately appeared in Chu Zhongtian's mind. That's right. That 7th layer of the Qi refining period peak brat does have a soybean-sized mole on the back of his right ear. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's question, Elder Huang immediately used the divine sense to carefully observe the young disciple. He had indeed discovered the special condition behind his ear. Elder Huang, if you still remember him, that 7th layer of the Qi refining period peak young man, you should still remember him. After getting confirmation from Elder Huang, Chu Zhongtian had basically decided who the person who approached the peak level 5 wild beast was. At the same time, he was also reminding Elder Huang about the conflict between him and this person. Is that so? He had seen this young man who was only a 7th layer of the Qi refining period peak before. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's reminder, Elder Huang frowned and began to recall. In the cavern that is suspected to be left behind by a peerless expert, the token that controls the formation of the cavern will shock everyone. Chu Zhongtian knew that for supreme-level experts like Elder Huang and Zhao Enjuan, some of them had low cultivation bases. Those with ordinary aptitudes would not pay much attention to them, so he had to give them a special reminder. Oh, I remember now. After Chu Zhongtian's reminder, Elder Huang finally remembered who this person was. Then he changed his tone and said, Chu, according to my experience in observing people, that kid is a narrow-minded person. A petty person who seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. I'm sure he will hold a grudge for what happened that day. So you have to be careful. Elder Huang, I know what to do. Before the Heaven-Barren secret realm opened, with all the experts of Floating Cloud sect present, Lin Aochuan had dared to provoke those experts who had tried to kill him. He wanted to cause trouble for himself. If he was discovered by ____ now, he would definitely not let go of the chance to kill him. However, since they had already formed a deep grudge, it was only natural that he would use the peak level 5 wild beast to scam them. Elder Huang, help me conceal the aura on my body. I'm prepared to give Lin Aochuan a big gift. Chu Zhongtian stood up and asked Elder Huang. Chu, I found that you really have a stomach full of bad water. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's request, Elder Huang thought for a moment and knew what he was thinking. He was very impressed by Chu Zhongtian's ability to kill with someone else's hands. Chu Zhongtian did not care about Elder Huang's feelings. After he identified the direction, he quietly approached where the wild beast was. Heaven-Barren secret realm. In the valley. Wait, when he was about 1,000 meters away from the wild beast, not only did Chu Zhongtian see the peak level 5 wild beast clearly, he also saw the 6th grade spirit tree beside the wild beast that had 9 deep purple spirit fruit. At the same time, he also saw Lin Aochuan, who was less than 100 meters away from him, as well as expert of the Great Tao period peak who had a killing intent towards him before the opening of the Heaven-Barren secret realm. He carefully hid his body to avoid being discovered by the powerful experts in front of him. Chu Zhongtian first carefully observed the wild beast. As the wild beast was crawling on the ground, it was impossible to accurately determine its height. However, the length of its head and tail was less than 2 meters, which was enough to say that it was not very big. Chu Zhongtian slightly tilted his body, and when he saw the true appearance of the wild beast, a shocked expression appeared on Chu Zhongtian's face. This was because the wild beast in front of him was not too big. Its shape and appearance were very similar to the mutt he had raised in his hometown before he transmigrated. Elder Huang, what is the origin of this wild beast? After calming his shocked emotions, Chu Zhongtian asked Elder Huang, who had a lot of experience and knowledge, for confirmation. Chu, from the beginning, I only used the divine sense to roughly observe the grade of the wild beast. I didn't notice its true appearance, so I didn't find anything special about it. Following Chu Zhongtian's line of sight, Elder Huang also saw the appearance of the wild beast. But it was precisely because of the wild beast's appearance that Elder Huang said in shock, I never thought that the divine beast that has disappeared for tens of millions of years would actually appear in the Heaven-Barren secret realm. Divine beast. The dog-like wild beast in front of him had actually been called a divine beast by Elder Huang. Chu Zhongtian also asked in shock. That's right. After calming down a little, Elder Huang organized his words and introduced the underscore in detail. Chu, this wild beast in front of you is called the sky-devouring beast. It is the descendant of the god-devouring beast that lives by devouring the void. Its fame during the ancient era has far surpassed the so-called 4 great god beasts. God-devouring beast. As he listened to Elder Huang introducing the origin of the wild beast, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly moved the memories in his mind and searched for information about the god-devouring beast. But in the end, he found nothing. Chu, the god-devouring beast, is a very special kind of god beast. When it was born, it was an ordinary beast with no rank, just like a dog that was raised by an ordinary family. However, if it is lucky enough to activate the bloodline of the ancient god beast in its body, it will continue to advance and eventually become the god beast of Purging Devourer. The god beast of Purging Devourer that has truly grown is very terrifying, because they exist in the endless void. They are the source of power to increase one's strength and grade. And the endless void also means that their strength can be increased without limit. According to what I learned from an ancient ruin, a god-devouring beast once appeared in ancient times. When the sky-devouring beast first appeared, it was because its grade was very low. It basically used the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as an energy source to advance. So it wasn't much different from an ordinary exotic beast. It didn't attract too much attention at that time. However, when it advanced to the 3rd stage, and its bloodline evolved into a divine beast, its ability to devour the void began to become terrifying. because the endless void that is devoured will create a black hole formed by the power of destruction. As for the power of the black hole that could destroy everything, you've seen it before as well. After the god-beast devour advances to the second stage, the ancient continent will face the danger of being completely destroyed by the black hole. Helpless, the titled supreme-level experts on the 9th floor of the ancient continent attacked the god-beast of purging devourer together. However, the god-devouring beast that breaks through to the second grade not only has its ability to devour the void becoming stronger and stronger, it also has the ability to devour the void. The 9th grade titled supreme-level experts who attacked together with the god-devouring beast. Almost all of them were killed and devoured by the god-devouring beast. What's even more terrifying is that with the help of the essence, blood and power of the divine soul of nearly 9th grade titled supreme-level experts, as well as the endless void surrounding the ancient continent, the god-beast has advanced to the first grade. When the god-beast was introduced to advance to the first grade god-beast, Elder Huang's face revealed a trace of fear, because when he discovered the information about the god-devouring beast in the ruins, there were clear engravings on the surrounding walls. Those drawings were very threatening, making him feel like he was in the real world. It left a very deep impression on him. In the face of the god-devouring beast that has advanced to rank 1, and the danger of the destruction of the ancient era, all the martial artists of the ancient continent will join forces to deal with the god-devouring beast. However, the final result is that countless people will be swallowed up, becoming energy for the sky-devouring beast to ultimately advance to a higher grade. Seeing that the ancient continent is about to be destroyed by the sky-devouring beast, and seeing that the billions of martial artists of the ancient continent are about to die from the sky-devouring beast's devouring ability, a palm that blotted out the sky and covered the sun appeared in the void that had never been destroyed. It directly slapped the god-beast to death, solving the crisis of the ancient continent being completely destroyed. At this point, Elder Huang said with a complicated expression, "Chu, this is the reason why the ancient era was destroyed." This dog-shaped existence in front of him was the main culprit behind the destruction of the ancient era. This was beyond Chu Zhongtian's expectation. Chu, in the era where my body was still intact, not many people knew the true reason for the destruction of the ancient era. So I told you that you must keep the matter of the sky-devouring beast and the god-devouring beast a secret. You must never let others know that the sky-devouring beast has the ability to destroy everything. Or else, after some people with ulterior motives find out about it, they will definitely think of ways to find the sky-devouring beast. If someone successfully stimulated the ancient bloodline of the sky-devouring beast, it will definitely bring a devastating blow to the eternal continent. Elder Huang, don't worry. I'm not the kind of person with a big mouth. After agreeing to Elder Huang's words, Chu Zhongtian raised his head and looked at the level 5 sky-devouring beast. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't look like the sky-devouring beast that Elder Huang was talking about. However, both of them consciously avoided talking about the palm that destroyed the god-beast. It was as if they had discovered something beforehand. Perhaps it was because Chu Zhongtian's gaze was too urgent, but the sky-devouring beast seemed to have sensed something. Its originally crawling body immediately stood up, and its red eyes stared at where Chu Zhongtian was hiding. Not good. Chu Zhongtian did not expect the sky-devouring beast to be so sensitive. It was only because of its gaze that it became alert. He originally wanted to use the power of the divine soul that Elder Huang injected in advance to escape from the scene, but before he could get up, an incomparably sharp sword light shot straight towards the sky-devouring beast's thin waist. Seeing the incomparably sharp sword light, Chu Zhongtian was overjoyed in his heart. Originally, he was still considering how to make the wild beast and the sword sex experts clash. He never expected that the sword sex expert would actually take the initiative to stand out. This not only resolved his temporary crisis, but also gave him the chance to pick the red heart fruit. Heaven Baron's secret realm. In the valley. With the help of the thick trees in the valley and Elder Huang's ability to conceal the aura, taking advantage of the opportunity when the sword sect experts were fighting with the sky-devouring beast, Chu Zhongtian used a lightning-like speed. He chose a more concealed location and continued to observe the battle between the Great Tao period experts and the sky-devouring beast. As a mighty expert who controlled the power of law, the sword technique used by the sword sect experts. Not only was it incomparably fierce, but the sword chi also contained a tremendous destructive force. Wherever the sword chi passed, there were countless trees, leaves, and weeds. Boom! But facing the sword chi of a mighty expert that contained a power of law, the sky-devouring beast simply didn't put it in its eyes. It opened its mouth like it was yawning, allowing the sword chi to enter its mouth. The sword chi that entered the sky-devouring beast's mouth did not emit any explosive sounds, nor did it see any discomfort from the sky-devouring beast. It seemed to have yawned out of boredom, and then looked at the sword sect expert with disdain. Ao-kun, hurry up and leave this place. Find Martial Uncle Wu and ask him to come and help. Seeing that the sword chi that he had carefully prepared contained the power of law, not only did it not injure the wild beast in front of him, the sect expert knew that it was very likely that it was not a match for the wild beast in front of it. Therefore, he hurriedly instructed Lin Aochuan, who was hiding in the dark, to make the best use of his time to call for reinforcements. Uncle Lin, hold on. I'll immediately go and invite Martial Uncle Wu. After hearing the orders of the sword sect expert, Lin Aochuan hurriedly walked out from the dark. As he used the movement technique to leave, he turned around and instructed the sword sect expert. Elder Huang, can I trouble you to use the divine sense to pay attention to the battle between the sky-devouring beast and the sword sect's expert? I'll go and eliminate the hidden danger. Seeing that Lin Aochuan was going to invite a peek of the King Stage Warrior, Chu Zhongtian's first reaction was to stop him. Although the sky-devouring beast in front of him was very powerful, it possessed combat strength that exceeded its grade. It was an opponent that was a grade higher than itself. It might be able to deal with it, but an opponent that was 2 grades higher than it might not necessarily be an opponent. If a peek of the King Stage Warrior from the Sword Sect came to help, not only would the precious sky-devouring beast be obtained by the Sword Sect, but the red heart fruit that could help one advance to the physical body level would also fall into his hands. No matter what, Chu Zhongtian could not let Lin Aochuan invite a peek of the King Stage Warrior over. In order to let Lin Aochuan successfully invite a peek of the King Stage Warrior from the Sword Sect, a great Tao period warrior from the Sword Sect took the initiative to pester the sky-devouring beast. This caused both man and beast to focus their attention on the battle, allowing Chu Zhongtian to leave his hiding place smoothly. When his figure completely left the line of sight of the Sword Sect and the sky-devouring beast, Chu Zhongtian casted the profound grade low-rank movement technique and chased after Lin Aochuan according to the aura that Lin Aochuan had left behind. Although Lin Aochuan left first, however, his cultivation base was still at the 7th layer of the Qi refining period peak. And the unique environment of the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm has limited his speed of leaving. This allowed him to barely reach the speed of a yellow-level beginner movement technique. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian didn't spend too much time catching up to Lin Aochuan, and he passed him in an instant. It's you. When he saw the person blocking his way, the Chu Zhongtian that he had been constantly thinking about, the Chu Zhongtian that he had been torturing in his dreams, a strong killing intent rose from Lin Aochuan's body. That's right, it's me. Nodding his head, Chu Zhongtian looked at Lin Aochuan with disdain. When he saw that his opponent's cultivation base was far higher than his first reaction was not to find an opportunity to escape. Instead, it was to find a way to ask for help. Instead, he didn't conceal the killing intent on his body. If Lin Aochuan wasn't a fool, he would have been overwhelmed by hatred. Chu Zhongtian, after we parted in the secret realm of Purgatory City, even in my dreams, I want to personally chop off your head to repay the humiliation I suffered that day. Lin Aochuan took out the low-grade natal spirit sword and said while gnashing his teeth in anger. Is that so? I almost forgot who you are. Shrugging his shoulders, Chu Zhongtian said indifferently. Chu Zhongtian, don't push me too far. I, Lin Aochuan, am an elite and heaven-defying genius. I am Sword Sovereign Wuhan, one of the 4 gentlemen of Hua Mountain Sword Sect. I am the future of Hua Mountain Sword Sect. Seeing Chu Zhongtian's contemptuous attitude, Lin Aochuan, who felt insulted, refuted loudly. Unfortunately, just as he was boasting about how powerful he was and how prestigious his status was, a cold light cut across his neck, stopping the words that he had not yet finished bragging from coming out of his mouth. You don't keep your word." Holding his neck with one hand and pointing at Chu Zhongtian with the other, Lin Aochuan said with a face full of grief and indignation. After that, he closed his eyes and fell to the ground. "Chu! Such a person deserves to be a hidden danger." Elder Huang looked at Lin Aochuan, who had fallen to the ground and died, and mocked him with a disdainful attitude. Chu Zhongtian didn't know how to respond to Elder Huang's sarcasm. In Purgatory City's secret realm, although Lin Aochuan was too arrogant and confident at that time, his strength could not be underestimated. Arrogance and confidence were just annoying, but they wouldn't give people the feeling of an idiot. But what about Lin Aochuan's reaction just now? "Idiot!" Reaching out his hand to take the storage bag from Lin Aochuan's waist, Chu Zhongtian left behind an evaluation and planned to return to the place where the sword faction experts and the sky-devouring beast fought. Because Lin Aochuan was affected by his cultivation and environment, he wasn't too far away from the battlefield. So Chu Zhongtian quickly returned to his original hiding place. Through the gaps between the tree leaves and branches, Chu Zhongtian discovered that the battle between the sword faction experts and the sky-devouring beast was far more intense than he had imagined. In the beginning, the sky-devouring beast easily swallowed the sword chi of the sword sect experts that contained the power of law. Chu Zhongtian thought that the sword sect experts were far from being a match for the sky-devouring beast, and it might not take long for the man and beast to be killed. However, after they had truly exchanged blows, he discovered that the sky-devouring beast was far from being a match for the sword sect experts. The sky-devouring beast could swallow the sword chi that contained the power of law, but the defense of its body was unable to withstand the attack of the sword chi. After discovering this situation, the sword sect powerhouse began to use the exquisite sword technique. The power of a low-grade true treasure was specifically used to attack its body. And where the attack was aimed, every strike was aimed at its weak point, its thin waist. Its tail and head made the sky-devouring beast busy dodging and defending. There was no way for it to counterattack. Looking at the sky-devouring beast gradually falling into a disadvantageous position, Chu Zhongtian was somewhat anxious. If the sky-devouring beast had the upper hand and swallowed it in the end, or chased away the sword sect's sword experts, then he would have a certain chance to pluck the red heart fruit. However, if the sword faction experts had the upper hand and killed or chased away the sky-devouring beast, then the 6th grade red heart fruit would probably not have his own share. Heaven Baron's secret realm. In the valley. Chu, there's no need to be anxious. The sky-devouring beast is different from ordinary exotic beasts and wild beast. Not only is it strong, but it also possesses intelligence that is not inferior to humans. It has already begun to think of ways to deal with Great Tao period experts. Elder Huang, who knew the source of the irritation, quickly consoled Chu Zhongtian when he felt the restlessness in Chu Zhongtian's heart. He had already started to use his strategy. Elder Huang's reminder made Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but carefully observe the fight between the man and the beast. However, he didn't find any signs of using the sky-devouring beast's plan. 10 miles to the west, there is a wild beast that has reached the level 4 peak. Looking at Chu Zhongtian's tightly knitted brows, knowing that he wouldn't be able to discover the sky-devouring beast's plan, Elder Huang reminded him in a soft voice. "Oh, so that's how it is." Elder Huang's reminder made Chu Zhongtian consciously observe where the man and the beast were fighting. After careful observation, he found that the sky-devouring beast gradually deviated from the 6th grade spirit tree red heart fruit it was protecting. Perhaps it was because he was worried about alerting his opponent, but the sky-devouring beast deviated from the battle's speed very slowly, which caused Chu Zhongtian to not notice it at the beginning. This is a good opportunity. Regarding the sky-devouring beast taking the initiative to deviate from the 6th grade spirit tree's position, Chu Zhongtian deeply understood the cunning nature of the sky-devouring beast. To him, this was also a good opportunity to pick the spirit fruit. Chu, although I don't know how long the sky-devouring beast has been guarding this spirit tree, however, since it dares to leave temporarily, it means that it has the means to protect the spirit tree. Therefore, you must be careful when plucking the spirit fruit. Seeing Chu Zhongtian's restless posture, he was afraid that he would act rashly. He rushed to the side of the spirit tree, so Elder Huang quickly reminded him. Elder Huang, don't worry. I know what to do. After comforting the worried Elder Huang, Chu Zhongtian continued to stare at the man and beast that were being torn apart. When the man and beast were more than 6 miles away from the spirit tree, and they could no longer see the figure of the man and beast, Chu Zhongtian activated the vital spirit in his dantian and used the attribute form technique to form 5 identical vermilion bird. He ordered the 5 vermilion bird to temporarily stop where they were. Chu Zhongtian quietly retreated a distance and hid in a place that was more suitable for hiding. Only after he hid well did he give the order to pick the spirit fruit. The first vermilion bird that was transformed by the vital spirit flew to the side of the spirit tree. When he was about to pick the red heart fruit at the top of the tree, he saw that from the bottom of the root of the spirit tree, suddenly, a bloody mouth appeared and swallowed the vermilion bird that the vital spirit transformed into. Seeing the vermilion bird that the vital spirit had transformed into being swallowed, Chu Zhongtian did not mind. After Elder Huang's reminder, he realized that there might be some hidden techniques of the sky-devouring beast around the spirit tree. Therefore, when he used the vital spirit to transform into the vermilion bird, not only did he not leave any consciousness on the vermilion bird, but he also didn't leave any consciousness on it. Furthermore, he only used 1/1000th of the vital spirit. In other words, the vermilion bird he had just transformed was only at the body refining stage. Therefore, the vermilion bird being devoured had no effect on him. After the first vermilion bird was devoured, the second and third vermilion bird arrived at the spirit tree at the same time and clawed at the spirit fruit with their sharp claws. When he swallowed the huge mouth formed by the vital spirit, he had never thought that there would be 2 vermilion bird picking the spirit fruit at the same time. Helpless, it could only aim at one first, and after swallowing this vermilion bird, it would deal with the other vermilion bird. Seeing that there was only one sky-devouring beast left by the spirit tree that could devour everything, Chu Zhongtian's heart settled down. He used the vital spirit's attributes to create another 10 vermilion bird. Then, he had these 10 vermilion bird combine with the remaining 3 vermilion bird. At the same time, he attacked the spirit tree. Facing the attacks of the 13 vermilion bird, the bloody mouth was unable to react in time. Because when the sky-devouring beast was left behind, it didn't take into account Chu Zhongtian's human wave tactic at all, causing the bloody mouth with a single consciousness to be completely stunned. Fortunately, Chu Zhongtian knew that he had to be careful when doing things. He could not be too extreme in everything. Out of the 9 fruits of the 6th grade spirit tree, he had only picked 8 of them, leaving 1 for the sky-devouring beast as an explanation. Regarding Chu Zhongtian's pretentious attitude, Elder Huang snorted in disdain. After that, his expression changed, and he hurriedly reminded, Chu, after putting away the red heart fruit, quickly leave this place. The sky-devouring beast has already found out that the spirit fruit has been seized. It is currently thinking of a way to rush back. Elder Huang had been using the divine sense to pay attention to the fight between the man and the beast. After Chu Zhongtian took off the 8 red heart fruit, he immediately discovered that there was something unusual about the sky-devouring beast, so he hurriedly reminded him. Unable to continue hiding, Chu Zhongtian immediately scuttled out from the darkness. He reached out his hand to take the 8 spirit fruit that the vermilion bird had taken off and scattered the 13 vermilion bird. After that, he used the power of the divine soul that Elder Huang had injected into him. With the speed of a peak of the longevity period warrior, he continued deeper into the valley. Woof! Not long after Chu Zhongtian left the scene, the sky-devouring beast that had temporarily escaped from the sword faction returned to the side of the spirit tree. When it discovered that there were only 9 spirit fruit left on the 6th grade spirit tree, it immediately roared furiously. After it finished roaring, it opened its mouth and swallowed the remaining scarlet heart pill on the spirit tree. Then, it began to identify the remaining aura on the scene. After confirming that the aura that had stolen the spirit fruit was the culprit, the sky-devouring beast once again pounced on the sword faction expert who was fighting with another wild beast. After leaving the range of the 6th grade spirit tree and finding a relatively hidden place, Chu Zhongtian temporarily hid himself. After adjusting the vital spirit to calm his nervous mood, he took out the red heart fruit that he had just obtained. The red heart fruit had reached the 6th grade, and its color was a deep purple. The fruit did not have any fragrance, but it contained a heavy aura. Chu, it seems like I made a mistake this time. While Chu Zhongtian was observing the red heart fruit, Elder Huang also used the divine sense to observe. After discovering the energy contained within the red heart fruit that Chu Zhongtian had picked, the tone is a little bitter. Elder Huang, could it be that the red heart fruit is unable to increase the grade of the fleshly body? Elder Huang's mistake made Chu Zhongtian completely nervous. The reason why he took the risk to pick the red heart fruit was to improve his physical body level. If the red heart fruit couldn't achieve this goal, then all his efforts would be in vain. Chu, can you listen to me and express your emotions? Chu Zhongtian's questioning attitude made Elder Huang very dissatisfied. After a serious criticism, he began to explain the reason why he had made a mistake. According to the grade of the red heart fruit, the 6th grade red heart fruit can only help the body break through the limit of the level 8. However, the red heart fruit you picked just now has changed, and the energy contained within the spirit fruit has become even more condensed. The quality of the energy is purer, and it can help one's body break through to the level 7. It's true. Elder Huang's further explanation of the red heart fruit made Chu Zhongtian's heart skip a beat. A spirit fruit that could directly advance to the level 7, its true value had probably reached the level 5. Heaven Baron's secret realm. In the valley. That's right. Elder Huang confirmed his evaluation of the red heart fruit. After that, he said with an unusually solemn tone, for a 6th grade red heart fruit to be able to reach such a level, I guess it must be because of the sky-devouring beast. It probably wants to use these spirit fruit to help it achieve some kind of evolution. It's very likely that it's the evolution of its bloodline. Chu, you took away 8 red heart fruit from the sky-devouring beast in one go. Based on its personality, it definitely won't let you go. After it takes care of the sword sect experts, it will definitely chase after you with all its might. Take back the 8 red heart fruit that belong to it, so you can't stay here right now. You must continue to enter the depths of the valley. Chu Zhongtian took out a few jade boxes from within the storage bag and placed the red heart fruit into them. After that, he placed the red heart fruit into the storage ring's finger. Then, he stood up and left the hidden place, continuing to venture deeper into the valley. Less than 10 minutes after Chu Zhongtian left the hidden place, the sky-devouring beast that dealt with the sword sect experts appeared at the place where he had rested just now. He used his sensitive nose to sniff, and the sky-devouring beast followed the route that Chu Zhongtian had taken to enter the valley, chasing after him. Elder Huang, I don't feel too good. It's as if I'm being targeted by prey. This feeling is very dangerous. 10 minutes after leaving the hidden place, Chu Zhongtian, who was speeding up, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He said with a serious tone. The super-strong sixth sense had saved him countless times, so he believed that the danger was gradually approaching. Elder Huang did not respond to Chu Zhongtian's warning for the time being. Instead, he was silent for a while. His tone was also solemn as he said, Chu, your feeling is correct. The sky-devouring beast has already taken care of the sword sex experts. Now, it is following your scent and chasing after us. After pondering for a moment, Chu Zhongtian asked, Elder Huang, are there any level 4 and above wild beast around? Whether it was the strange beasts or the wild beast, they all possessed the consciousness of their own territory. The higher the grade of the strange beast and wild beast, the stronger the consciousness of their territory. Chu Zhongtian didn't allow his own kind to easily approach, so he planned to use the high-grade wild beast. He had to temporarily get rid of the sky-devouring beast's pursuit. Chu, I know what you mean, but this path won't work. Chu Zhongtian didn't need to say it clearly. Elder Huang also knew what he was thinking, but he directly rejected this plan. Why? Chu Zhongtian asked in confusion. The sky-devouring beast is different from ordinary strange beasts and wild beast. It is still the descendant of the god beast of Devour. Its body contains the noble bloodline of a god beast. This kind of noble bloodline naturally has a strong deterrent force towards strange beasts and wild beast. Ordinary exotic beasts and wild beast wouldn't dare to attack the sky-devouring beast. Even those level 4 and above wild beast weren't afraid of the sky-devouring beast in terms of strength. However, they won't attack the sky-devouring beast that has intruded their territory unless the sky-devouring beast takes the initiative to attack. Elder Huang, I'll have to trouble you to check if there are any Great Tao period and above human experts around. Using a high-grade wild beast to deter the sky-devouring beast would not work. Chu Zhongtian immediately activated his brain. He thought of other ways. From the Great Tao period sword sect expert, he thought of the human expert who had entered the Heaven-Barren secret realm. According to the 9 major powers, the 8 great rogue cultivator had sent their experts into the Heaven-Barren secret realm. There were more than 40 Great Tao period and above experts, perhaps there were a few of them. At this moment they entered the valley. When Chu Zhongtian mentioned human warriors, Elder Huang's eyes lit up. He immediately used the powerful divine sense to search and soon found 2 targets. Chu, 70 miles to the west, there is a peak of the King Stage expert, a peak of the Great Tao period expert, and a young man with a strange aura. 70 miles to the east, there is also a peak of the King Stage warrior, a peak of the Great Tao period warrior, and a peak essence gathering stage warrior, but their strength is comparable to a divine soul stage intermediate peak super genius. When mentioning the peak in Qi Si, and Elder Huang's strength was comparable to a divine soul stage intermediate peak, Elder Huang's facial expression changed, as if he had suddenly thought of something. 6th layer peak of the Qi transforming period, a young man with a strange aura. When he heard Elder Huang mention the young man 70 miles to the west, the image of another enemy flashed across Chu Zhongtian's mind. Xian Huang. After that, he described Xian Huang's appearance in detail to Elder Huang, and let him use the divine sense to see if this person was really Xian Huang. Chu, it's this person. Using the divine sense to compare his appearance, Elder Huang verified Chu Zhongtian's description just now. It really is him. After getting confirmation from Elder Huang, Chu Zhongtian nodded and said to himself. After that, he started to think about which direction he should go. There was no need to verify the strength of 70 miles to the east. Chu Zhongtian knew that they must be powerful warriors from the Qin Empire. This was because among the young men who had entered the Heaven-Barren secret realm, only Qin Wushuang was a peak essence gathering stage, a divine soul stage intermediate peak. If he chose to go east with his relationship with Qin Wushuang, as well as the overbearing behavior of the Qin Empire, they would definitely deal with the sky-devouring beast. With the abilities of a peak of the King Stage warrior, the sky-devouring beast's strength was heaven-defying. So, when the sky-devouring beast was killed, or perhaps, after he was defeated, he had to explain to Qin Wushuang how he had provoked the god-devouring beast. In the end, the existence of the red heart fruit would definitely be exposed. As a peak physical body-level spirit fruit, Chu Zhongtian believed that even the experts of the Qin Empire would be jealous of it. Furthermore, he had 8 of these spirit fruit. If he could lure these sky-devouring beasts to the experts of the Demon Heart sect on the west side, he wouldn't have to worry about being interrogated later on. However, he would have to consider how to escape the pursuit of the experts of the Demon Heart sect. After all, there were too many young geniuses of the Demon Heart sect who had died in his hands. The relationship between them had long become like fire and water. After thinking for a while, Chu Zhongtian finally decided to head towards the direction of the Demon Heart sect. With the power of the divine soul that Elder Huang injected into him, and Elder Huang's ability to conceal his aura, as long as he fought with a peak of the King Stage warrior from the Devil Master sect, he would be able to escape from the pursuit of a Great Tao period warrior. Then, he would be able to use the high-grade wild beast to completely escape the pursuit of a Great Tao period warrior. After making a decision in his heart, Chu Zhongtian didn't hesitate. He used the power of the divine soul that Elder Huang had injected into the Dantian. Then he turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed in the direction of the Demon Heart sect warrior. Less than a minute after Chu Zhongtian left, the pursuing sky-devouring beast appeared where he had stopped. After using the aura to determine Chu Zhongtian's escape route, the sky-devouring beast continued to chase after him. For Chu Zhongtian, who used the power of the divine soul to increase his speed, the distance of 70 miles was just 3 blinks of an eye for him. Wait, When he was less than 1,000 meters away from the experts of the Demon Heart sect, Chu Zhongtian's face revealed a trace of joy. This was because he discovered that the peak of the King Stage warriors of the Demon Heart sect were fighting a level 4 peak wild beast. Heaven Baron's secret realm. In the valley, the stage of a level 4 peak wild beast was equivalent to a peak of the Great Tao period amongst human warriors. However, due to the special environment of Heaven Baron's secret realm, the wild beast of a level 4 peak could unleash the strength of an early intermediate King Realm warrior. Therefore, a level 4 peak wild beast could barely resist the attack of a peak of the King Stage warrior. However, judging from the fact that it was obviously at a disadvantage, and the fact that a peak of the King Stage warrior from the Demon Heart sect was able to deal with it with ease, a level 4 peak wild beast was no match for a peak of the King Stage warrior. If they continued to fight, the result would be a level 4 peak wild beast would die for sure. After quickly observing the situation, Chu Zhongtian immediately dispersed the power of the divine soul in the meridian. He used his vital spirit and used the profound grade low rank movement technique to charge at Xianhuang, who was watching the battle. While rushing, Chu Zhongtian shouted loudly, "Xianhuang, do you dare to fight me alone?" Chu Zhongtian, who had suddenly appeared, and his loud roar. He was so scared that he almost fainted. When he saw that the person who had rushed over was the Chu Zhongtian that he had dreamt of killing, Xianhuang immediately asked expert of the Great Tao period peak who was standing beside him for help. "Martial uncle, this kid is the Chu Zhongtian who slaughtered countless geniuses of our Demon Heart sect. Quickly kill him." Unfortunately, in the face of Xianhuang's request, expert of the Great Tao period peak of Demon Heart sect didn't immediately kill Chu Zhongtian. Instead, he looked at the direction behind Chu Zhongtian with a solemn expression. "Xianhuang, don't think that the elders around you can help you, because I also have a helper with the same stage." When he was rushing towards Xianhuang, Chu Zhongtian also noticed the serious expression on the Great Tao period warrior's face. And the direction he was looking at right now, he guessed that there might be a misunderstanding. Therefore, he took advantage of the situation and called the sky-devouring beast that was about to chase after him as his helper. At the same time, he took out a wooden box from within the storage bag that had a small crack in it. Then, he threw the wooden box towards the peak of the Great Tao period warrior. If he wanted the sky-devouring beast to think that the Demon Heart sect's King Realm and Great Tao period warriors were his helpers, it would be very difficult to do it with just words and the situation. He had to have a bait that could cause a fight between the two parties. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian had no choice but to waste a red heart fruit as the trigger for the fight between the two parties. He saw the wooden box that Chu Zhongtian threw over, and the crack on the surface of the wooden box. The first thought that came to expert of the Great Tao period peak's mind in Demon Heart sect was to use the palm that contained the power of law. He would slap the broken wooden box back and use the force of the slap. However, before he could use the power of law, he felt a familiar sense of heaviness from the gap in the broken wooden box. This heaviness was very similar to the special environment of Heaven Baron's secret realm. The power of law wrapped around his palm. An expert of the Great Tao period peak from the Demon Heart sect caught the wooden box and opened it. Seeing the other party not only reach out to take the wooden box, but also open it, Chu Zhongtian knew that his plan had succeeded by more than half. Therefore, he changed his pace and dashed past Xianhuang from his right and continued to enter the valley. Looking at Chu Zhongtian, who was charging at him with killing intent, suddenly changing his direction and fleeing, Xianhuang stood there like a fool. He really couldn't understand what Chu Zhongtian was doing. As for expert of the Great Tao period peak from the Demon Heart sect, who was planning to open the wooden box, he saw the spirit fruit in it clearly. An unimaginable expression flashed across his face. Although he didn't know the origin of the spirit fruit in the wooden box, from the pure energy contained within the spirit fruit. Also, this energy caused his body to feel extremely hungry. It let him know that this spirit fruit could help him break through to the physical body level. At the same time, the spirit fruit also contained a trace of a special energy, causing the blood in his blood vessels to boil. It was precisely because the spirit fruit in the wooden box was filled with unimaginable allure to expert of the Great Tao period peak that he temporarily ignored Chu Zhongtian, who had escaped. Regarding this, although Xianhuang was very dissatisfied, He could only temporarily suppress his dissatisfaction when facing the elders of the sect. At the same time, when he looked at the spirit fruit in the wooden box, his eyes also flashed with uncontrollable greed. Just as expert of the Great Tao period peak of the Demon Heart sect was observing the red heart fruit in the wooden box, the sky-devouring beast that was chasing him also arrived at the scene. Although the aura that was chasing him had already left, there was still the spirit fruit and aura that he had carefully nurtured at the scene. Therefore, the sky-devouring beast did not immediately chase after Chu Zhongtian. Its sharp eyes. He stared at expert of the Great Tao period peak who was observing the red heart fruit. The sharp gaze of the sky-devouring beast made expert of the Great Tao period peak, who was observing the red heart fruit, immediately feel it. When he lifted his head and saw the sky-devouring beast, he discovered that it was only a peak level 5 wild beast. A cold light flashed across the face of expert of the Great Tao period peak from the Demon Heart sect. Although a peak level 5 wild beast could unleash the strength of an early Great Tao period intermediate, he was still a peak of the Great Tao period warrior. How could he be afraid of a sky-devouring beast that suddenly appeared? He took out a perfectly intact wooden box from his storage ring finger. He moved the spirit fruit from the broken wooden box to the perfectly intact wooden box, then put it back into his storage ring finger. Expert of the Great Tao period peak took out his true treasure, a low-grade true treasure that looked like a hook. He was the first to rush towards the sky-devouring beast. In the face of expert of the Great Tao period peak's attack, the sky-devouring beast didn't show any signs of weakness. The man and the beast were instantly torn apart. Chu Zhongtian, who was fleeing from the scene, didn't immediately use the power of the divine soul that Elder Huang had injected into the Dantian. Instead, he used the vital spirit's power and the profound grade low-rank movement technique to penetrate deep into the valley. After advancing for less than 30 seconds, he heard the rumbling sound of explosions behind him. Chu Zhongtian did not need to look back to know that expert of the Great Tao period peak from the Demon Heart sect had already exchanged blows with the sky-devouring beast. Since both of them had already exchanged blows, then his plan of luring the trouble to the east would be considered a success. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to escape. First, he wanted Elder Huang to confirm the area within a 100-mile radius. The range of the third-grade wild beast was to allow the peak of the king stage warriors of the Demon Heart sect to repel the sky-devouring beast. He could use the third-grade wild beast to escape the pursuit of the Demon Heart sect warriors. After confirming the exact location of the third-grade peak wild beast, Chu Zhongtian asked Elder Huang to continue paying attention to the man and beast that were being torn apart. At the same time, he was rushing to the location of the third-grade peak wild beast in an unhurried manner. Chu, I think you don't need to use the Tier 3 wild beast for the time being, to avoid the enemy's pursuit. When Chu Zhongtian was less than 10 miles away from the third-grade peak wild beast, Elder Huang, who had been paying attention to the battle, suddenly spoke. Elder Huang, what happened? After hearing Elder Huang's reminder, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly asked. Although a peak of the Great Tao period warrior from the Demon Heart sect was definitely not a match for the sky-devouring beast, with the means of a peak of the king stage warrior, the final outcome of the sky-devouring beast was either being killed or fleeing in a sorry state. Heaven Baron's secret realm. In the valley, Chu, you and I have underestimated the sky-devouring beast's abilities. As a sky-devouring beast that possesses the bloodline of a divine beast, its abilities are beyond our imagination. First, he sighed at the mysterious and unpredictable power of the sky-devouring beast. Then, he recalled the process of the battle just now. He briefly told Chu Zhongtian about it. After hearing Elder Huang's explanation, Chu Zhongtian was also stunned on the spot. At the same time, a trace of expectation gradually rose in his heart. He hoped that Heaven Baron's secret realm could quickly enter secluded cultivation. This would allow him to leave Heaven Baron's secret realm as soon as possible, and get rid of the threat of the sky-devouring beast as soon as possible. According to Elder Huang's description, expert of the Great Tao period peak had just exchanged blows with the sky-devouring beast. The peak level 5 sky-devouring beast seemed to ignore the limitation of its grade. It revealed the strength of a level 4 peak as soon as they exchanged blows, forcing expert of the Great Tao period peak to step back. As for the peak of the King Stage Warrior who had been playing with the level 4 peak Wild Beast, when he saw that his fellow disciples were in danger, after finishing off the level 4 peak Wild Beast in no time, he helped Expert of the Great Tao Period Peak block the Sky-Devouring Beast's attack. When facing a peak of the Great Tao Period Warrior, the Sky-Devouring Beast had unleashed the strength of a level 4 peak Wild Beast. When facing a peak of the King Stage Warrior, the Sky-Devouring Beast had once again increased its strength. It had unleashed the strength of a 3rd grade intermediate, and was now evenly matched with a peak of the King Stage Warrior. At the same time as its grade and strength increased, the Sky-Devouring Beast's defense also increased. Therefore, after exchanging dozens of blows with a peak of the King Stage Warrior, it gradually gained the upper hand. In the end, Expert of the Great Tao Period Peak was forced to make a move, and faced the Sky-Devouring Beast together. Elder Huang, according to your judgment, who will win in the end? Forcibly calming the shock brought by the Sky-Devouring Beast, Chu Zhongtian was eager to know who would win in the end. If the 2 experts from the Demon Heart sect won, then he could continue to use the intimidation of the 3rd grade Wild Beast to avoid the pursuit of the experts from the Demon Heart sect. If the Sky-Devouring Beast won in the end, then he had to increase his speed, and go to a place more than 140 miles to the east to seek the help of the experts from Qin Empire. The final result. I think both sides will suffer heavy losses. After observing the process of the battle, as well as the constant use of secret technique, and then combining his own experience, Elder Huang made his own judgment. Both sides would suffer heavy losses. After hearing Elder Huang's speculation, Chu Zhongtian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If it was a result of both sides suffering heavy losses, then just like what Elder Huang had said earlier, he did not need to continue using the power of the Grade 3 Wild Beast to intimidate. Because of the special environment in Heaven Baron's secret realm, people's hearts were treacherous and complicated. It would make them choose to find a place to hide first, then go into seclusion to heal their injuries so they wouldn't have time to chase after him. The result is out. After waiting for nearly 3 minutes, Elder Huang, who had been using the divine sense to pay attention to the battle, suddenly spoke. Chu, the result is the same as what I predicted. The Sky-Devouring Beast and the 2 human experts will eventually be torn apart, resulting in both sides suffering heavy losses. However, the last strike of the Sky-Devouring Beast contained the ability to devour the void. It caused the peak of the King Stage expert to suffer a very serious injury, and Expert of the Great Tao Period Peak almost lost half of his life. Elder Huang, where's the Sky-Devouring Beast? Compared to the injuries of the 2 Demon Heart sect warriors, Chu Zhongtian was more concerned about the Sky-Devouring Beast. In the special environment of Heaven Baron's secret realm, the Sky-Devouring Beast that possessed the bloodline of a divine beast was the biggest threat to him, and that was why he felt helpless and helpless. Using the ability to devour the void to overload, it has also caused severe injuries to the Sky-Devouring Beast. At least, during the period of the opening of the Heaven Baron's secret realm, I'm afraid that it won't be able to find trouble with you anymore. Taking the risk of using the supreme-level divine sense, Elder Huang carefully observed the Sky-Devouring Beast's injuries. After that, he gave Chu Zhongtian a reassuring answer. Who? During the period of the Heaven Baron's secret realm's opening, the Sky-Devouring Beast was unable to recover from his injuries. This caused Chu Zhongtian to involuntarily heave a sigh of relief. Without the pressure brought by the Sky-Devouring Beast, his attention shifted to the 2 experts from the Demon Heart sect. After thinking about it again and again, Chu Zhongtian decided to take the risk. Elder Huang, I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on the peak of the Great Tao Period and the 2 peak of the King Stage warriors from the Demon Heart sect. When they have decided on a place to heal their wounds, tell me the exact location. Chu, what do you want to do? Elder Huang asked cautiously when he saw Chu Zhongtian focusing his attention on the warriors of Demon Heart sect. It was not the first time Elder Huang had seen Chu Zhongtian being so bold. He knew that Chu Zhongtian was cautious sometimes, showing that he was very mature, but sometimes he was bold enough to poke a hole in the heavens. 2 objectives. One is to take back the Red Heart Fruit, and the other is to weaken the Demon Heart sect. Chu Zhongtian honestly told him what he thought. Under the careful nurturing of the Sky-Devouring Beast, The true effect of the red heart fruit had reached the level 5 upper level spirit fruit. Furthermore, the red heart fruit was a top treasure that was specially used to raise the physical body level. Chu Zhongtian was not willing to give up the red heart fruit in expert of the Great Tao period peak's hands. He was also unwilling to let the red heart fruit become the enemy's powerful resource. At the same time, during the opening of the Heaven Baron Secret Realm, only 2 peak of the King Stage Warriors were sent out by the 3 major powers. Among the 2 peak of the King Stage Warriors of Demon Heart Sect, one of them had already been killed by him using the 2nd grade peak Wild Beast and Toothblood Beast. If he killed this peak of the King Stage Warrior, it would be able to eliminate the overall strength of the Demon Heart Sect. It would reduce the pressure of the sect when internal conflicts broke out in the sect. It would also stop the harvest of the secret realm in the Demon Heart Sect this time. Chu, as the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if a peak of the King Stage Warrior's injuries are severe, it's still not something a puny peak of the Qi transforming period warrior like you can deal with. When Elder Huang heard Chu Zhongtian honestly stating his purpose, he was impressed by Chu Zhongtian's boldness. He also quickly advised ___ not to take the risk to provoke a peak of the King Stage Warrior. Elder Huang, don't worry. I'm not the kind of idiot who would ignore everything when he's hot-headed. Without 100% certainty, I won't attack easily. Chu Zhongtian could understand Elder Huang's worries. Not to mention peak of the King Stage experts, even peak of the Divine Soul period experts would not be able to defend themselves from a deadly counterattack, let alone a peak of the King Stage expert. However, this was a rare opportunity, and he wanted to give it a try. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian had made up his mind, Elder Huang knew that there was no point in persuading him. Therefore, he decided to use his own judgment to see if there was a chance for him to eliminate a peak of the King Stage Warrior. If the opportunity was not right, he would keep pushing the matter of the timing. He would force Chu Zhongtian to give up the idea of provoking a peak of the King Stage Warrior in the end. After all, in order to grasp every single move of a peak of the King Stage Warrior, he still needed the power of his divine sense. Since there was no danger for now, Chu Zhongtian didn't need to continue approaching the territory of the 3rd grade peak Wild Beast. After Elder Huang chose a new direction, he continued to go deeper into the valley. Of course, it was under the premise that he did not deviate from the Demon Heart Sect's peak of the King Stage Warriors to find a place to hide his cultivation. Heaven Baron's Secret Realm. In the valley, Chu Zhongtian quietly crawled among the bushes, using the vital spirit to control the frequency of his heart. He then stared at the tree hole in front of him, and Xian Huang who was guarding by the tree hole. Chu, listen to my advice. Don't provoke a peak of the King Stage Warrior for the time being. Even if he is seriously injured right now, he is not someone you can easily provoke. He looked at the natal spirit blade in his hand, the vital spirit in his hand, and the Chu Zhongtian who was about to attack. Elder Huang gave his final words of persuasion. Elder Huang had originally planned to use the power of his divine sense to monitor the experts of Demon Heart Sect and delay Chu Zhongtian from taking the risk of finding a peak of the King Stage expert. However, he had never thought that the injuries of the 2 experts of Demon Heart Sect would be so serious. It was so serious that they didn't even have the time to find a hidden place. They simply found a hole in the tree where a level 9 wild beast resided. It was the place where they would go into secluded cultivation to heal their injuries. The place they chose to heal their injuries in seclusion happened to be on Chu Zhongtian's way into the valley, and in the end, they discovered their hidden place. Elder Huang, you don't have to advise me anymore. I know what to do. Facing Elder Huang's incessant persuasion, Chu Zhongtian straightforwardly advised him to shut up. It wasn't that he had never seen the terror of a peak of the King Stage Warrior. He also knew that even a severely injured peak of the King Stage Warrior wasn't someone he could easily provoke. However, just as he decided to take this opportunity to eliminate expert of the Great Tao period peak from the Demon Heart Sect and a peak of the King Stage Warrior, his mind suddenly entered a special state. He was the only one who knew his own situation the best. His mind being suddenly in a special state had something to do with his bold idea of taking risks. If he could take the initiative to attack and sneak attack a peak of the King Stage Warrior, if he could find the red heart fruit, then his thought would probably break through to a new stage. It would allow him to break through to the Divine Soul stage earlier. If he listened to Elder Huang's advice and retreated to ensure his own safety, not only would his will lose the opportunity to evolve, it might even affect his next breakthrough to the Divine Soul stage. That was why he didn't listen to Elder Huang's advice and wanted to try to kill a peak of the King Stage warrior no matter what. In fact, he had forced himself onto Liang Shan. AI. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian had made up his mind, Elder Huang finally sighed helplessly, because he couldn't understand. He had always been cautious in his actions. Why did Chu Zhongtian, who never joked about his own life, take the risk to attack a peak of the King Stage warrior? Even if a peak of the King Stage warrior was seriously injured, it was still a very dangerous action. Although he didn't understand it, Chu Zhongtian was still the key to his recovery in the future. He could only try his best to help him reduce the possibility of danger. Therefore, he circulated the power of the Divine Soul and continued injecting it into his Dantian to facilitate his next move. 3, 2, 1. After observing the situation at the scene, Chu Zhongtian silently counted down in his heart. Chu Zhongtian dispersed the vital spirit, then used the power of the Divine Soul that Elder Huang injected, and quietly approached Xian Huang, who was adjusting his condition. Wait. When he was less than 10 meters away from Xian Huang, Chu Zhongtian suddenly accelerated, and without him noticing, directly cut off his head. He reached out to catch the head that fell from the sky and took the storage bag from Xian Huang's waist. Chu Zhongtian immediately took a dozen steps back and chose the position to attack. He continued to use the power of the Divine Soul that Elder Huang injected into him and started to use his first trump card, Qi Extermination Fist. As his cultivation base increased and he continued to comprehend the fist technique that Zhao Enjuan had gifted him, his understanding of the Qi Extermination Fist became deeper and his speed of casting it became faster. In the past, he would need at least 2 to 3 seconds to cast the Qi Extermination Fist, but now he only needed 1/3 of a second to cast it. 1/3 of a second was not even enough for him to blink his eyes. Making use of it, Elder Huang injected the Qi Extermination Fist formed by the power of the Divine Soul into Chu Zhongtian's position. Layers of ripples appeared in the void of Secret Realm. At the same time, a destructive aura destroyed all life within a 10-meter radius of him. Chu, hurry up and send out the Qi Extermination Fist. Then use the power of the Divine Soul to retreat 1,000 meters. Chu Zhongtian's Qi Extermination Fist was very fast. So fast that Elder Huang didn't notice that he had used the power of the Divine Soul that he had injected into the Dantian. Therefore, when he discovered the destructive aura formed by Chu Zhongtian's Qi Extermination Fist, he, who knew the power of the Qi Extermination Fist, quickly reminded him. At the same time, in order to prevent Chu Zhongtian from retreating too slowly, Elder Huang used the power of the Divine Soul to wrap around Chu Zhongtian's body and pull him back for the first time. Not good. There's an enemy attack. The moment Chu Zhongtian's Qi Extermination Fist was struck, a peak of the King Stage warrior's panicked voice came from a tree hole less than 20 meters away from him. When the destructive force of the Qi Extermination Fist was about to hit the tree hole, the peak of the King Stage warrior ran out of the tree hole. Seeing the destructive force less than half a meter away from him, the peak of the King Stage warrior had no time to dodge. He could only temporarily use the force to suppress his injuries and defend against the attack of the destructive force. As for his fellow disciples who were watching him from behind, the peak of the King Stage warrior had no time to worry about them. Boom! The destructive force formed by the Qi Extermination Fist landed on the defense of the peak of the King Stage warriors. With the tree hole as the starting point, a violent roar could be heard from thousands of kilometers away. Along with a violent explosion, all the items within 1,000 meters radius were crushed into powder by the destructive force of the Qi Extermination Fist. Looking at the empty scene within 1,000 meters, Chu Zhongtian took a few steps back in fear. He had used the Qi Extermination Fist countless times, so he had a good idea of the power of the Qi Extermination Fist. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used the Qi Extermination Fist directly, as it was the ultimate technique to sneak attack a peak of the King Stage warrior. However, everything that happened in front of him was the result of the Qi Extermination Fist. Chu, remember this from now on. Elder Huang, who knew the power of the Qi extermination fist, was not shocked by the scene created by the Qi extermination fist. He reminded Elder Huang in a serious tone. I injected the power of the divine soul into your dantian to help you increase your speed. It's used to escape, not to fight an enemy. If you use the power of the divine soul I injected into your dantian the next time, and use a trump card that doesn't have a limit to its power, then, before you break through to the divine soul stage, I will never inject any power of the divine soul into your power of the divine soul. Elder Huang, I will remember this. After hearing Elder Huang's reminder, Chu Zhongtian finally reacted. He finally understood why the power of the Qi extermination fist had suddenly become so terrifying. Originally, all of this was because of the power of the divine soul Elder Huang injected into the dantian. After that, he began to look forward to breaking through to the divine soul stage and obtaining his own power of the divine soul. If he used his own power of the divine soul, then the power of his trump card would be at an unimaginable level. This was what he was looking forward to the most in his mind. Heaven Baron's secret realm. In the valley. Kid, you're courting death. Just as Chu Zhongtian was apologizing to Elder Huang and promising that he would not use the power of the divine soul randomly in the future, a shadow suddenly jumped out from under the ground of the tree that had been ground into powder. The sudden appearance of the shadow gave Chu Zhongtian a fright. After hearing the furious cursing of the shadow, Chu Zhongtian knew that a peak of the King Stage Warrior had not died. Facing the destructive force just now, even a severely injured peak of the King Stage Warrior could withstand it. He finally understood why Elder Huang had advised him not to provoke a peak of the King Stage Warrior so easily. Not daring to observe the condition of a peak of the King Stage Warrior, Chu Zhongtian used the power of the divine soul that Elder Huang had just replenished. He planned to escape from the scene as soon as possible. As for whether the will that entered the special realm would lose its chance in the end, he couldn't care about that for the time being. In this situation, the most important thing was to stay alive. Chu, wait! However, before he could leave, Elder Huang suddenly reminded him in his mind. Elder Huang, what's wrong? He didn't stop circulating the power of the divine soul. But Chu Zhongtian turned around and questioned Elder Huang, while looking up at the condition of a peak of the King Stage Warrior. When he saw the condition of the peak of the King Stage Warrior, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he understood why Elder Huang wanted him to wait. Because the peak of the King Stage Warrior that came out of the ground looked horrible. Not only was he missing an arm and a leg, he had also lost half of his head. At the same time, the aura on his opponent's body was very faint, so faint that it didn't even reach the divine soul stage. Chu, it seems like your judgment is correct. When this peak of the King Stage Warrior was fighting the sky-devouring beast, not only had his body suffered an unimaginable injury, even his power of the divine soul had been injured to at least 8 layers. Otherwise, with the strength of a peak of the King Stage Warrior's power of the divine soul, he only needed a 4th layer power of the divine soul. With that, I can easily block the power of the Qi extermination fist. Chu Zhongtian could only see the injuries on the body of a peak of the King Stage Warrior, but he couldn't see the internal injuries. However, as the previous supreme level expert, Elder Huang could see the injuries on his opponent's power of the divine soul. Elder Huang, is this peak of the King Stage Warrior from the Demon Heart sect still a threat to me? Although the opponent's injuries were severe, the Qi extermination fist had formed a terrifying force just now. Since he couldn't kill the opponent, Chu Zhongtian began to think of Elder Huang saying, a camel is still bigger than a horse. A lean camel is still bigger than a horse. He asked nervously. Chu, I'm afraid now. You didn't have a lot of guts back then. Feeling the nervousness in Chu Zhongtian's heart, Elder Huang asked with an unhappy expression. Elder Huang, it was because this kid was blinded by greed. Don't be angry with this kid anymore. Hearing the displeasure in Elder Huang's tone, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly apologized and said good things. Humph! Facing Chu Zhongtian saying good things in a low voice, Elder Huang coldly snorted, showing that he would not easily forgive him, but he still told Chu Zhongtian the truth about Chu Zhongtian's current situation. Chu, don't worry. Not only has Undersurface's body been destroyed, but it's also difficult for him to condense his power of the divine soul. He can only exert the strength of a high rank of the Qi transforming period. To you, it's no longer a big threat. Speaking up to this point, Elder Huang's tone suddenly changed. He said in a somewhat contradictory manner, "Chu, there's something that I don't know if I should tell you or not. Elder Huang, based on our relationship, what else can't we say?" It was rare to see Elder Huang's worried expression. Chu Zhongtian knew what he was going to say next. Perhaps it involved some secrets, so he listened carefully. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian was very interested, Elder Huang finally gritted his teeth and said something that made him feel conflicted. The innate spiritual treasure soul calming gourd can absorb the scattered soul force of the heaven and earth. It can also absorb and refine the power of the divine soul on its own accord and transform it into pure energy. The pure energy after conversion can not only speed up the recovery of my power of the divine soul, but also increase the speed of recovery. I can also help you refine your divine sense quickly. Elder Huang, do you want to use the soul calabash to absorb this severely injured body of the divine soul in front of you? Chu Zhongtian asked as he pointed at the peak of the king stage expert who was trying hard to condense the body of the divine soul in front of him. That's right. Elder Huang did not deny it. Then just absorb it. What are you waiting for? Chu Zhongtian asked, puzzled, as he picked up the messy hair on his forehead. He used the soul calming gourd to absorb the body of the divine soul of a peak of the king stage warrior to recover his body of the divine soul. He also helped him refine the divine sense. If there was such a good thing, he would need to ask ____ about his attitude. This made Chu Zhongtian very confused about what Elder Huang was doing. Chu, I'm using the spiritual treasure to refine someone else's body of the divine soul. Don't tell me you don't feel disgusted or angry about it. Chu Zhongtian's overly calm reaction made Elder Huang very uncomfortable, because refining someone else's body of the divine soul would become his way of increasing his strength. This was a taboo in the cultivation world. Anyone who discovered it would be able to hunt him down. How did a powerful spell master get wiped out? It was all because a genius spell master created a skill that could refine other people's power of the divine soul and enhance his own mental strength, causing him to be hunted down by titled supreme-level warriors. No, I feel that it's very normal. Chu Zhongtian responded honestly to Elder Huang's question. AI, Chu, I really don't understand you. Chu Zhongtian's calm and understanding attitude made Elder Huang completely believe that he didn't mind refining other people's body of the divine soul. This made him sigh with emotion. Elder Huang, I know what you mean. Actually, when Elder Huang asked him what he meant, Chu Zhongtian already knew what he was thinking. Initially, he didn't want to explain too much, but he was afraid that Elder Huang would misunderstand him, so he explained his opinion on refining the body of the divine soul. Elder Huang, if you take the initiative to refine someone else's body of the divine soul, then I'm sorry. I will definitely stop you, because this is a skill of the demon Tao. But, refining your opponent, especially the body of the divine soul that has a great grudge against you, I feel that there isn't any problem with this. Furthermore, you won't refine your opponent's body of the divine soul. Later on, we'll find a way to make him disappear. It's also a good thing that we can make use of trash. So that's how it is. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's explanation, Elder Huang remembered Chu Zhongtian's distinct personality of love and hate, and his way of doing things as he pleased. Elder Huang finally understood why Chu Zhongtian could look at refining the body of the divine soul so calmly. Chu, you don't need to interfere in the matter of refining the body of the divine soul. So, you should go and find the storage ring finger that expert of the Great Tao period peak left behind after his death. After understanding Chu Zhongtian's thoughts, Elder Huang started to refine the body of the divine soul left behind by a peak of the king stage warrior. There's no psychological burden. Heaven Baron's secret realm. In the valley, he took out the soul calming gourd that was wrapped in body of the divine soul, and the soul calming gourd floated above Chu Zhongtian's head. Then, he aimed at the body of the divine soul that was barely formed by a peak of the king stage warrior and inhaled. The body of the divine soul that was 1,000 meters away The ____ was sucked into the soul-calming gourd without any resistance. Chu, you don't need to interfere in the matter of refining the body of the divine soul. So, you should go and find the storage ring finger left behind by expert of the Great Tao period peak and the peak of the king stage after their deaths. After withdrawing the soul-calming gourd, Elder Huang told Chu Zhongtian. Elder Huang, do your thing? After responding to Elder Huang, Chu Zhongtian quickly came to the corpse of the peak of the king stage warrior. As the peak of the king stage warrior had lost an arm and a leg, the missing arm happened to be wearing a storage ring. Expert of the Great Tao period peak's corpse had also been minced into powder, so he had to search carefully. It took nearly 3 minutes for him to find a storage ring finger about 10 meters away from the peak of the king stage warrior's corpse. After seeing the storage ring finger, Chu Zhongtian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although the structure of the storage ring finger was different from the storage bag, the storage ring finger could withstand a very powerful attack. But when he recalled the destructive force of the Qi extermination fist just now, he was still worried that the storage ring finger would be destroyed, and that it would lose the collection of expert of the Great Tao period peak and peak of the king stage warriors, as well as the red heart fruit that he used as bait. Looking at the storage ring finger in his hand, Chu Zhongtian could basically determine that it belonged to expert of the Great Tao period peak. He quickly formed seals with both hands, and then imprinted them on the storage ring finger. What was different from the storage bag was that the owner of the storage ring finger, it could arrange some simple master recognition formation for the person who obtained the storage ring finger. It was very difficult to obtain the treasure within the storage ring. However, for Elder Huang, who had obtained the formation master, it was very difficult for him to obtain the treasures within the formation master finger. The recognition of the storage ring's formation was simply child's play. According to Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base, the self-created finger incantation could easily help him break the storage ring's ability to recognize the master formation. He made a few simple hand seals and imprinted them on the storage ring finger. Chu Zhongtian's consciousness easily entered the storage ring finger. He turned a blind eye to the high-grade spirit stones in the middle and second grade of the storage ring finger. He was indifferent to the high-grade pills in the storage ring finger. His consciousness began to open the wooden boxes that contained the spirit fruit. Since there weren't many wooden boxes in the storage ring finger that could contain the spirit fruit, he entered the consciousness of the storage ring finger. Soon, he discovered the existence of the red heart fruit. He used his consciousness to take out the wooden boxes. Furthermore, when he opened the wooden box and saw the red heart fruit inside, it was as if there was an explosion in his sea of consciousness, causing Elder Huang, who was refining the body of the divine soul, to be startled. After sensing the changes in Chu Zhongtian's sea of consciousness, Elder Huang's eyes widened in shock. As a supreme-level expert who had experienced the transformation of his mind, Elder Huang was well aware of the meaning behind the explosion of Chu Zhongtian's sea of consciousness. However, this kind of change in his sea of consciousness could only happen when his cultivation base broke through to the divine soul stage and his consciousness broke through to the divine sense. Chu Zhongtian's consciousness was still a distance away from the transformation. So why did he break through at this time? Could it be that he had just obtained another heaven-defying opportunity? Compared to refining the body of the divine soul, the advancement of Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base was the most important. Therefore, Elder Huang temporarily stopped refining the peak of the king stage's body of the divine soul, and then used the divine sense to check his current condition. After careful inspection, Elder Huang gradually understood the reason. It was precisely because he understood the reason that he felt a trace of envy and jealousy towards Chu Zhongtian's talent and luck. The change in Chu Zhongtian's sea of consciousness just now was actually the process of his will transforming into a divine sense. The transformation of his will didn't mean that his cultivation base had stepped into the half-step divine soul period. Instead, it allowed him to truly step onto the edge of breaking through to the divine soul stage, allowing him to break through if he wanted to. Even if he didn't want to break through, he could choose not to break through for the time being. At the same time, even if he didn't break through to the divine soul stage, he could still have the true strength of the divine soul stage, allowing him to have the combat strength of different stage. When the changes in his sea of consciousness had completely come to an end, Chu Zhongtian closed the wooden box with a complicated expression on his face. Then he put the wooden box into his storage ring finger. Through the changes in his sea of consciousness just now, he finally understood that his consciousness was in a special state. At the same time, he finally understood why Qin Wushuang's cultivation base was only at the peak essence gathering stage. He hadn't broken through to the divine soul stage yet, but his body was covered with divine soul stage aura. It turned out that all of this was because his consciousness had transformed into a divine sense. Chu, in the era when my body was still intact, there was a legend that was passed down. That was, before a martial artist broke through to the divine soul stage, their mind was the first to break through to the divine sense. You will have the chance to obtain the legendary divine eye. I wonder if you have this lucky chance. After calming Chu Zhongtian's shock of having a crush on the divine sense, Elder Huang said with a complex tone, "Divine eye." Hearing Elder Huang say the divine eye, Chu Zhongtian's heart skipped a beat, because when his consciousness transformed into the divine sense, he once unexpectedly felt that something had appeared in his right eye. But no matter how he looked at it just now, he couldn't find out what it was. That's right. It said that there are 3 major eyes in the world. They represent punishment, destruction, and rebirth. But I've never heard of anyone possessing one. When mentioning the legendary 3 divine eyes, Elder Huang's tone had an indescribable meaning. Punishment, destruction, and rebirth. Chu Zhongtian repeated Elder Huang's introduction of the 3 divine eyes, and a strange feeling gradually arose in his heart. This feeling seemed to have something to do with his duplication and adhesion program, and the purple blood that was being transformed in his body. It had something to do with the strange things that had appeared in his right eye just now. This inexplicable feeling caused his mind to gradually become agitated. Therefore, he hurriedly adjusted his state of mind and forcefully expelled this feeling from his mind. Chu, the 3 great divine eyes is just a rumor from the ancient era. It's not very reliable, so you don't have to take it to heart. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian was deeply immersed in the shock brought by the 3 great divine eyes, Elder Huang quickly consoled him. Elder Huang, don't worry, I'm fine. When Elder Huang comforted him, it was Chu Zhongtian who forcefully expelled the feeling caused by the 3 divine eyes, so he quickly indicated that he was fine. Chu, since your will had already transformed into a divine sense, so what you need to do next is to continue your advancement to the physical body level. After that, I will use the energy transformed from the soul calming gourd to continue strengthening your divine sense. When you break through to the divine soul stage, you can do it in a very short period of time. Break through to the peak of the divine soul period. Seeing Chu Zhongtian quickly adjusting his state of mind, Elder Huang was very satisfied. At the same time, he started to give suggestions for his upcoming cultivation. Chu Zhongtian did not have any objections to this. He also knew that other than the things Elder Huang mentioned earlier, he also had many martial skills that he needed to cultivate. For example, the potential to advance to saber intent. For example, the 4 divine beasts fist technique that Zhao Enjuan had gifted him. Heaven Baron's secret realm. In the valley, Chu Zhongtian, who had been in the valley for 3 hours, frowned slightly. A trace of irritation gradually appeared on his face. He looked around and chose a big tree that was 50 meters tall. After climbing to the top of the tree, he looked to the north and found that he still could not see the edge of the valley. Elder Huang, what happened in the valley? Why did you let me come here? From the top of the tree to the waist, Chu Zhongtian stood on a branch of the big tree and asked in confusion. After his consciousness broke through the divine sense, Chu Zhongtian found a peak of the king stage warrior in the hole in the tree hole. The arm with the storage ring finger took off the storage ring finger from the broken arm. He did not stop, but chose to go deeper into the valley. However, after walking for nearly 3 hours, he went hundreds of miles deeper into the valley. He did not go to the edge of the valley, nor did he find any shocking treasures. This made Chu Zhongtian very puzzled. Why did Elder Huang let him enter the valley? Chu, tell me the truth. I also don't know what is inside the valley. Elder Huang could only answer Chu Zhongtian's question truthfully. Back then, I only found out that many warriors who entered the Heaven-Barren secret realm chose to enter the valley. I think there might be some amazing treasures hidden in the valley, which is why I let you enter the valley." After explaining to this point, some doubts arose in Elder Huang's heart. He was afraid that other than the rules of the secret realm, he also knew how big the Heaven-Barren secret realm was. No one in this world knew, because in the era where his body was still intact, every expert who entered the Heaven-Barren secret realm, the place he went to was close to the 9th floor. If it wasn't for the formation he set up 1,000,000 years ago, not to mention finding the innate spiritual treasure soul calming gourd, he wouldn't have been able to find it even in this valley. Since the environment of the Heaven-Barren secret realm was different every time it was opened, why did the experts from the 9 major powers and the 8 great rogue cultivator of the southern domain enter the valley at the same time? Could it be that, after 1,000,000 years of evolution, the rules of the Heaven-Barren secret realm had changed? The environment of the secret realm had become completely fixed, and no changes were happening. If that was really the case, then he felt sorry for Chu Zhongtian. Because Zhao Enjuan had used the divine sense to help Chu Zhongtian draw up a detailed map of Heaven-Barren's secret realm. However, he had destroyed it on the spot and personally boasted that he had a way to make Chu Zhongtian like a fish in water in the secret realm. He had many fortuitous encounters. Elder Huang, I feel that we can't continue to walk aimlessly like this. We have to find out what the purpose of those experts who entered the valley is, Chu Zhongtian suggested as he jumped down from the tree branch. The red heart fruit that could help one advance to the physical body level and the transformation of one's consciousness into a divine sense, the harvest from the trip to the valley had already made him very satisfied. However, a human's desire was limitless, and the desire to know was exuberant. The experts of the 9 major powers and the 8 great rogue cultivator entered the valley one after another, making him eager to know the secret hidden in the valley. "Chu, what do you want to do?" Elder Huang looked at Chu Zhongtian expectantly, wanting to see what kind of good idea he had. He also wanted to know what was hidden in the valley. How did these experts who had entered the Heaven-Barren secret realm know about this valley in secret realm? It seems like we need to find some people who know the situation and get the secrets of the valley from them. Chu Zhongtian knew what he was going to do next without even thinking about it. "Elder Huang, help me check if there are any human warriors around, especially those from the 9 major powers." "Chu, there are 6 warriors from 70 miles to the north, but the strongest one among them is at the peak of the king stage. Could you tell them the secrets hidden in the valley?" When Chu Zhongtian was about to find someone else to ask about the secrets of the valley, Elder Huang had already taken a step forward to check the situation within 100 miles. Therefore, when Chu Zhongtian made the request, he told Chu Zhongtian about his findings. The strongest one who had reached the peak of the king stage must be someone from the 9 major powers. This was because only the 9 major powers had the ability and courage to send a peak of the king stage expert into the dangerous Heaven-Barren secret realm. Of course, Floating Cloud Sect and Demon Heart Sect were excluded, because the 4 peak of the king stage warriors from the 2 major powers were either killed by him using someone else's knife, or killed by him using a sneak attack. Among the remaining 7 major powers, Elder Huang had seen the experts from the Qin Empire and the Sisters of Yen family. If they were the experts from these 2 major powers, he would have pointed them out. In other words, the group of warriors he had just discovered was most likely the experts of the remaining major powers of the 9 major powers. Therefore, he needed to know whether these people were his enemies or his friends. "Elder Huang, could you please describe these people to me? They look like Qi transforming period martial artists." Among the 9 major powers, Chu Zhongtian knew very few people. But amongst the geniuses of the Qi transforming period stage, excluding the Chu family, therefore, he hoped to identify Qi transforming period warriors. He wanted to know the origin of the opponent. Out of the 6 warriors, there is only one Qi transforming period warrior. He is a young man with a baby face. The size of this young man. Elder Huang checked the cultivation of the 6 martial artists. Finally, the divine sense locked onto the only Qi transforming period warrior present. Originally, he wanted to give a detailed description of this martial artist's appearance, but when he mentioned that this person had a baby face, Chu Zhongtian immediately interrupted Elder Huang's description. Elder Huang. They are from one of the 9 major powers, the Xia family. Chu, how is their relationship with you? Looking at Chu Zhongtian's baby-faced face, one could easily tell who he was. Elder Huang knew that he definitely knew the man, but the prerequisite was to know the relationship between him and the man. It's average. Chu Zhongtian had only come into contact with Xia Lo in the Xia family. Although Xia Lo had expressed his goodwill before he went into secluded cultivation in Azura's secret realm, Chu Zhongtian wasn't confident that Xia Lo would be able to tell him the secrets of the valley. Without much consideration, Chu Zhongtian finally decided to come into contact with the people of Xia family. After all, he didn't have any grudges with Xia family. Even if he couldn't obtain the hidden secret realm in the valley, there will be no conflict between them. Breaking through to the divine sense with his will not only allowed Chu Zhongtian's strength to reach the divine soul stage, but also his true strength. And it also helped him break through to the movement technique. The profound grade low-rank movement technique that had just broken through not long ago had now broken through to the great completion stage. It was not far from breaking through to the profound grade low-rank peak stage. Under Chu Zhongtian's full speed of using the movement technique, it only took him less than 3 minutes to reach the Xia family's experts. With Elder Huang's reminder, he stopped less than 1,000 meters away from the warriors of the Xia family. Then, he walked towards the warriors of the Xia family. Heaven Baron's secret realm. In the valley, among the Xia family warriors who were resting, there was a young man with a face full of grievance. He had a baby face and his cultivation was only at the Qi transforming period 4th layer and peak. He was being scolded by a peak of the longevity period warrior. Although he was being scolded, and his face was filled with grievance, this young man's eyes were looking around restlessly, and he just happened to see Chu Zhongtian who was slowly walking towards him. The young man immediately greeted him happily. Senior brother Chu. Junior brother Xia. The young man who was being scolded by a longevity period warrior was none other than Xia Lo, whom Chu Zhongtian had met in the Azura secret realm. First, he greeted Xia Lo. Then, Chu Zhongtian cupped his fists and greeted all the experts from the Xia family. Greetings, seniors. The sudden appearance of Chu Zhongtian made the few experts from the Xia family who were resting immediately open their eyes. When they saw that it was Chu Zhongtian from the Floating Cloud sect, doubt flashed across their faces. Although they were also one of the 9 major powers, the distance between the Xia family and the Floating Cloud sect was because of the distance. They rarely interacted with each other except for the higher-ups who were at the peak of the king stage and above. Due to the various benefits of the southern domain, they would occasionally meet. As for those who were below the peak of the king stage, basically, they didn't have much contact with the disciples of the Floating Cloud sect. Initially, they were wondering why Chu Zhongtian would take the initiative to show himself, but when they discovered the divine soul stage aura that was leaking out of Chu Zhongtian's body, and after reaching the peak essence gathering stage, no matter if it was a peak of the Great Tao period warrior, the ability to transform the divine sense before one's cultivation base. Not only in the southern domain but also in the central domain where geniuses were born, it was extremely rare. The reason why Qin Wushuang from the Qin Empire was able to do this was because the Qin Empire had a set of secret technique that was specially used to cultivate one's will. Furthermore, Qin Wushuang's talent was unparalleled. Otherwise, the Qin Emperor wouldn't have named him Wushuang. Initially, they thought that besides Qin Wushuang, no one in the young generation of Southern Domain could have achieved the transformation of the divine sense earlier than their cultivation base. However, Chu Zhongtian's appearance had changed their minds. Haha, so it's little friend Chu from Floating Cloud sect. Nice to meet you. It was precisely because Chu Zhongtian's mind had transformed into a divine sense that he revealed a shocking talent that was not inferior to Qin Wushuang's. This attracted the attention of several experts from the Xia family. They were the strongest peak of the king stage experts present. He stood up and replied, Chu Zhongtian greets Senior Xia. After Elder Huang's secret reminder, Chu Zhongtian knew that the one who took the initiative to speak to him was the strongest peak of the king stage expert present, and he bowed respectfully once more. Alright, it seems like you have a good relationship with little Luo. You don't need to be so polite with me. After waving his hand, The peak of the king stage expert indicated to Chu Zhongtian that there was no need to be overly courteous. Senior brother Chu, why did you enter the valley alone? Where are the experts from your sect? Chu Zhongtian's ability to transform divine sense with his mind also stunned the longevity period warrior who scolded Xiaolo. Xiaolo took the opportunity to dash in front of Chu Zhongtian. He was happy but also somewhat confused as he asked, I don't know. After entering the Heaven-Baron's secret realm, I will refine it by myself. When mentioning this point, Chu Zhongtian felt helpless. At first, he had chosen to travel alone in order to help Elder Huang obtain the treasures in the formation. However, when he entered the Heaven-Baron's secret realm, the sect didn't leave behind any means to communicate with him. It made it impossible for him to contact the sect expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unaware of the secrets hidden in the valley until now. Little friend Chu, you entered the valley alone. The peak of the king stage expert who was shocked by Chu Zhongtian's astonishing talent didn't notice this at first. However, when Xiaolo and Chu Zhongtian asked and answered, he suddenly realized this point. That's right. Nodding his head, Chu Zhongtian replied without hiding anything. Little friend Chu, I have to say, not only do you have outstanding talent, he's still a rare genius that only appears once every 10,000 years in the southern domain. His courage and luck are also rare in this world. After getting confirmation from Chu Zhongtian, the peak of the king stage warrior sighed with shock once again. In the valley of the secret realm, due to the density of the desolate chi, the reason why they chose to rest and reorganize, it was also because of the excessive consumption of their energy that they had to fight with the wild beast. They had no choice but to rest and reorganize on the spot. As for Chu Zhongtian, not only was he not eaten by the wild beast, he was also able to maintain the same speed as them without any injuries. How could this not shock a peak of the king stage warrior? Senior has passed the reward, Chu Zhongtian said modestly. Senior brother Chu, I'm afraid you didn't come to find me. Is there something you need our help with? Xiaolo was very happy to see the patriarch praising Chu Zhongtian. As a disciple of a major power, apart from his own outstanding cultivation base, he was also a disciple of a major power. More importantly, he could make friends with people with even more outstanding talent. There were more than 40 Xia clan disciples who had entered the Heaven Baron's secret realm, and there were also many people with greater talent and potential than him. The reason why he was able to be brought into the valley by himself was because of his good personal relationship with Qin Wushuang. This caused the elders of his family to regard him highly. Now, Chu Zhongtian had shown that he wasn't any weaker than Qin Wushuang, and he was also from one of the 9 major powers. His overall strength was ranked second in the Floating Cloud sect. This made Xiaolo feel even more proud of himself. As long as his relationship with Chu Zhongtian was closer, the seniors of his family would definitely pay more attention to him. The peak of the king stage warrior didn't get angry at Xiaolo for taking such a big responsibility. The Xia family was different from the other 4 families. Due to the bloodline and inheritance of the Xia family, they were different. The ____ was different from the other 4 big families. Due to the bloodline and inheritance of the ____, the descendants of the entire family were far inferior to the 4 big families. The low number of heirs also meant that the chances of a genius family member appearing was low. Therefore, the overall strength of the Xia family had always been ranked last amongst the 9 major powers. However, as an ancient family that had existed for over 400,000 years, the Xia family had a set of survival rules that were suitable for them. That was investment. Investment was not to provide a large amount of money, cultivation resources, or a few geniuses. Instead, it was to sincerely build a good relationship with them in advance. Those monster-level geniuses who possessed extraordinary talent but had yet to mature. For as long as they could win their friendship before these monster-level geniuses grew up. Then, when they grew up in the future, the Xia family would receive strong support. This was also one of the reasons why the Xia family was able to continue existing for more than 400,000 years. Although he didn't know what kind of grade Chu Zhongtian's talent had reached, from the aura that was leaking out from his body and his young and tender face, a peak of the king stage warrior could tell that he wasn't very old. He was only 18 or 19 years old. To be able to reach the peak essence gathering stage at such a young age, it was enough to prove that his talent had reached the monster level. Heaven Baron's secret realm. In the valley. This. Facing Xia Lo's questioning, Chu Zhongtian scratched his head. He looked a little embarrassed to say it out loud. But after seeing Xia Lo's sincere eyes, he finally told him the reason why he appeared. Junior brother Xia, before entering Heaven Baron's secret realm, I have been cultivating in seclusion. I don't know the exact details of Heaven Baron's secret realm. When I entered the Heaven Baron's secret realm, I lost contact with the elders of my sect. I don't know what kind of secrets are hidden in the valley of the secret realm, which is why everyone chose to enter this place. Little friend Chu, you don't know the secrets of the valley. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's question, the peak of the king stage warrior slightly frowned. Because a disciple like Chu Zhongtian, who was even more outstanding than a monstrous genius, was not recognized by any faction. He would definitely be the key target of protection, and would definitely be given the best treatment. For an environment like Heaven Baron's secret realm that was filled with danger, it was already incredible that they didn't arrange for a king realm warrior to protect them. Now, they didn't even tell him the important secret of the opening of the Heaven Baron's secret realm. This could no longer be described as excessive. When he thought of this, a trace of doubt appeared in the peak of the king stage expert's eyes as he looked at Chu Zhongtian. Replying to Senior, this junior really doesn't know. The doubt in the peak of the king stage warrior's eyes let Chu Zhongtian know what he had just done. It had already made the other party suspicious. So he took a deep breath and decided to use his acting ability as a movie emperor. He wanted to make the opponent believe in him. Senior, to be honest, the reason why this junior was able to find it and enter this valley was completely because I was forced to. Because before breaking through to the Qi transforming period, this junior had once killed a portion of the genius disciples of the Demon Heart sect in the Azura secret realm. This caused Xian Huang of the Demon Heart sect to hate his seniors, so when he met me, directly instigating a longevity period warrior from a sect to kill a junior. Fortunately, this junior has some strength and some means to save his life, allowing him to barely escape from the pursuit of a Demon Heart sect warrior. It was also because of this that I accidentally entered this valley. Third Grandpa, I know senior brother Chu in the Azura secret realm. I found out from an injured disciple of the Demon Heart sect that there was a king and a fourth marquis in the one emperor, 3 kings and 9 marquises of the Demon Heart sect. All of them were killed by senior brother Chu. Although he didn't know why the experts of his family would question Chu Zhongtian, the smart Xia Lo, he knew that this was the time when he was close to Chu Zhongtian, so he took the initiative to explain on Chu Zhongtian's behalf. Little friend Chu, may I know who your teacher is in Floating Cloud sect? Seeing their junior taking the initiative to explain on Chu Zhongtian's behalf, the doubts of the peak of the king stage experts were reduced by half. But the other half of the doubt had to be confirmed by Chu Zhongtian's status in Floating Cloud sect. Junior's teacher is Zhao Enjuan. Chu Zhongtian did not hide anything from his teacher because it was not a secret at all. However, what he did not expect was that when he said that he was Zhao Enjuan's teacher, the doubt in the eyes of the peak of the king stage warrior disappeared in an instant, and his face revealed a kind smile as he spoke. No wonder you don't know the secret of this valley. No wonder you don't have the protection of the sect expert. It turns out that your master is actually Zhao Enjuan. Senior knows my master. Chu Zhongtian could clearly see the changes in the tone and demeanor of a peak of the king stage warrior. When he saw the questioning look in his opponent's eyes, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he also took the opportunity to get closer to each other, so that he could truly know the secrets hidden in the valley. Sigh. Senior brother Zhao is still the most outstanding person in the southern domain. I don't have the qualifications to befriend him. However, my brother and I are sworn friends, and we have been through life and death together. The peak of the king stage warrior forced a smile. Then he explained their relationship with Zhao Enjuan. After hearing the other party's explanation, Chu Zhongtian was also shocked, because in his opinion Zhao Enjuan was the kind of person who was arrogant. People like him who were not good at dating were very difficult to make friends with. Not to mention, they were friends who had gone through life and death together. third grandpa, you are saying that my grandfather and senior brother Choosemaster are sworn friends? Xia Lo asked in shock. The brother of a peak of the king stage warrior, also known as Xia Lo's grandfather. It was the patriarch from the previous generation of the Xia family, and it was also one of the two greatest supreme-level expert in the Xia family. The strongest one had absolute authority and decision-making power in the Xia family. Ignoring Xia Lo's shock, the peak of the king stage warrior said to Chu Zhongtian with a smile, "Little friend Chu, since you are senior brother Jiao's disciple, you are not an outsider to us. Next, I will tell you the secrets hidden in the valley." As one of the top 10 secret realm in Southern Domain, the Heaven Baron secret realm has a very large space. Furthermore, every time the secret realm is opened, the places where you enter will be different. As a result, no one can accurately describe the detailed map of the interior of the Heaven Baron secret realm. However, 100 years ago, a genius prophet that is rarely seen in tens of thousands of years appeared in the Qin Empire. The divination technique of this genius prophet had reached the point where he could see through a person's fate for the next 100 years. He can accurately predict supreme-level experts' future. The genius prophet of Qin Empire, his experience and knowledge of entering the Heaven Baron secret realm through different warriors. Then, combined with the powerful prophecy technique and amazing memory, he roughly drew a detailed map of most of the regions in the Heaven Baron secret realm, which allowed the warriors who entered later on to enter the Heaven Baron secret realm. Not only did they obtain more precious resources, but their chances of survival have increased by at least 7 levels. Before the opening of the Heaven Baron secret realm, when the higher-ups of the 9 major powers met with supreme expert of the 8 great rogue cultivator, the genius prophet of the Qin Empire predicted that the Heaven Baron secret realm would experience a drastic change. The drastic change represents an opportunity. The opportunity in the Heaven Baron secret realm is in this valley. According to the prediction of the genius diviner of the Qin Empire, in this valley, it contains an amazing amount of resources stored in the barren lode. It has at least reached the 3rd grade and above. What? A grade 3 and above barren lode? When Elder Huang heard the peak of the king stage warrior from the Xia family mention the barren lode, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Elder Huang, be quiet. We'll talk after we leave." Chu Zhongtian, who was shocked by Elder Huang's exclamation, quickly signaled him to be quiet and continued listening to him. In fact, he was also shocked by the secret just now. The barren stone was the same as a spirit stone. It was a stone that contained rich heavenly desolate qi. It was a supplementary treasure that could help a martial artist advance to the physical body level. 5. The barren lode was the same as the spiritual vein. It was a mineral vein that contained a large amount of barren stone. Outside the Heaven Baron secret realm, a grade 3 spiritual vein was considered the best mineral vein in the Southern Domain. It was not something that the 9 major powers could possess. As for the grade 3 barren lode, its value could probably be compared to a grade 1 spiritual vein. After all, the barren lode only existed in the Heaven Baron secret realm. If one wanted to obtain a barren stone, they could only obtain it in the Heaven Baron secret realm. It was impossible to obtain it outside the secret realm. Heaven Baron secret realm. From the valley. Little friend Chu, you should know that the most precious treasure for the warriors who enter the Heaven Baron secret realm is not those rare treasures, but the heavenly desolate's qi that can improve their physique and increase their potential. However, the energy of the heavenly desolates in the secret realm is too scattered. If one wants to rely on meditation to absorb it, the efficiency will be low, and it will also be a waste of time. Therefore, the high-quality barren stone that contains sufficient heavenly desolates is the real reason why Great Tao period and above experts like us can enter Heaven Baron secret realm. Unfortunately, the Heaven Baron secret realm opens once every 10 years. It only opens once every month, and the Heaven Baron secret realm is filled with danger. There are countless wild beasts, and this is the reason why every Great Tao period warrior who enters the secret realm is a Great Tao period warrior. In the end, the number of heavenly barren stone they obtained was very small, not to mention satisfying their daily cultivation. Even refining the next token to protect the Heaven Baron secret realm will be a little difficult. So that's how it is. After hearing the explanation from the other party, Chu Zhongtian finally understood why the 9 major powers had sent out at least 4 Great Tao period and above experts this time. Moreover, the leaders were all peak of the king stage experts. It turned out that their target was the hidden grade 3 barren lode in the valley. Senior, I wonder if you know the exact location of the barren lode in the valley? Chu Zhongtian asked with anticipation. Although he had red heart fruit that could help him break through to the physical body level, he only had 8 of them and the number was too small. Although he had the ability to copy and paste and could paste red heart fruit without limit as a 6th grade spirit fruit, the red heart fruit had been carefully cultivated by the sky-devouring beast. To paste such a spirit fruit, the consumption of spirit stones was terrifying. At the same time, the red heart fruit was a top-tier spirit fruit, and it was only suitable for breaking through to the great stage. It was not suitable for daily cultivation. Therefore, when faced with the secret that it might be a 3rd grade or above barren lode, Chu Zhongtian could not hide the excitement and desire in his heart. No, according to the genius prophet of the Qin Empire, the 3rd grade barren lode is located in the depths of the valley, but as for how deep it is, he can't give an accurate number. Shaking his head, the peak of the king stage warrior said with a gloomy expression. The heaven barren secret realm had been opened for nearly 6 days. Apart from the half a day spent searching for the valley, they had already ventured deep into the valley for more than 5 days. Apart from constantly encountering powerful wild beasts, not to mention the barren lode, they didn't even find a single low-grade barren stone. Thank you, Senior, for answering my questions. Junior is very grateful. Since the other party didn't know the exact location of the barren lode, Chu Zhongtian immediately thought of retreating. Unlike the other party who could only go deeper into the valley step by step, in case he encountered a high-grade wild beast that was difficult to deal with. To be able to use the strength of a royal stage peak, the divine sense was already a supreme-level Elder Huang. Not only could he search a wider area, but he could also avoid more high-grade wild beast ahead of time. It wouldn't affect his speed as he went deeper into the valley. Senior brother Chu, it's too dangerous for you to enter the valley alone. Why don't you stay with us? This way we can take care of each other. Xia Lo suggested anxiously when he saw that Chu Zhongtian was going to leave. In response to Xia Lo's reminder, regardless of whether it was a peak of the king stage warrior or a peak of the longevity period warrior, they all had friendly smiles on their faces. Obviously, they agreed with Xia Lo's suggestion. The kindness shown by the Xia family had touched Chu Zhongtian. He also wanted to stay with the powerful warriors of the Xia family, but considering his special circumstances and, no, Junior brother Xia, I have a lot of enemies. Staying with you will not only affect your progress, it will also cause you lots of unnecessary troubles. So, I think it's better for me to leave. Senior brother Chu, as the Xia family. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's reason for refusing, Xia Lo quickly explained and tried to persuade him. However, before he could say anything, a peak of the king stage warrior interrupted him. Little Luo, let little friend Chu leave. Third grandpa. Seeing that the family's patriarch seniors agreed to let Chu Zhongtian leave alone, Xia Lo asked in puzzlement. However, the peak of the king stage expert did not explain the reason to him. Instead, he kindly told Chu Zhongtian, the route we are going in is basically a straight line. If you encounter any danger that you cannot defend against, you can come back to us immediately. We will do our best to help you. Thank you, Senior. This junior will take his leave now. The promise made by a peak of the king stage warrior made Chu Zhongtian feel the sincerity of outsiders towards him for the first time. Although there was a big reason for this, it was still because of Zhao and Juan, but he was still very touched. Little friend Chu, pay attention to your safety. Nodding his head, the peak of the king stage indicated that Chu Zhongtian could leave. When Chu Zhongtian's figure completely disappeared, the peak of the king stage warrior explained to Xia Lo, Little Luo, the reason why Chu Zhongtian's master, Zhao and Juan, is called the Bloody Butcher. He was the main cause of the chaos in the Floating Cloud sect. It was also because he had killed too many of his fellow disciples that blood stained the entire law enforcement peak. However, the world didn't know that he had another title. It was called the Rogue Cultivator in the sect, which meant that although he came from a prestigious sect, cultivation and refinement are no different from rogue cultivator. He will always be a loner. All cultivation resources are earned by himself. Very few people can walk together with him. Chu Zhongtian is too similar to his master Zhao Enjuan. Whether it is his personality or his way of doing things, that's why I agreed to let him leave alone. So that's what happened. Xia Lo nodded. He finally understood why Third Grandpa did not let him continue to persuade Chu Zhongtian. Little Luo, it is very difficult for someone like Chu Zhongtian to sincerely agree with someone. But if you can win his friendship, then he can become your brother who has been through life and death together with you. Looking at Xia Lo and thinking about his own elder brother, the peak of the king stage warrior said with a sigh, "Whether or not you are sincere in dealing with Chu Zhongtian, it all depends on your own thoughts." 0. Elder Huang, what do you think about the secret of barren lode hidden in the valley? After a few dozen miles away from the experts of the Xia family, Chu Zhongtian found a relatively hidden bush for the time being. He rested for a while and began to discuss the matters of the barren lode with Elder Huang. "Chu, do you know the prophet that person mentioned just now?" Elder Huang did not express his opinion. He wanted to first confirm the true ability of the prophet. Chu Zhongtian shook his head and said, "No, I really know and understand the prophet because of Dongfang Xiongba in Heavenly Dragon Empire. Chu, he is able to use the prophecy technique to predict that something is going to happen in Heaven Barren Secret Realm. Also, there is a grade 3 barren lode hidden in the Valley of Secret Realm, the strength of this prophecy technique. In the era when my body was still intact, there was no prophet who could do it." Seeing that Chu Zhongtian had never heard of this prophet, Elder Huang began to doubt the authenticity of the hidden or vein in the valley. Heaven Barren Secret Realm. In the valley. Elder Huang, I feel that the prediction of the Qin Empire's prophet should be true, because when we were hiding from the sky-devouring beast, didn't we also see the people of the Qin Empire? Regarding Elder Huang questioning the ability of the Qin Empire's prophet, Chu Zhongtian made some calculations. Then he retorted, "Chu, I still find it hard to believe. A million years later, today, such a stage prophet actually appeared in the remote southern domain." Chu Zhongtian's speculation was also very reasonable, but Elder Huang could not accept this reality in his heart. As the true core of the eternal continent, Central Domain was the holy land of cultivation that all warriors yearned for. No matter if it was a force that surpassed the second grade, rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth, or rare treasures that could be found everywhere. The strongest people of the main cultivation system and auxiliary system should all appear in the Central Domain. As the most mysterious and unpredictable prophecy technique in the auxiliary cultivation system, it allowed the people of the Southern Domain to gain the upper hand, allowing them to become the geniuses of the Central Domain. Deep in their bones, Elder Huang, who had an incomparably proud expression on his face, found it hard to accept. "Elder Huang, it doesn't matter if you believe the prediction of the prophet of Qin Empire or not. Our next task is to search for barren lode with all our might, and strive to find it before anyone else finds it. Get enough benefits." Chu Zhongtian didn't understand why Elder Huang kept dragging the prophet of Qin Empire, but all of his attention was focused on the barren lode. Whether he could find the barren lode ahead of time would determine whether he could continue to advance to the physical body level after the Heaven Barren Secret Realm closed. "Chu, if the prediction of that prophet is true, then you might really get rich this time. Whether the prophet of Qin Empire was really as he had imagined, it all depended on whether or not there was a third grade or higher barren lode in the valley. If there was, then under the circumstances of accepting reality, Old Huang would also admire his excellence. If not, although Chu Zhongtian had lost a heaven-defying opportunity, he could still retain his pride and face as a genius of the central region." After making a decision in his heart, Elder Huang immediately began to make preparations for the search for the third-grade barren lode. "Elder Huang, even if you didn't say it, I know that after finding the third-grade barren lode, I will definitely become rich." Chu Zhongtian felt that Old Huang's inexplicable emotions had caused him to be dumbfounded by the great Qin Empire's diviner. He had said all sorts of useless things, so there was a trace of impatience in his tone. Stinking brat! What do you know? As if he could hear the impatience in Chu Zhongtian's tone, Elder Huang's face darkened, and he sternly criticized him. Elder Huang, don't be angry. This brat didn't do it on purpose. Seeing that Elder Huang was really angry, Chu Zhongtian quickly apologized and tried to please him. Humph! Elder Huang coldly harumphed at Chu Zhongtian, but he didn't get angry and explained. Actually, what the world doesn't know is that no matter if it's the barren lode or the spiritual vein, as long as the grade is above the third grade, there is a certain chance of producing a top-grade barren stone or a top-grade spirit stone at the core of the mine. A top-grade barren stone. A top-grade spirit stone. Hearing Elder Huang's explanation of the barren lode and spiritual vein, Chu Zhongtian's breathing quickened as he spoke. In the Eternal Continent, spirit stones were divided into 10 grades. Among them, level 10 to level 8 were low-grade spirit stones, level 7 to level 5 were intermediate spirit stones, level 4 to second grade were high-grade spirit stones, and those above second grade were called top-grade spirit stones after reaching first grade. In the southern domain, low-grade spirit stones could be seen everywhere, and intermediate spirit stones were relatively precious. High-grade spirit stones were very rare, and usually there were only level 5 and above powers. Only those who had reached the longevity period or above could possess a large number of high-grade spirit stones. High-grade spirit stones were very rare, even for those who were at the Emperor Peak. This was because spirit stones of this grade were exclusive to supreme experts. Facing Chu Zhongtian's loss of self-control, Elder Huang sneered disdainfully. Then he continued, "A mere top-grade spirit stone is enough to make you so excited. If you know the treasure that I'm going to talk about next, wouldn't you faint from excitement?" Elder Huang, could it be that there is a treasure in barren lode that is even more precious than a top-grade barren stone? The stimulation from the top-grade barren stone had already made his heart beat faster. When he heard that there was a treasure that was even more precious than a top-grade spirit stone, Chu Zhongtian even felt that his breathing had become difficult. He knew that this was because his heart was beating too fast. He activated the vital spirit within the dantian and adjusted the frequency of his breathing. Soon he regained his calm. After Chu Zhongtian completely calmed down, Elder Huang opened his mouth and explained, "If it's a third-grade spiritual vein, then a top-grade spirit stone is the most precious treasure in the spiritual vein. But if it's a third-grade barren lode, at the very core of the barren lode, there will be very few barren milk that contain abundant energy." Barren milk. After hearing about the barren milk, Chu Zhongtian did not feel much of a pleasant surprise. Because the value of the spirit milk was far beyond the spirit stones of a high-grade 2 spirit stone. But compared to a top-grade first-grade spirit stone, it could be used to aid one's cultivation. 1,000-year-old spirit milk was far inferior to a top-grade spirit stone. In that case, the barren milk that was similar to the spirit milk. Perhaps this was the same effect. Boy Chu, who is more valuable than 1,000-year spirit milk compared to a top-grade spirit stone. Feeling Chu Zhongtian's disappointment, Old Huang smiled knowingly and asked, "Of course, the value of a top-grade spirit stone is higher." Chu Zhongtian replied without thinking. What if the 10,000-year spirit milk is compared to top-grade spirit stones? Elder Huang continued to ask. 10,000-year spirit milk. Chu Zhongtian cried out in shock. He quickly asked, "Elder Huang, do you mean that the barren milk in the core area of barren lode can be compared with the 10,000-year spirit milk?" No, the value of the barren milk is far higher than the 10,000-year spirit milk. Elder Huang's evaluation had caused Chu Zhongtian to finally calm down and become excited. Fortunately, he had long been mentally prepared. Very quickly, he calmed his agitated emotions and started to plead with Old Huang. "Elder Huang, I'll have to trouble you to unleash your divine might and use the Supreme Being grade divine sense to investigate the location of the barren lode." AI. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's request, Old Huang couldn't help but sigh. Using the divine sense to check the location of the barren lode was different from finding high-grade wild beast. Because the high-grade wild beast contained a strong energy within its body. As long as the divine sense was swept across, it could be easily discovered. However, it was hidden underground. or the barren lode in the mountain range, one would need to search inch by inch. This was a huge burden to the consumption of the divine sense. However, in order to allow Chu Zhongtian to obtain the benefits of the barren lode ahead of time, it was also to prove that it was impossible for there to be any prophets of the stage in the southern domain. Elder Huang could only use the divine sense to examine it inch by inch. While Elder Huang was using the divine sense to investigate the barren lode, Chu Zhongtian maintained his normal speed and continued to venture deeper into the barren lode, so as to provide Elder Huang with more areas to search. Heaven Baron's secret realm. In the valley. Half a month later, Chu Zhongtian was leaning against a big tree, breathing heavily. From time to time, he would raise his head and look behind him, his expression revealing a trace of fear. Half a month ago, after discussing with Elder Huang about how to investigate the barren lode, Chu Zhongtian chose to continue going deeper into the valley, looking forward to finding the barren lode a day earlier. In order to find the exact location of the barren lode, Elder Huang needed to fully concentrate on using the divine sense to search. For the time being, he would not be able to detect the high-grade wild beast in the valley ahead of time, so Chu Zhongtian could only rely on his super-strong sixth sense. He wanted to determine whether there was a high-grade wild beast in front of him. Fortunately, the super-strong sixth sense did not disappoint him. The warning in advance had allowed him to avoid the territory of level 4 and 3rd grade wild beast dozens of times, and he had never encountered any fatal danger. However, after half a month of searching, let alone barren lode. Furthermore, because Elder Huang was continuously using the divine sense, he did not even find a single low-grade barren stone. The intense exhaustion forced him to rest for a while, in order to recover the consumed divine sense. Helpless, Chu Zhongtian had no choice but to choose a secluded place for the time being. He also planned to rest for a while. After more than 10 minutes of searching, he finally found a wild beast tree hole that had been abandoned for a long time. Originally, he wanted to temporarily hide in the tree hole and rest, then quietly wait for Elder Huang to completely recover the consumed divine sense. He continued to search for the location of barren lode. Who would have thought that a wild beast that looked like a squirrel would unexpectedly barge into the tree hole he was resting in? Facing the squirrel wild beast that had just advanced to the level 4, Chu Zhongtian's first reaction was to run away immediately. Fortunately, the squirrel wild beast that entered the tree hole didn't expect that there was still a human in the tree hole that had been abandoned for a long time. He was stunned for a moment. Fortunately, Elder Huang was worried that he would use all of his divine sense to search for the barren lode. He couldn't care less about Chu Zhongtian, so he injected enough power of the divine soul into his dantian in advance. When he was stunned by the wild beast, he immediately unleashed the speed of a great Tao period warrior. He quickly escaped from the tree hole. However, as if he had been provoked, the squirrel wild beast that had regained its senses immediately chased after him, not letting him go. Fortunately, the wild beast that had just advanced to the level 4 had not fully adapted to the power after breaking through. It was temporarily unable to display the speed of a level 4, allowing Chu Zhongtian to escape with his life. Chu Zhongtian turned around and looked behind him. In his heart, he hurriedly called out to Elder Huang, asking him to continue injecting the power of the divine soul, so that he could continue to escape. As wild beast, apart from having a strong body and a combat strength that exceeded his own grade, they also had a super strong sense of smell. This was also the main reason why Chu Zhongtian was unable to escape. Chu, there is a river 5 miles northeast. Try to hide in the river. Can you temporarily escape from the wild beast's pursuit? After half a month of investigation, even a supreme level warrior, almost 80% of the divine sense had been consumed. With only 20% of the divine sense's power left, the range of his checking became narrower, and the strength he could unleash was even weaker. Otherwise, Chu Zhongtian would have been able to use the intimidation of the other high-grade wild beast to scare away the squirrel wild beast that was chasing after him. Mobilizing the power of the divine soul that Elder Huang had just injected, Chu Zhongtian appeared in front of the river like a bolt of lightning. He looked at the steady flow of the river and then turned around to look behind him. Feeling the squirrel wild beast that was chasing after him getting closer and closer, He looked at the steady river in front of him. In the end, Chu Zhongtian gritted his teeth and jumped into the river. At the same time, Elder Huang also managed to disperse the power of less than 2 layers of the divine sense. He wanted to help him pay attention to whether the water element wild beast was hidden in the river. Fortunately, other than some ordinary water-type creatures, there were no water-type wild beast in the calm river water, so he was not in any danger for the time being. Using the vital spirit, he temporarily stopped 3 meters away from the water. From this position, he could see the situation on the shore through the clear river water. 30 seconds later, a 2-meter-tall squirrel wild beast with a furry tail appeared on the shore. Its sharp little eyes stared straight at the surface of the water as it made squeaking sounds. After about 3 minutes, seeing that there was no movement on the calm surface of the lake, the squirrel wild beast simply climbed onto the shore, looking like it was waiting for Chu Zhongtian to die. Looking at the squirrel wild beast that was crawling on the shore and waiting for Chu Zhongtian to die, Chu Zhongtian could not help but let out a bitter laugh. He did not think that the squirrel wild beast that was chasing him would be so cunning and stubborn. Chu, since the wild beast is guarding the shore, why don't you sink to the bottom of the river? Let's see if we can leave this place from the bottom of the river. Regarding the wild beast guarding the shore, Elder Huang had no other choice. Unless Chu Zhongtian could hold his temper and let him use all his strength to recover the divine sense that he had consumed. As long as he could recover his consumed divine sense, not only would he be able to avoid being discovered by the secret realm's rules, he would also be able to do so. Using the strength of a great Tao period warrior, he would be able to hold his own against the wild beast for the time being. Then, he would use the divine sense to find a high-grade wild beast's territory, and use it to scare away the squirrel wild beast in front of him. Unfortunately, there were less than 9 days left until the Heaven Baron's secret realm closed. There wasn't enough time for him to recover, and Chu Zhongtian absolutely didn't want to waste his time waiting. All right, he didn't know how deep the bottom of the river was. Nor did he know if there was a water-type wild beast at the bottom of the river. However, facing the current predicament, sinking into the bottom of the river was probably the only way. He used the vital spirit to increase his weight, and then controlled his body to slowly sink. Elder Huang was even more vigilant, and he spread out all of his divine sense, paying attention to his surroundings at all times. After sinking for a full half an hour, the depth of the sinking was more than 10,000 meters. Only then did his feet firmly stand on the real thing. At this moment, the terrifying water pressure that was 10,000 meters below him caused his level 9 body to feel a trace of pain. He lightly touched the soles of his feet and found that the items under his feet were very soft, like mud. He knew that he had really fallen to the bottom of the river. Even after going 10,000 meters deep into the bottom of the river, he still did not find any water-type wild beast. To Chu Zhongtian, this should have been a good thing. However, he didn't feel very good right now, because this strange phenomenon made him feel like he was at the bottom of the river. He was afraid that it wasn't normal. If not for the fact that his super-strong sixth sense did not send out a warning, Elder Huang, who had been using the divine sense to observe his surroundings, would not have noticed anything unusual. He had long wanted to remove the weight of his body and quickly escape from the bottom of the river. Chu! Go 1,000 meters north. Elder Huang, who had been silent since Chu Zhongtian started to sink, suddenly ordered. Okay. All of Chu Zhongtian's techniques had lost their effectiveness when he was at the bottom of the river. The only thing he could rely on now was Elder Huang. Therefore, he could only obey any of Elder Huang's orders. The bottom of the river was 10,000 meters deep, and it was a completely unfamiliar environment. Therefore, he didn't dare to use the movement technique so easily, and could only rely on it to move forward. Fortunately, the vital spirit had filled every part of his body, allowing him to move at a very fast speed. In just a minute, he had reached the position that Elder Huang had indicated. When he stabilized his body and started to observe the environment in front of him, he was stunned. Heaven Baron's secret realm in the valley, at the bottom of the river. Wait. When he reached the position that Elder Huang had pointed out, Chu Zhongtian was slightly stunned. This was because the position that Elder Huang had pointed out was randomly scattered with rocks of different sizes. He looked at where the stones were and found more and more stones in front of him. Without waiting for Elder Huang's reminder, Chu Zhongtian stepped on one stone after another. He drew towards the places with more rocks in front of him. He drew for tens of thousands of meters. He was completely stunned by a mountain that was dozens of kilometers long and thousands of meters tall in front of him. At the bottom of the river that was tens of thousands of meters long, there was actually a broad mountain that was submerged, and the mountain still had plants that could not be grown in the water. Elder Huang, what is going on with this mountain in front of us? Pointing at the mountain in front of him, Chu Zhongtian asked in a puzzled tone. The mountain peak was made up of soil and stones. After a long period of time, it dried up and eventually became a solid mountain peak. When the mountain peak was submerged in water, the soil that could connect to the rocks would gradually soften and fall off. It was impossible to maintain the shape of the mountain peak in the river, unless the entire mountain peak was formed by a huge rock. If it was completely formed by a huge rock, then there would not be any vegetation on the surface of the mountain, so he was completely confused by the mountain peak in front of him. Chu, row 900 meters east. There was no reason for Chu Zhongtian's question, so Elder Huang continued to instruct. Chu Zhongtian did not refute. He obediently followed his instructions and drew 900 meters to the east. When he stabilized his body and looked forward, he unexpectedly found that at the bottom of the mountain in front of him, there was a hole about 2 meters tall. Chu, let's go in. Originally, he wanted to let Elder Huang use the divine sense to take a look at the situation inside the hole. Therefore, after ensuring that it was safe, he would choose whether to enter or not. However, before he could even open his mouth to remind him, Elder Huang's voice rang out. Being 10,000 meters deep at the bottom of the river, Chu Zhongtian was unable to adjust his emotions through breathing. He could only use the vital spirit to calm himself down and then cut into the cave. It was as if he had passed through an invisible barrier. After entering the hole, the river water immediately disappeared. Chu Zhongtian felt as if he had entered a completely new environment. Looking around, Chu Zhongtian found himself in a long tunnel. The depths of the passageway was pitch black, as if he could not see the end of it. Taking a deep breath, he immediately felt the incomparably dense chi of heavenly desolates. A hint of surprise flashed across his face. Elder Huang, this place is? Chu Zhongtian asked with some doubt, but also some uncertainty. Chu, the prophets of Qin Empire are right. There is indeed a barren lode hidden in this valley. As for what grade this barren lode belongs to, we still need to go deeper to find out. After searching for half a month, the barren lode suddenly appeared in front of them. Elder Huang should be happy, but he really couldn't be happy right now. The appearance of the barren lode had directly proved that the prophet of Qin Empire had broken through to the legendary stage. This was the supreme stage that thousands of prophets in the central domain had pursued for their entire lives. After getting a positive answer from Elder Huang, Chu Zhongtian thought that he would be overjoyed and even burst into wild laughter. However, he calmed down in an instant. He took out a luminous pearl from the storage bag. With the help of the luminous pearl, Chu Zhongtian began to follow the tunnel that was either dug by humans or formed naturally. He began to go deeper into the vein step by step. Seeing the abnormally calm Chu Zhongtian, Elder Huang quickly put away his complicated thoughts and used the divine sense to help Chu Zhongtian enter the vein. Chu, just a little bit. After walking for less than 100 meters, Elder Huang used the divine sense to observe his surroundings. Suddenly, he gave a warning. Elder Huang, what happened? In the dark and silent tunnel, other than Chu Zhongtian's footsteps, breathing, and the sound of his heart, everything was so quiet that it was scary. Elder Huang suddenly reminded. Chu Zhongtian thought that there was some danger, so he subconsciously took out the natal spirit blade. He put on a vigilant posture. Chu, don't be nervous. Take 3 steps forward and look at the stone wall on the left. Elder Huang signaled Chu Zhongtian to relax and ordered. Chu Zhongtian did not put away the natal spirit blade. He followed Elder Huang's instructions and took 3 steps forward. With the help of the luminous pearl, he carefully observed the stone wall on the right. Then he saw a stone that emitted traces of desolate chi. He used the natal spirit blade to dig out the stone. After putting away the natal spirit blade, he tightly gripped the stone that was emitting the power of desolates with his right hand. After that, he used the second level of the Overlord spell to test the power of desolate's concentration in the stone. As the body refining technique absorbed the desolate chi from the stone, a dense desolate chi of heaven and earth rushed into his body from the stone, making him clearly feel that his body was becoming stronger. 3 minutes later, the rock in his hand had completely turned into a pile of powder. Both of his hands formed a seal, forming a pillar that could test physical body level. Then he punched the pillar with a straight hook. Finally, there were 13 numbers carved on the pillar, and it barely lit up. Elder Huang, this is the barren stone. A stone that could contain the chi of heavenly desolates was like a spirit stone that contained the spiritual chi. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian was sure that the stone in his hand was the barren stone. At the same time, through the absorption of the heavenly desolate chi, his body had improved. It allowed him to confirm that the grade of the barren stone in his hand should not be low. That's right. Through the absorption of the heavenly desolate chi just now, judging from the energy of the heavenly desolates that instantly gushed out from the barren stone, this is a low-grade level 9 barren stone. Not only did Elder Huang confirm that the stone in his hand was a barren stone, he also gave out the true grade of the barren stone. He raised his palm and blew with force. When the powder on his palm dispersed, Chu Zhongtian continued to venture deeper into the mine. For a period of time, he went through the walls of the tunnel. He kept finding remnants of the barren stone. The lowest grade of the mid-level was the 9th grade low-rank barren stone he found at the beginning. The highest grade was level 8 intermediate. After more than 2 hours of going deeper into the tunnel, Chu Zhongtian finally stopped after walking for about 30 miles. He looked ahead with a serious expression and began to discuss with Elder Huang. Elder Huang, according to your experience, is the tunnel underneath our feet man-made or naturally formed? Chu, to be honest, this tunnel doesn't seem to be naturally formed. It doesn't look like it was man-made either. Instead, it looks like some kind of wild beast was forced to pass through the tunnel. Elder Huang replied with uncertainty. Unlike Chu Zhongtian, who wholeheartedly ventured into the mineral vein and looked forward to finding a higher-grade barren stone, while Elder Huang was alert of the dangers around him, he also carefully observed the traces left on the wall when the tunnel was formed. Through the traces left on the wall, he suspected that the cause of the tunnel's formation was, it was very likely that some kind of wild beast had forcefully passed through the mountain peak. As for exactly what kind of wild beast it was, before he actually saw this wild beast, he was unable to make a precise judgment. The mountain at the bottom of the river in the tunnel. The passageway formed after the wild beast forcefully passed through. Hearing Elder Huang's speculation about the formation of the passageway in front of him, Chu Zhongtian was very surprised. However, when he carefully recalled the tunnel he had just passed through, the bumpy road under his feet, and the marks left by the barren stone on the wall, Chu Zhongtian gradually became convinced of Elder Huang's speculation. Elder Huang, through your experience, the wild beast passed through the tunnel formed by the mountain peak. How long has it been since it was formed? Since he believed that the tunnel was formed by the wild beast, he had to determine the approximate time the tunnel was formed. If the tunnel was formed within a month, he had to consider whether he should continue to venture deeper into the mine. Because in a month's time, he wasn't sure about the wild beast that passed through the mountain peak. Whether or not it had left the mountain peak. To be able to form such a deep tunnel with his body, it was enough to prove that the wild beast was very powerful. It had to be at least a level 4 peak wild beast. If the tunnel was formed for more than a month, he would choose to venture deeper into the mine. In order to find a high-grade barren stone, he would be able to leave the Heaven Barren secret realm. He would still be able to use the desolate chi to advance to the physical body level. Chu! Keep your heart firmly in your stomach. Chu Zhongtian didn't need to explain. Elder Huang knew what he was worried about, so he had already determined the exact time of the passage through the traces left on the scene. According to my judgment, this tunnel was formed at least 100 years ago, so you don't need to worry about the wild beast that formed the tunnel, which is still in the depths of the vein. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. The tunnel had been formed for more than 100 years. After hearing Elder Huang's answer, Chu Zhongtian heaved a long sigh of relief. Then, he raised the Night Pearl and started to use the vital spirit to increase his speed, increasing his speed as he went deeper into the vein. As for the remaining barren stone on the stone walls on both sides of the passage, he temporarily ignored them. Although he didn't use the movement technique with the enhancement of the vital spirit, his speed had increased by at least 10 times. As his speed increased and he went deeper into the vein, Chu Zhongtian could gradually feel that the concentration of the desolate qi was multiplying. After entering the mine for 100 miles, the concentration of the heavenly desolates was more than 100 times faster than when he first entered the tunnel. Even if he didn't use the barren stone with the current concentration of the heavenly desolates, he was 100% confident that he could break through to the level 8 within 5 days. The concentration, which contained the heavenly desolate qi 100 times stronger than the previous one, made Chu Zhongtian pay attention to the remaining barren stone on the surrounding walls. After cooperating with Elder Huang, they continued their journey. He had obtained a total of 1,000 middle-grade Tier 7 barren stone and 700 mid-grade Tier 6 barren stone, 500 level 5 intermediate barren stone and 30 upper level 4 barren stone. Just by relying on the barren stone collected on the walls around the tunnel, it was enough for him to raise the grade of his body to level 8 peak. Then, with the help of the red heart fruit, he would be able to break through to level 7 peak. Of course, Chu Zhongtian's ambition was not only level 7 peak. He hoped that his physical body level cultivation base would be equal to his stage cultivation base. With the two of them improving at the same time, he needed more barren stone. More high-grade barren stone. He moved the vital spirit between his fingers and dug out the remaining high-grade level 4 barren stone on the wall. Chu Zhongtian raised the luminous pearl and planned to go deeper into the tunnel. However, there was a faint majesty of the wild beast. When he stopped, he also took out the natal spirit blade. He asked Elder Huang as if he was facing a great enemy. Elder Huang, didn't you say that the passage was formed at least 100 years ago? Why is there a high-grade wild beast and aura in front of us? After entering the heaven-barren secret realm, especially after entering the valley, Chu Zhongtian had seen countless different grades of wild beast. He was very familiar with and understood the aura of the wild beast. At this moment, the pressure coming from the depths of the passage was at least a Tier 3 wild beast or higher. Facing such a level of wild beast and the straight tunnel in front of him, it would be strange if Chu Zhongtian didn't panic. Chu, don't panic. Go deeper. Carefully feel the aura at the end of the tunnel. Facing Chu Zhongtian's panic as if he was facing a great enemy, Elder Huang's reaction was very calm. He even asked Chu Zhongtian to continue forward. All right. Elder Huang's overly calm expression temporarily eased Chu Zhongtian's panic. He believed that Elder Huang would not harm him. The wild beast at the end of the passage might be another form of existence. However, he did not put away the natal spirit blade in his hand. He still held the natal spirit blade in his hand. He went deep into the passage with a cautious look. Although he knew very well that the natal spirit blade in his hand was facing a Tier 3 wild beast and above, it didn't have any effect at all. But the spirit blade in his hand gave him some confidence. Step by step, he went deeper into the passageway. The pressure in the depths of the passageway was getting stronger and stronger. However, Chu Zhongtian could gradually feel the death qi from the increasingly stronger pressure. An aura of death. This kind of aura could only be produced in the body of a dead creature. When he thought of this, the speed at which he cautiously went deeper immediately increased. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the end of the passageway. Then, he saw that at the end of the passage, there was a giant snake wild beast with a body that was over several hundred meters long, and its body was over 2 meters thick. It was lying there without moving at all. As the snake head was inward and the snake tail was outward, Chu Zhongtian stretched out his hand to pull the snake out. He wanted to see the corpse in front of him. What kind of wild beast was this snake wild beast? However, Elder Huang suddenly stopped him. He ordered with a serious tone, "Chu, step back immediately." "Elder Huang, what's wrong?" The wild beast in front of him had clearly been dead for a long time. There was no danger at all. Why did Elder Huang look like he was facing a great enemy instead? However, Chu Zhongtian knew that Elder Huang would not do this for no reason. He must have discovered something unusual, so he immediately retreated. At the same time, he placed the night luminescent pearl on the wall above the corpse's head. This allowed him to continue observing the wild beast's corpse. 5. Elder Huang only asked him to stop when he was about 30 meters away. Elder Huang, did something happen? After stabilizing his body, Chu Zhongtian immediately asked, Chu, do you know how long this wild beast has been dead? Instead of answering Chu Zhongtian's question, Elder Huang questioned the time of the corpse's death. Chu Zhongtian was immediately troubled by Elder Huang's question. According to the airflow and humidity of the tunnel, the pressure of the special environment in Heaven-Barren Secret Realm, and the appearance of the corpse, the time of death of the snake wild beast in front of him would not be more than a week. However, Elder Huang had clearly said that the time of the wild beast passing through the mountain peak was more than 100 years, which was obviously not the same as the corpse in front of him. This made him unable to determine the exact time of death of the wasteland. The bottom of the river, the end of the tunnel. Chu, no matter if it's a human martial artist, a strange beast, or a wild beast, they were extremely strong when they were alive. The higher the stage, the longer the corpse will be preserved. Yes, even if it's a royal stage peak warrior, the corpse can only be preserved for a month at most. The wild beast in front of him had been dead for more than 100 years. The corpse has been alive for a long time. Do you know what this means? Looking at the corpse of the snake wild beast 30 meters away, Elder Huang said with a complicated tone. Could it be? Elder Huang's explanation, especially the sentence corpse of a royal stage peak warrior, made Chu Zhongtian suddenly realize that the grade of this wild beast in front of him was very likely higher than a second-grade peak, reaching first grade. In other words, the snake-type wild beast in front of him might have been a supreme-level wild beast before it died. That's right. This is a wild beast that has reached first grade. A wild beast that has just advanced to first grade. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian did not dare to say the true grade of the wild beast, Elder Huang spoke on his behalf. Chu, no matter if it's a human expert or a strange beast or a wild beast, only when one's strength reaches the supreme level can one's body last forever and never be destroyed. Elder Huang, since this snake wild beast in front of us is a first grade, it's equivalent to a supreme level amongst human martial artists. Then its strength must be at the top of the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm. With such powerful strength, who could kill it? Also, judging from the passageway it created when it passed through the mountain peak, it was obviously trying to escape. Moreover, the process of escaping was very embarrassing. Could it be that there was an even stronger titled Supreme-Level Wild Beast in Heaven-Barren Secret Realm? After hearing Elder Huang's explanation, Chu Zhongtian carefully observed the corpse of the wild beast. And a question flashed through his mind. It wasn't the Supreme-Level Wild Beast, and it was the rule of the secret realm. Elder Huang replied with a solemn tone. Why did the law of the secret realm kill a grade 1 wild beast? Could it be that the existence of a supreme-level wild beast can threaten the safety of the law of the secret realm? Elder Huang's explanation made Chu Zhongtian somewhat confused. Although the law of Heaven-Barren Secret Realm had been accumulated over many years, it had developed its own consciousness, which could restrict supreme-level warriors from entering the secret realm. It could prevent any damage to the secret realm, but for the supreme-level wild beast that was born and raised in the secret realm, why would it kill the undersur? Unless a supreme-level wild beast could seriously threaten the safety of the law consciousness of the secret realm. Chu, the law of secret realm has its own independent consciousness. It is afraid that a supreme-level wild beast will control and replace it, and become the new master of the law of secret realm. Elder Huang didn't want to answer Chu Zhongtian's question, because his question just now involved a higher cultivation method of the stage. However, considering that Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base had already transformed into a divine sense, he still needed to take the risk of taking away the corpse of the supreme-level wild beast. In the end, he decided to introduce the cultivation method of the stage above the Great Tao period. Chu, you also know about peak of the longevity period experts. Only by controlling the power of law can one advance to the Great Tao period. But do you know the difference between Great Tao period, King, Emperor, and Supreme level? Elder Huang, you're just talking about some trash. You and Master always use my cultivation base to be too low. It's not easy to know about the stage, but you never told me anything about the stage above the Great Tao period. How could I know the difference between these stage? When Chu Zhongtian heard Elder Huang asking about the difference between Great Tao period and above stage, he suddenly recalled the situation he had encountered in the past. He couldn't help but complain. All right, your master, and I won't tell you in advance. It's for your own good. If it wasn't for your will transforming earlier than the cultivation of the divine sense, I wouldn't have revealed the difference between these stage to you. Elder Huang didn't give Chu Zhongtian a good look when he was complaining. After a round of criticism, he began to introduce the differences between the four stage. Through Elder Huang's brief introduction, while he was trying to understand the cultivation of the stage above the Great Tao period, he finally understood why the strongest force in Southern Domain was only at the third grade. It turned out that the three stage at the Great Tao period, King Realm, and Emperor Realm were actually at the Great Stage. This stage was called the Law Phase. It was the process of understanding, familiarizing, and finally borrowing the power of the law. According to the number of power of law you could borrow, it represented the level of the Law Phase stage. The power of law that could borrow the power of a third layer or below was called Great Tao period, which was also known as the Law Phase beginner level. A power of law that can borrow a power of law above the third layer and below the sixth level is called the King Realm. It is commonly known as the King Realm, which is also known as the low rank intermediate. A power of law that could be borrowed from someone above the sixth level and below the 10th level was known as the Emperor Realm. It was commonly known as the Emperor level, which was also known as the advanced of the law stage. To be able to borrow a power of law of the 10th level, there was no such thing as a common name. This was because those who were able to borrow a power of law of the 10th level were basically all in closed-door cultivation. They wanted to be able to borrow the 10th level of the power of law and achieve perfect control in the end. If you could perfectly control the power of law, then you would be able to smoothly break through to the supreme level. As Great Tao period, King Realm, and Emperor Realm belong to the Great Stage, the ranks of the forces could only represent one rank. In other words, if the strongest person in a family was a Qi refining stage peak, then this family was a level 10 family. If the strongest person was a body refining stage peak, then this family was a level 9 family, and so on and so forth. Of course, only families above the level 8 could be called a family. When the strongest person in a family reached the royal stage peak, then this family or power would be able to advance to a level 4 family. When the strongest expert broke through to the supreme level and reached the supreme level peak, only then would this family be able to advance to the third grade family. 5. This was the reason why only the Qin Empire and the 3 major sects could break through to the third grade in the 9 major powers of Southern Domain, while the 5 major families could become level 4 families. This was because it was difficult to break through to the supreme level stage. Chu, do you know why the rules of the secret realm forbade supreme level warriors from entering the secret realm? Do you know why it wanted to kill the supreme level wild beast in the secret realm? Because it was afraid that supreme level warriors could use the power of law they controlled. It could suppress the rules of the heaven-barren secret realm and destroy the consciousness of the rules of the secret realm. Become the true master of the heaven-barren secret realm. Seeing Chu Zhongtian calmly accepting the information about the 4 stage above Great Tao period, Elder Huang nodded his head in satisfaction. In the end, he pointed out the reason why the snake wild beast was killed. Nodding his head, Chu Zhongtian indicated that he understood. Chu, although the supreme level wild beast was killed, the power of the divine soul has completely dissipated. However, the remains of the power of law were still in the supreme level's corpse. If you dare to touch it with your current strength, the backlash from the power of law is enough to take your life. The bottom of the river, the end of the tunnel. So that's how it is. After hearing Elder Huang's detailed description of the supreme level wild beast's corpse, Chu Zhongtian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he couldn't help but thank Elder Huang in his heart. If it wasn't for Elder Huang's timely reminder, he would have definitely stretched out his hand to pull the wild beast's corpse. In the end, he would either lose his life due to the power of law's backlash, or suffer a serious injury. In the heaven-barren secret realm where danger lurked everywhere, once one suffered a serious injury, he would have to hand his life over to the heavens. Whether he lived or died depended on the mood of the heavens. At the same time, he was also reflecting deeply on his own recklessness and carelessness. In the past, he had always been cautious in his actions. He rarely acted so recklessly and carelessly like today. This was partly due to his smooth cultivation during this period of time, but also because his confidence had skyrocketed after his consciousness transformed into a divine sense. Seeing Chu Zhongtian blame himself and reflect on himself, Elder Huang nodded in satisfaction. To be able to advance and discover his own problems and take the initiative to reflect on himself was one of the essential factors for a strong person. When Chu Zhongtian discovered his own problems and explained them through self-reflection, Elder Huang said in an excited tone, "Chu, next, I will give you an unimaginable opportunity. Elder Huang, could it be that you want to use the wild beast's corpse? Help me increase my strength." Elder Huang didn't mention any lucky chances at the beginning, but after seeing the corpse of the supreme-level wild beast, therefore, Chu Zhongtian's first reaction was to find the corpse of the wild beast. "That's right, that's not right either." Elder Huang gave an ambiguous explanation. "Chu, the corpse of a supreme-level wild beast, under the nourishment of the power of law. Not only is it incomparably hard, the residual energy in your body is also not suitable to increase your strength. However, I can use the body of the divine soul to control the corpse of the wild beast and unleash the true strength of a supreme level. Elder Huang, although your body of the divine soul is also a supreme level, the energy used by the wild beast is the heavenly desolate chi. It's not the same type of energy as the vital spirit you're using. You can use the wild beast's corpse. Show me the strength of a supreme level." Chu Zhongtian thought carefully about Elder Huang's idea. He found some contradictions in it. "Chu, I am very happy that you can think of this. This means that your mind isn't troubled by the information about the stage above the Great Tao period." Seeing Chu Zhongtian quickly discover the contradictions of using the wild beast's corpse, Elder Huang praised him with satisfaction. Then, he began to tell his plan. "Use a huge amount of spirit stones and barren stone, then I'll use the body of the divine soul to transform and fuse with it, and then I'll be able to use the wild beast's corpse to truly display the strength of a supreme level." Although the idea that Elder Huang proposed wasn't difficult, Chu Zhongtian didn't feel too excited about it. A supreme level wild beast needed to display the strength of a supreme level, and how many spirit stones and barren stone would be consumed in one go. There was no need for Elder Huang to say it out loud. He could already imagine how terrifying that number was. Although he wasn't very excited, he could still use the corpse of a supreme wild beast as a trump card to protect his life. If he encountered a situation where he was going to die, even if he used up a lot of spirit stones and barren stone, he could still accept it. Moreover, he could use the corpse of the wild beast to rejuvenate his supreme level strength and means to satisfy his desire. Chu Zhongtian was also willing to pay the price for consuming so many spiritual qi and barren stone. "Elder Huang, I accept the opportunity you mentioned, but we are now facing two difficult problems." Speaking up to this point, Chu Zhongtian pointed at the corpse of the snake-type wild beast that was hundreds of meters long in front of him. He said, "The first problem is how to collect the corpse of the wild beast." After that, he pointed at the surrounding walls and said, "The second problem is, how many high-quality barren stone can we obtain in the end?" Seeing that Chu Zhongtian was willing to accept the opportunity that he had just mentioned, Elder Huang felt very excited. Just as Chu Zhongtian had guessed, over 1,000,000 years had passed since Chu Zhongtian had lost his physical body. Apart from his desire to reconstruct his body, his biggest wish was to use the corpse of a supreme level. It would allow him to regain the vigor he had 1,000,000 years ago, and let him vent his frustration of losing his body to his heart's content. Unfortunately, not only were supreme-level warriors strong, they rarely died in accidents. Even if he was attacked by 3 supreme warriors, he would still have to self-destruct in the face of certain death. Even supreme-level expert who had died of old age would choose to hide himself before his death. Basically, he wouldn't let anyone discover the isolated space as his burial body. Therefore, the probability of finding a supreme level's corpse was about the same as a warrior breaking through to the supreme level. This was also the main reason why he was still tempted when he saw the corpse of the wild beast, which was not suitable for him to enter the sect. Hee. Hearing Chu Zhongtian's two difficult questions, Elder Huang chuckled and said, "The first question is very simple. I will teach you a finger incantation. You can temporarily shrink the wild beast's corpse and store it in the empty storage bag. After leaving the Heaven Baron's secret realm and returning to the hidden Dragon Peak, I will use the power of the divine soul to completely refine the wild beast's corpse. It can temporarily merge the wild beast's corpse into the body of the divine soul. As for the second problem, it's even simpler. I just used the power of the divine sense to restore the third layer, and it has already penetrated through the wild beast's corpse. I roughly checked the storage of the barren stone in the Orvane at its end of the tunnel, and the storage of the barren stone in this barren lode. It's definitely beyond your imagination. If that's the case, I'll do as you wish." Seeing that Elder Huang had easily solved the two problems that he had proposed, Chu Zhongtian could only obey his orders. "Chu, look carefully at the finger incantation that I taught you." After reminding him, when Chu Zhongtian's consciousness returned to his sea of consciousness, Elder Huang began to slowly form seals. Although Elder Huang did not form many finger incantation, there were only 9 of them. However, these 9 finger incantation were very complicated. Chu Zhongtian felt that his comprehension ability was outstanding enough. However, it took him nearly half a day to barely learn them. "Chu, the finger incantation that I taught you just now is actually a kind of magic. This one. Not only can the finger incantation shrink a corpse, it can also shrink your opponent. This is a small punishment." Seeing that Chu Zhongtian had already mastered the finger incantation, Elder Huang wanted to strengthen his impression of Chu Zhongtian. "Then tell me the other functions of the finger incantation." In fact, ever since he met Chu Zhongtian and started to teach him the finger incantation of the first magic, Elder Huang had been secretly making a plan. It was the secret technique that could quickly improve his cultivation base after his body was reconstructed. This secret technique was completely made up of over 100 different kinds of finger incantation. All of the finger incantation that he taught Chu Zhongtian came from this secret technique. Of course, apart from the fact that this secret technique could help him improve his cultivation base quickly after his body was reconstructed, it would also bring him a lot of benefits. The bottom of the river, the end of the tunnel. It's true. The seal that Elder Huang had passed down, not only could it reduce the size of the wild beast's corpse, it could also reduce the size of the opponent. While Chu Zhongtian was pleasantly surprised, a very evil plan suddenly flashed across his mind. "That's right. If you don't believe me, you can wait until after you leave Secret Realm. Find an opponent and see if the finger incantation I taught you can shrink the opponent." As if he could sense Chu Zhongtian's thoughts, Elder Huang encouraged him in an evil manner. "Go!" Ignoring Elder Huang's evil encouragement, Chu Zhongtian formed a seal with his 10 fingers. The seal formed by the seal landed on the snake wild beast's corpse. Under the effect of the seal, the snake wild beast quickly shrank. In a short 3 seconds, its body, which was hundreds of meters long, was reduced to only a dozen centimeters, like a small gray snake. "Elder Huang, can you keep the storage bag directly?" When the wild beast's body shrunk to only a dozen centimeters, Chu Zhongtian did not recklessly put it away. Instead, he cautiously interrogated Elder Huang first. After all, at the beginning, he had lost his life because of his recklessness. He had to act cautiously. "Chu, don't worry. The mark I taught you just now, apart from shrinking the wild beast's corpse, it also restricted the energy within the wild beast's body. Touch the wild beast's corpse and it won't cause any backlash from the wild beast's energy." Seeing that Chu Zhongtian wasn't acting recklessly anymore, Elder Huang felt a deep sense of relief. It indicated that he could put away the wild beast's corpse. After the wild beast's corpse was put away into the storage bag, Chu Zhongtian dug out the luminous pearl that had been placed on the wall above the wild beast. Then, He lifted the luminous pearl and walked to the original position of the wild beast's head. After that, he saw that the wall at the end of the passage was full of bumps and hollows. There were countless barren stone on the wall, and they were emitting rich heavenly desolate chi. He reached out his hand and dug out a barren stone that was the size of a baby's fist. It was a very dark barren stone. He used the Overlord spell cultivation technique to try and absorb the heavenly desolate chi in the barren stone, and was startled by the concentration that contained the heavenly desolate chi. If he was able to absorb the heavenly desolate chi in the 9th grade low-rank barren stone like a drop of water, then the heavenly desolate chi in the barren stone was as abundant as a lake. Chu! The barren stone in your hand has reached the upper 3rd grade. When Chu Zhongtian was able to determine the grade of the barren stone by absorbing the heavenly desolate chi from the barren stone, he had already used the divine sense to check Elder Huang's grade and directly pointed out the grade of the barren stone. After that, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Since a high-grade 3rd grade barren stone had appeared in the depths of the barren lode, it proved that the barren lode in front of him must be a 3rd grade or above barren lode. This also indirectly proved that he understood the power of the Qin Empire's prophets. At this moment, he had to believe that the auxiliary cultivation system of the Southern Domain's diviner had surpassed the sacred land of the Central Domain in his heart, the Central Domain. Looking at the endless number of barren stone on the wall at the end of the passage, Chu Zhongtian felt the abundant heavenly desolate's chi in the barren stone in his hand. With great enthusiasm, he took out the natal spirit blade and began collecting the barren stone. Using the natal spirit blade to dig for nearly 3 hours, the number of barren stone collected had reached more than 100,000 pieces. Most of them were level 4 intermediate barren stone, as well as high-grade 3 barren stone. After tidying up the collected barren stone, he put all of them into the prepared storage ring finger. Chu Zhongtian raised his head and looked at the tunnel that was less than 10 meters ahead of him. His face revealed a complicated expression of unwillingness. Elder Huang, with just me alone collecting barren stone bit by bit, not only is the speed very slow, but the efficiency is also very low. I wonder if you have any other ways. In 3 hours, the excavation progress was less than 10 meters. There were more than 100,000 barren stone collected. It would be very difficult to collect enough barren stone before the Heaven Barren secret realm closed. At the same time, he had to prepare a sufficient amount of barren stone in advance to prevent Elder Huang from using the corpse of a supreme-level wild beast and having enough barren stone to support his consumption. Furthermore, the process of mining barren stone bit by bit was a test of a person's patience. If he absorbed the energy of the heavenly desolates within the barren stone, it would increase the grade of his fleshly body. Chu Zhongtian's patience was very good, but mining the barren stone bit by bit, his patience would not be very good. Helpless, he could only ask Elder Huang in his mind to see if he had a good idea. Chu, I thought you didn't want to ask me. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian finally noticed the drawbacks of mining barren stone, Elder Huang said with some dissatisfaction and sarcasm. Elder Huang, time is of the essence. What do you have to pay attention to? Hurry up and tell this kid. After the Heaven Baron's secret realm ends, this kid will let you criticize and teach him a lesson. Hearing the dissatisfaction in Elder Huang's tone, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly apologized. Chu, you are usually very smart, and your brain works very fast. Why have you become so stupid now? Elder Huang was only dissatisfied with Chu Zhongtian's clumsy manner when he was collecting the barren stone. He was not really angry with him. Think about it. You have the perfect Dantian, but you can use the attributes of the vital spirit. Transform enough spirit object and use these spirit object to help you collect the barren stone. Not only will it save your energy, it will also increase the speed of gathering the barren stone. That's right. Chu Zhongtian slapped his head with all his strength and blamed himself with some regret. After that, he started to adjust the attributes of the vital spirit. At the same time, he started to think about what kind of creature he could transform into and what kind of mission was suitable to collect barren stone. The 4 divine beasts could be used to assist in battle, but when it was used to excavate the barren lode, collecting the barren stone was not suitable. So what kind of creature would be suitable for it? When he saw that he had dug out large and small holes in the wall, a very ugly and disgusting animal surfaced in his mind. His mind recalled the scene of capturing more than one of those animals before passing through the flames. Then, a small, ugly creature that was about 10 centimeters long, with a pointed mouth and vertical ears, appeared in the tunnel. Seeing that the creature he had transformed into was exactly the same as the one he had captured before he had transmigrated, a happy smile appeared on Chu Zhongtian's face. If one were to say that the creature most suitable for digging holes was a creature that lived in the darkness, and the creature that was suitable for living in the darkness was a disgusting and annoying mouse. After giving the mouse the order to dig out the barren lode and collect the barren stone that contained desolate chi, the mouse that had transformed cried out and used its sharp claws to start collecting the barren stone on the wall. They were only used to dig out the barren lode and collect the barren stone, so they didn't need to use too many vital spirit. Therefore, the mouse that Chu Zhongtian transformed only touched 1/10,000th of the vital spirit in his perfect dantian. After that, he transformed into nearly 5,000 mice. He asked them to excavate the barren lode and collect high-grade barren stone. The bottom of the river, the end of the tunnel. Under Elder Huang's guidance, Chu Zhongtian used the natal spirit blade to choose a spot with a relatively harder wall. He also began to dig into the barren lode. However, unlike those rats who were trying their best to excavate the barren lode and collect the barren stone, he ignored the barren stone that pierced through the wall of the tunnel. He only focused on splitting open the barrier formed by the barren stone and the soil in front of him. 5 hours later, using the power of the divine soul that Elder Huang kept injecting, coupled with the sharpness of the natal spirit blade, he broke through more than 300 kilometers of the tunnel. Elder Huang, how far are we from the supreme-grade barren stone and barren milk? He kept digging into the barren lode, even though he was using the power of the divine soul that Elder Huang kept injecting into the dantian. It didn't have any effect on his vital spirit, but it consumed a lot of energy. While breathing heavily, Chu Zhongtian asked, "Chu, use the basic saber technique's piercing heart spike to pierce through the wall in front of you." Ignoring Chu Zhongtian's exhaustion, Elder Huang continued to instruct. "All right." He raised the natal spirit blade in his hand and used all of the vital spirit in the dantian. He used the basic saber technique, the heart piercer, to pierce through the wall in front of him. Along with the piercing force of the basic saber technique, it pierced through the wall in front of him. From the hole that pierced through the air, a feeling as heavy as heaven's might came out, causing Chu Zhongtian to almost kneel down on the ground. "Chu, step back for a while." Seeing Chu Zhongtian desperately trying to block the terrifying pressure that came from the hole in the wall, Elder Huang's face changed. He immediately reminded him to step back. After hearing Elder Huang's order, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly used the movement technique. He retreated for nearly 50,000 meters before he could barely withstand the terrifying pressure. "Elder Huang, what is hidden behind the wall that I pierced through?" When his body was able to withstand the pressure, Chu Zhongtian quickly asked Elder Huang for confirmation. "Chu, what is behind the wall?" "I am not sure, so I can't tell you right now." Elder Huang did not give Chu Zhongtian the answer he wanted. After that, Elder Huang used the divine sense to collect hundreds of level 5 barren stone from the surrounding walls. He used the divine sense. After setting up the complete desolate gathering formation, he ordered Chu Zhongtian, "Chu, if you want to know what is behind the wall, you must first raise the grade of your body to level 8. After that, you can use the red heart fruit's medicinal effect to raise the grade of your body to the level 7 peak. At that time, you will know what kind of shocking treasure is hidden behind the wall." Seeing Elder Huang not only not answering his question, but also urging him to quickly improve the grade of his body, Chu Zhongtian had a guess in his heart when he recalled the terrifying pressure coming from the hole in the wall. Just like what Elder Huang had said, if he wanted to know whether his guess was correct or not, he had to upgrade his body grade to level 7 peak. Taking a deep breath to calm his nervous mood, Chu Zhongtian stepped into the complete formation point of the desolate gathering formation and sat down. First, he felt the energy of the heavenly desolates in the desolate gathering formation. Through the concentration that sensed the energy of the heavenly desolates, Chu Zhongtian finally understood when Elder Huang was setting up the desolate gathering formation. Why didn't he just use a high-grade Tier 3 barren stone? It was because the desolate gathering formation formed by a level 5 intermediate barren stone was filled with the energy of the heavenly desolates. The concentration was almost at the gaseous state. As for the terrifying pressure formed by the desolate chi, it had already caused his body to feel a slight pain, and it was difficult for him to breathe. If he used a high-grade 3rd-grade barren stone to set up the desolate gathering formation, the terrifying pressure formed by the sky desolation chi would probably take his life. The level 9 body was withstanding the pressure formed by the heavenly desolate chi, while Chu Zhongtian forcefully circulated the 2nd level of the Overlord spell. He began to absorb the desolate chi from the desolate gathering formation. As the 2nd level of the physique tempering technique started circulating, the heavenly desolate chi was close to the liquefied chi. They all entered his body, causing his physical body's grade to rapidly rise. Half an hour later, Chu Zhongtian felt as if his body had grown a little taller. A small amount of black stains gradually appeared on the surface of his body. He knew that this was caused by his body breaking through the small stages of the Great Grade. In other words, in half an hour's time, his physical body level had successfully stepped into the level 9 intermediate. An hour later, the feeling of his body being raised once again hit him. The black stains on his body increased a little. He knew that his body had successfully stepped into the upper level of the level 9. 2 hours later, an even denser heavenly desolate's chi was instantly absorbed into his body. A loud boom was heard from within his body, and a pure aura of his physical body shattering rapidly rose from his body. Just as Chu Zhongtian was using the desolate gathering formation set up by Elder Huang to quickly increase the grade of his physical body, Qin Wushuang and the other 6 people from the Qin Empire appeared in front of the river. Some people found it unbelievable that the youngest and the weakest Qin Wushuang was standing at the front of the group. The remaining 5 people were using the formation to protect Qin Wushuang, protecting him in a safe zone. He took out a map from the storage ring's finger and followed the mark on the map. Qin Wushuang's gaze quickly shifted to the spot where Chu Zhongtian had jumped into the river. When he saw the squirrel wild beast that was crawling on the shore, he frowned slightly. That spot! Qin Wushuang pointed at the squirrel wild beast's position and ordered. Following that, a peak of the great Tao period warrior transformed into a giant palm and grabbed at the squirrel wild beast that was crawling on the shore. As a wild beast born and raised in Heaven Baron's secret realm, being sensitive was one of the ways they could survive. Therefore, when Qin Wushuang and the others appeared by the river, the squirrel wild beast had already sensed them. The reason why it did not leave immediately was because there was a powerful man in Qin Wushuang's team that it feared. It was afraid that it would alert the powerful man if it stood up and left. Secondly, it was also unwilling to leave now. Because of the insult brought by that weak human back then, it wanted to eat that weak human alive to vent the hatred in its heart. However, when it appeared among the human powerhouses by the river, that human powerhouse who was slightly stronger than it took the initiative to attack. It knew that it could not continue to defend and had to escape as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would anger the strongest powerhouse among this group of people. It would lose its life after just breaking through to the level 4. Its furry tail instantly enlarged, grew, and became thicker. It was like a giant iron rod as it ruthlessly smashed towards the attacking expert of the Great Tao period peak. Bang! The giant tail collided with the giant palm, producing a deafening explosion. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the huge tail and the huge palm formed a rebounding force. Squirrel's wild beast jumped across the river and appeared on the shore. Heaven Baron's secret realm in the valley in front of the river. Squeak, squeak! With the help of the huge tail and the huge palm's powerful rebounding force, Squirrel's wild beast jumped to the other side of the river and roared angrily at Qin Wushuang and the rest. After discovering that the peak of the king stage warrior in the crowd had made a move to deal with him, Squirrel's wild beast immediately turned around and used the river to run into the dense forest on the shore, completely disappearing. Damned livestock, don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll skin you alive. Seeing Squirrel escape into the dense forest with the momentum, he kept the gigantic palm formed by the power of the divine soul. Expert of the Great Tao period peak cursed angrily as well. This subordinate deserves to die. I was unable to kill that wild beast. After returning to Qin Wushuang's side, expert of the Great Tao Period Peak knelt down on one knee and pleaded guilty. Waving his hand, Qin Wushuang gestured for expert of the Great Tao Period Peak to stand up. Then he ran to the riverbank. His eyes stared at the river surface. The remaining 5 strong men hurried to the riverside. They continued to use the defensive formation to protect Qin Wushuang's safety. Qin Wushuang, who was standing by the riverside, used the power of the divine sense that he had just mastered. He started to check the situation at the bottom of the river, but his consciousness hadn't transformed for long. It was less than 2 months earlier than Chu Zhongtian, so the range of the divine sense could only extend to 100 meters. The divine sense that could extend 100 meters into the river was affected by the water pressure at the bottom of the river. He could barely see the bottom of the river at 80 meters. At this distance, he could not see the real bottom of the river. Helpless, Qin Wushuang ordered the old man with the strongest cultivation, Elder Ming, please use the divine sense's power to check the situation at the bottom of the river. Yes, 99 princes. Facing Qin Wushuang's order, the old man who was already at the peak of the king stage replied without a trace of displeasure. After that, a massive divine sense pierced into the water, and it quickly swept towards the bottom of the river that was 10,000 meters below the surface. Mountain at the bottom of the river at the end of this tunnel. With the help of the level 5 barren stone, the complete version of the desolate gathering formation was completed. In less than 3 hours, Chu Zhongtian successfully broke through to the level 8. After reading and comprehending the cultivation technique of the Overlord spell's 3rd layer, he continued to absorb the desolate gathering formation. The desolate chi was still close to evaporating, and it continued to rapidly advance to the physical body level. He wanted to advance to the level 8 peak as soon as possible. With the help of the 3rd layer body refining technique and the abundant heavenly desolate's chi in the desolate gathering formation, Chu Zhongtian was able to break through to the 3rd layer. When he had just advanced to the 8th grade lower grade, he had been using the divine sense's power to observe the isolated space treasures in the wall. What? This strong energy fluctuation was obviously caused by the fight between a human warrior and a wild beast. Therefore, Elder Huang immediately activated the divine sense in the isolated space and passed through the thick mountain wall. Then, a 10,000-meter deep river appeared in the sky above the river. When he saw Squirrel using the rebounding force to escape into the dense forest, and when he saw Qin Wushuang and the other 3 checking the situation at the riverbed, Elder Huang's expression at the end of the tunnel changed. In order to accurately find the barren lode that was hidden at the bottom of the river, one had to either accidentally enter the barren lode by chance like Chu Zhongtian, or obtain the news ahead of time and also have a very detailed route map. He recalled that Chu Zhongtian had introduced the young man who had transformed his intent earlier than his cultivation base into the divine sense, and that he was the 99th prince of the Qin Empire. Thinking back to the valley in Heaven Baron's secret realm, where the news of the hidden grade 3 barren lode had come from, the hands of the Qin Empire's prophet had appeared. Elder Huang knew that he had underestimated the power and means of the prophet of the Qin Empire. Putting away the divine sense above the river and carefully observing Chu Zhongtian's current condition, Elder Huang became somewhat anxious. If he followed Chu Zhongtian's current speed of breaking through to the physical body level, he would have to wait until he broke through to the upper level 8. After that, he would use the red heart fruit to break through to the level 7 and advance to the level 7 peak. Qin Wushuang and the others who were on the riverbank had almost entered the barren lode. Although Chu Zhongtian had once said that his relationship with Qin Wushuang was pretty good, when faced with the 3 shocking rare treasures behind the wall, any relationship was not as tempting as a treasure. When he saw the strongest amongst Qin Wushuang and the others who had reached the peak of the king stage, he planned to use the divine sense to check the situation at the bottom of this river, and then use it to restore the power of the 5th level of the divine sense. After that, he used tens of thousands of high-grade 3rd-grade barren stone to set up a set of 6th-grade illusion array in front of the cave entrance. He would temporarily stop Qin Wushuang and the others from entering the barren lode. After that, he gathered another 10,000 level 4 intermediate barren stone. After that, He used the cultivation of the Formation Master to forcefully increase the grade of the Desolate Gathering Formation. He wanted to increase the Desolate Qi in the formation so that Chu Zhongtian could break through to the physical body level faster. The Desolate Gathering Formation formed by the level 5 intermediate Barren Stone. The weight of the Desolate Qi had already made Chu Zhongtian feel a little tired. Fortunately, after breaking through to the level 8, he could barely adapt to the pressure formed by the Desolate Qi in the Desolate Gathering Formation. However, when Elder Huang used the level 4 intermediate Barren Stone to upgrade the grade of the Desolate Gathering Formation, as soon as he adapted to the pressure, it was increased by dozens of times in an instant. This caused his sitting body to bend a lot. He gritted his teeth and endured the sudden increase in pressure from the formation. Then, he circulated the body refining stage cultivation technique and absorbed the heavenly Desolate's Qi from the formation, increasing his strength by a lot to the physical body level. 5 minutes later, his cultivation base had reached the level 8 intermediate. 10 minutes later, his cultivation level rose to the upper level of the level 8. 15 minutes later, his physical body level had reached the level 8 peak. Just as Chu Zhongtian's physical body level had advanced to the level 8 peak, Elder Huang's urgent voice sounded in his mind. Chu, quickly consume the red heart fruit, and strive to break through to the level 7 peak in one go. There were still 3 days left until the Heaven Barren Secret Realm closed, and there was still plenty of time. Furthermore, there was only Elder Huang and him in the spacious Barren Lode. So why was Elder Huang's tone so urgent? Barren Lode and the Valley. Chu Zhongtian suddenly remembered that the reason why he found the hidden Barren Lode in the valley was because he had heard about it from a peak of the King Stage Warrior from the Xia family. As for a peak of the King Stage Warrior from the Xia family, he had found out about it from the Prophet of the Qin Empire. It was impossible for the Prophet of the Qin Empire to tell all the secrets he had predicted to others. He would definitely leave the core secrets to his own people. In other words, it might be difficult for others to find the hidden Barren Lode in the valley. But for the experts of the Qin Empire, they might have a way to find the exact location of the Barren Lode. The reason why Elder Huang sounded anxious was probably because the experts of Qin Empire had already arrived in the Barren Lode, and they had started to enter the Barren Lode. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian didn't have the time to use the secret technique to test the grade of his body. He directly took out the red heart fruit that he had prepared earlier and consumed it. After that, he borrowed the medicinal strength of the red heart fruit. He quickly increased the grade of his body. Heaven Barren Secret Realm, in the valley, by the river. Using all the divine sense, the peak of the King Stage Warriors of the Qin Empire. Soon, they found the hidden mountain peak at the bottom of the river. The divine sense circled around the mountain peak. After not finding any way to enter the mountain, the peak of the King Stage Warriors secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After that, he told Qin Wushuang everything he saw with the divine sense in detail. 99th Prince, Barren Lode is indeed 10,000 meters away from the bottom of the river. I have checked it with the divine sense just now. But the mountain didn't have any entrances to the Barren Lode. I think the Barren Lode has never been excavated before. Very good. After hearing the observation of a peak of the King Stage Warrior, Qin Wushuang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It was different from the purpose of the other major powers entering the Heaven Barren Secret Realm, or to improve the constitution of the body, to increase one's potential, or they wanted to find the barren stone that contained the desolate Qi of heaven, so that they could use it for their daily cultivation. Also, it was to create a protective token. Qin Wushuang's goal was the 3 most important treasures in the Barren Lode. This was because the first treasure could help him break through to the Divine Soul stage and increase his potential by 100 times, allowing him to have the strength of a longevity period the moment he broke through to the Divine Soul stage. The second treasure could help Qin Empire's prophets break through to the stage that countless prophets dreamt of. The third treasure was to help his father, the peak who had truly broken through to the titled supreme level. It would allow the Qin Empire to officially break through to the second-grade faction, and then open the ancient teleportation formation to regain its connection with the central domain. Therefore, the 3 most important treasures of Barren Lode were hidden in the valley. It was the mission that he had to complete when he entered the Heaven Barren Secret Realm. It was a mission that he couldn't afford to miss no matter what. Otherwise, it would be a huge disaster for the Qin Empire. Rinda and Wang Zong, you two stand guard by the shore. We must prevent those forces who want to catch the cicada and the oriole behind us from seizing the opportunity to take advantage of us. Since the barren lode at the bottom of the river had not been excavated, the three most precious treasures at the core of the barren lode had not been taken away. In order to prevent the other 8 major powers from disturbing him from taking the treasures, Qin Wushuang instructed the 2 early King Realm experts. This subordinate will obey. This subordinate will obey. Facing Qin Wushuang's orders, the 2 King Realm beginner experts replied without the slightest hesitation. If this matter cannot be violated, we can let them in, but we need to delay for a period of time. Thinking of the experts of the 8 major powers that had entered the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm, there were Peak of the King stage experts. It was unrealistic to expect these 2 great Tao period subordinates to stop them. Therefore, before entering the water, Qin Wushuang left a message. Your Highness, please rest assured. This subordinate knows what to do. One of the slightly stronger expert of the Great Tao period Peak replied. Let's go. Qin Wushuang nodded to the 3 people beside him. He jumped into the river first, then quickly sank into the bottom of the river. The remaining 3 experts followed closely behind and dived into the bottom of the river. About 30 miles away from the river, there was a relatively open space. Except for the strongest men from the other 8 major powers of the Qin Empire, all of them were gathered in the open space. The Peak of the King stage warrior from the Hua Mountain Sword sect furrowed his brows as he looked at the people from the Floating Cloud sect and the Devil Cloud sect. A trace of displeasure could be seen on his face. After using the divine sense to see Qin Wushuang and the others entering the river bottom, the Peak of the King stage experts from the Hua Mountain Sword sect also arrived. He asked expert of the Great Tao period Peak from the Floating Cloud sect, Junior Brother Wu, I wonder where Senior Huang and Senior Brother Li are. Why didn't they follow the agreement of the 8 major powers? Senior Brother Liu, I really don't know where you two are. Facing the interrogation of a Peak of the King stage warrior from the Hua Mountain Sword sect, expert of the Great Tao period Peak from the Floating Cloud sect replied with a bitter expression. This time he was trying to get a slot to enter the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm. He was one of the higher-ups of the 4 major sections. The Peak Masters automatically forfeited, and the Senator Group didn't want to pay any attention to them. This had caused the Law Enforcement Peak and the Merit Palace to allocate the spots to the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm. Out of the 40 spots to enter the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm, only disciples below the Essence Gathering stage were allowed to enter. It was decided through the sex competition, and the Law Enforcement Peak and the Merit Palace couldn't interfere. The remaining spots were basically occupied by these 2 factions. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao and Juan took the initiative to lead the way before the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm opened, and the task of opening the Secret Realm, the higher-ups of Law Enforcement Peak and Merit Palace, afraid that it would cause Zhao and Juan to be unhappy, they decided to give Zhao and Juan a spot at the last minute. He was afraid that even the strongest person who came to the heart-refining peak would not be able to obtain this opportunity. Although he was fortunate enough to enter the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm, he couldn't interfere in any of the matters related to the Secret Realm. Fortunately, his mentality was very calm. He knew that he did not have the ability to interfere in the matters of the sect, so he searched for his own opportunity alone. If it wasn't for the Great Tao period expert of the Hua Mountain Sword sect inviting him personally, he wouldn't have come to this meeting. Seeing the bitter expression on the face of the warrior named Wu, the Peak of the King stage warrior who understood the conflict between the Floating Cloud sect's factions, instead of interrogating him, he turned his gaze to the strongest warrior of the Demon Heart sect. He was also a Peak of the Great Tao period warrior. Facing the interrogation of a Peak of the King stage warrior of the Hua Mountain Sword sect, the Great Tao period warriors of the Demon Heart sect also didn't know anything. Senior Brother Liu, Qin Wushuang, and the others from the Qin Empire have entered the riverbed. If we don't make the best use of our time, I'm afraid all the benefits will belong to the Qin Empire. When he saw the Peak of the King stage warriors of the Hua Mountain Sword sect waiting for the Peak of the King stage warriors from the Floating Cloud sect and Demon Heart sect, the Peak of the King stage warrior from the Jifeng family reminded them anxiously. The peak of the king stage expert from the Hua Mountain Sword sect understood the warning from the Jifeng family expert. However, if they wanted to follow Qin Wushuang and the others into the barren lode, they would have to clash with the Great Qin expert guarding the shore. The consequences of clashing with Great Qin's experts were to offend the Qin Empire. As such, if they wanted to follow ____ and the others into the ____, they would have to have a conflict with Great Qin's experts. With the Qin Empire's domineering behavior, they would definitely take revenge after the secret realm ended. If the 3 major sects and the 5 major families joined forces, the Qin Empire would have to consider the consequences of their revenge. However, if the strongest experts of the Floating Cloud sect and the Demon Heart sect did not participate in this conflict, the peak of the king stage experts of the Hua Mountain Sword sect were worried that the Qin Empire would use this as an excuse to resolve the situation of the 3 major sects joining forces. They would deal with the Hua Mountain Sword sect alone. Seeing the hesitation in the peak of the king stage warrior's eyes, the peak of the king stage warriors of the Jifeng family shot a glance at the peak of the king stage warriors of the Chu family. After that, the peak of the king stage warrior from the Chu family took a step forward and said to the peak of the king stage warrior from the Hua Mountain Sword sect, "Senior brother Lu, with the abilities of the perfect diviner from the Qin Empire, I'm sure he will leave some clues for Qin Wushuang and the others to retrieve the treasure. If we continue to delay, I'm afraid that this trip to the secret realm will be fruitless. What's more, we will also delay the preparation of the next expedition to the secret realm. After all, we have wasted most of our time in this valley." Heaven Baron's secret realm. In the valley, the warning from a peak of the king stage warrior from the Chu family made the peak of the king stage warrior from the Hua Mountain Sword sect show a look of enlightenment. If he didn't follow Qin Wushuang and the others to the barren lode immediately and wait for the Heaven Baron's secret realm to close, without any harvest, they would be able to find the Heavenly Baron stone in their sect's inventory. It wasn't enough to deal with the next opening of the Heaven Baron's secret realm. If his hesitation affected the interests of the Sword sect disciples after the next opening of the Heaven Baron's secret realm, then he would be a sinner of the Sword sect. Thinking of this, the peak of the king stage warrior of the Hua Mountain Sword sect gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go." Seeing that the peak of the king stage warrior of the Hua Mountain Sword sect had finally agreed to move, the peak of the king stage warrior from the Jifeng family and Chu family smiled. Then, he followed the peak of the king stage warrior of the Hua Mountain Sword sect and rushed to the river bank. However, the 2 peak of the king stage warriors didn't notice that Lu Yuan, who had been standing beside the peak of the king stage warrior from the Hua Mountain Sword sect, had noticed the smile on their faces. Although Lu Yuan had noticed the evil intentions of the peak of the king stage warriors from the 2 families, he was only a peak of the Qi transforming period warrior, so he couldn't stop this from happening. He could only follow the sect expert and quickly approach the river bank. "Senior brother Chu, where are you?" As he ran towards the river bank, Lu Yuan shouted Chu Zhongtian's name in his heart. He wanted to resolve the conflict between the Hua Mountain Sword sect and the Qin Empire. He could only rely on his friendship with Chu Zhongtian and Qin Wushuang. After all, as a sword fanatic of the Hua Mountain Sword sect, Lu Yuan knew Qin Wushuang's identity. He knew how much influence he had on Great Qin's emperor. If Qin Wushuang was willing to resolve the conflict between them, the emperor of Great Qin would not oppose it. At the bottom of the river on a mountain peak at the end of the tunnel, as a red heart fruit that had been carefully cultivated by the sky-devouring beast, the terrifying amount of energy contained within it had completely exceeded Elder Huang's expectations. After consuming the red heart fruit, the terrifying energy that erupted from the red heart fruit instantly allowed Chu Zhongtian to break through to the level 7. After his fleshly body broke through to the level 7, the energy that erupted from the red heart fruit didn't even consume 1/100th of its energy. This caused the remaining energy in his body to surge and wreak havoc within his body. He forcefully endured the pain that came from the impact of the terrifying energy. Chu Zhongtian quickly comprehended the Overlord spell's 9th 4th layer cultivation technique. When he finally managed to use the Overlord spell's 4th layer skill, the terrifying energy that erupted from the red heart fruit had already raised his physical body level to level 7 peak. Chu Zhongtian didn't even need to use the 4th layer cultivation technique to absorb the energy that rampaged through his body. The terrifying energy that erupted from the red heart fruit had once again increased his physical body level, allowing him to break through to the 6th grade. When Chu Zhongtian's physical body level reached the 6th grade, the energy that erupted from the red heart fruit, there was still more than half of it left. According to the red heart fruit, the energy contained in the red heart fruit could increase the physical body level. The remaining energy could probably directly raise Chu Zhongtian's physical body level to the level 5. Chu, quickly find a way to channel the remaining energy out of your body. I can't continue to improve the grade of my body, or else it will damage your deep foundation, and you won't be able to use your body to advance to a higher grade in the future. Seeing the energy bursting out from the red heart fruit, Chu Zhongtian continued to advance to the physical body level. He knew very well that the advancement of a physical body level was the same as the advancement of the stage. One needed to advance step by step, and every grade needed to be consolidated and comprehended. Therefore, he immediately reminded him. When the terrifying energy erupted from the red heart fruit had allowed his physical body level to break through to the level 7 peak, Chu Zhongtian had already begun to think of ways to channel the terrifying energy in his body, but whether it was merging with the Dantian or not, even if he used the divine sense to expel the energy from his body, he still wouldn't be able to reduce the terrifying energy in his body. Just as Elder Huang's warning sounded, just as Chu Zhongtian was at his wit's end, the spirit beast in the isolated space in his divine sense suddenly sent a message to Chu Zhongtian. It told him to transfer the uncontrollable energy in his body into the isolated space so that it could digest this energy. It could also be converted into pure energy that could increase one's cultivation base and physical body level. The spirit beast that could aid him in his cultivation was actually able to consume the energy formed by the red heart fruit. Chu Zhongtian was pleasantly surprised and quickly guided the terrifying energy into the isolated space. It was as if the switch on the valve had been opened, and the terrifying energy formed from the red heart fruit. It quickly surged into the isolated space. The energy formed from the red heart fruit had both increased the grade of the spirit beast. It had accumulated enough energy for him to break through to the divine soul stage, and it had also resolved his current crisis. When the excess energy in Chu Zhongtian's body had completely disappeared, Elder Huang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After a simple discussion with Chu Zhongtian, he used the divine sense to check the changes in Chu Zhongtian's body after he broke through 3 grades in a row. He wanted to see if there were hidden dangers. Chu, before your body breaks through to the 6th grade, your body is basically in perfect condition. However, after the energy formed by the red heart fruit forcefully breaks through to the 6th grade, it has caused your body to contain 17 hidden dangers. Before you get rid of these 17 hidden dangers, you can't continue to increase the grade of your body. After carefully examining the divine sense, Elder Huang pointed out the hidden dangers caused by Chu Zhongtian's forcefully breaking through to the 6th grade. Thank you, Elder Huang. Chu Zhongtian expressed his gratitude. When Elder Huang used the divine sense to check the hidden dangers in his body, he also used the divine sense and his own senses to check the hidden dangers in his body. However, in the end, only 11 hidden dangers appeared. If 11 hidden dangers were removed, he would continue to advance to the physical body level. When the physical body level reached a higher grade in the future, the remaining 6 hidden dangers in his body would become obstacles that would stop him from advancing to a higher grade. Chu, let's not talk about this for now. Powerful warriors of the Qin Empire and the experts of the other 8 major powers had already entered the depths of the river. Although I used the formation to temporarily hide the entrance, with the strength of these people, I'm afraid it won't take long for me to break through the passageway and reach this place. Therefore, we must immediately take away the treasures behind the wall and leave the barren lode quietly. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian still had doubts in his heart, Elder Huang hurriedly stopped him. After that, he explained while removing the formation from the desolate gathering formation. Then let's make the best use of our time to get the treasure. After hearing Elder Huang's explanation, Chu Zhongtian quickly stood up and went to the wall that he had pierced through with the basic saber technique. Without using any vital spirit, with just the pure strength of a 6th grade body, a simple slash had cut open the wall in front of him by more than 10 meters. After that, an even more terrifying pressure attacked him. Fortunately, after his fleshly body broke through to the 6th grade, this rapid attack didn't have any effect on him. When he had fully adapted to this terrifying pressure, Chu Zhongtian was surprised to find that, behind the wall that was split open, there was an isolated space that was emitting a milky-colored light. There were 3 things floating in the space that was emitting light. The bottom of the river, the end of the tunnel. Chu, let's go in. With your 6th grade body, the pressure in the isolated space won't bring you any danger. When the milky white isolated space was completely exposed in front of Chu Zhongtian, Elder Huang said with some excitement. Without any hesitation, Chu Zhongtian held the natal spirit blade in his hand and used the strength of his 6th grade body to walk into the isolated space. Originally, he thought that the barrier of the isolated space would prevent him from entering the spatial zone. That was why he stimulated the strength of his 6th grade body in advance, and secretly manipulated the vital spirit in the perfect dantian to force his way into the isolated space. However, when he arrived at the isolated space and stepped into the spatial zone, he discovered that the barrier of the isolated space was like a bubble, allowing him to pass through it without any hindrance. After carefully observing the 3 treasures floating in front of him, Chu Zhongtian's face revealed an uncontrollable joy. Among the 3 treasures, Chu Zhongtian recognized 2 of them. The first treasure was 100 pieces of high-grade barren stone the size of a watermelon. The second treasure was a small pool of barren milk. After a careful calculation, he estimated that there were at least 30 drops of barren milk. As for the last treasure, it was a grayish soil the size of a fingernail. However, the soil was emitting a terrifying aura of heavenly desolates. Elder Huang, what treasure is this? Pointing at the grayish soil the size of a fingernail, Chu Zhongtian asked in confusion. Chu, I am very envious and jealous of your heaven-defying luck. Looking at the grayish soil floating in the spatial zone, Elder Huang did not hide his envy and jealousy at all. Elder Huang, based on our relationship, what belongs to me is yours. Feeling the envy and jealousy in Elder Huang's tone, Chu Zhongtian quickly pretended to be generous and comforted him. You know what's good for you, kid. Elder Huang nodded his head in satisfaction at Chu Zhongtian's generous gesture and explained in detail. This earth-like treasure in front of you is the desolate fat formed by the barren milk after 1,000,000 years of accumulation. Its effect is 100 times greater than the barren milk, 1,000 times greater than a supreme-grade barren stone. Chu, with the desolate fat, your body will most likely break through the 1st grade and reach the legendary saint realm. Chu Zhongtian temporarily wouldn't consider whether his fleshly body could become a saint in the future. However, the effect of the desolate fat was 100 times greater than the barren milk, and 1,000 times greater than a top-grade barren stone. This was the reason why he was overjoyed. First, he put the 100 pieces of top-grade barren stone into his storage ring finger, and then he took out the pill bottle that he had prepared earlier. After putting the floating barren milk into the pill bottle, he looked at the desolate fat floating in the air. Chu Zhongtian asked, Elder Huang, what kind of vessel does desolate fat use to store it? Desolate fat is condensed from barren milk. It can still be stored in the pill bottle. After answering Chu Zhongtian's question, the divine sense that Elder Huang had placed 100 miles away was suddenly touched. Chu, quickly put away the spirit object that you have transformed into, then destroy the passageway that leads to the isolated space. Think of a way to leave barren load. The warning divine sense was triggered by someone. Elder Huang quickly observed and soon found Qin Wushuang and the others. Qin Wushuang and the others' luck was pretty good. When they opened the passageway to barren load, they directly intersected with the passageway formed by the supreme-level wild beast. Very soon, they discovered the abnormalities in this place, so he quickly mentioned Chu Zhongtian. Using the power of the divine soul in the dantian, Chu Zhongtian instantly left the independent space. He took out a mid-level spirit sword from the storage ring's finger, and used the sword technique that he was not familiar with to destroy the passageway that led to the isolated space. At the same time, the divine sense controlled all the transformed mice that were searching for the barren stone to quickly return. Chu Zhongtian didn't have time to check how many barren stone the creatures had collected. He put all of them into the storage ring's finger, and then used the mid-level spirit sword in his hand to use the power of the divine soul to smash into the stone wall. Qin Wushuang, who had quickly descended to the bottom of the river, saw the mountain peak that was hidden at the bottom of the river. A look of joy appeared on his face. But just as the peak of the King Stage experts beside him were searching for a suitable location to dig the tunnel, a bad premonition suddenly flashed in his heart. He indicated that the peak of the King Stage experts didn't need to search for a suitable location to open the tunnel. Instead, he ordered the 3 experts beside him to use their powerful cultivation base and powerful true treasures to forcefully open the barren lode. Half an hour later, after digging a tunnel that was hundreds of kilometers away, a hollow state suddenly appeared in front of them. Qin Wushuang and the others appeared in the tunnel that was formed after the wild beast's corpse passed through. Looking at the tunnel that had existed since a long time ago and thinking about the tunnel entrance that they hadn't discovered, Qin Wushuang knew that someone had entered the barren lode ahead of time and used some kind of method to hide the location of the tunnel entrance. Worried about the 3 treasures at the core of the barren lode, Qin Wushuang directly ordered the peak of the King Stage experts beside him to use all their strength to bring him deeper into the core of the barren lode. Just as they were moving forward a few hundred miles, when they were less than 100 miles away from the isolated space at the core of the barren lode, they suddenly heard the sound of the tunnel collapsing in front of them. Elder Ming, speed up! Through the sound of the tunnel collapsing, Qin Wushuang knew who had entered the barren lode ahead of time. They had already obtained the 3 most precious treasures of the barren lode, and were currently destroying the scene. After eliminating all traces of the scene, Qin Wushuang directly ordered the experts around him, exhausting his potential and increasing his speed. Chu, it seems like that brat is really anxious. He actually overdrew the potential of the peak of the King Stage experts around him. Elder Huang, who had been using the divine sense to observe Qin Wushuang and the others, quickly noticed the condition of a peak of the King Stage warrior. He deeply admired Qin Wushuang's decisiveness. He felt a trace of fear towards Qin Wushuang's cold-blooded attitude. Elder Huang, before I leave barren lode, can Qin Wushuang and the others chase after me? When he heard Elder Huang say that the opponent had overdrawn his potential, Chu Zhongtian quickly asked. Chu, don't worry. When you destroyed the passageway of the isolated space, I left behind a small gift in advance. It was enough for that little guy called Qin Wushuang to suffer for a period of time. Elder Huang said with an evil smile. Although Elder Huang's promise made Chu Zhongtian heave a sigh of relief, he didn't dare delay any longer. He still used the power of the divine soul in the Dantian to attack the stone wall above his head with all his strength, speeding up the speed of leaving barren lode. The mountain peak that sank into the bottom of the river was not too high. It was only about 4,000 meters tall. With the help of Chu Zhongtian's power of the divine soul, it only took him a little more than a minute to successfully use it to rush out of the barren lode and appear in the middle of the river. Elder Huang, quickly check the river bank and see if there are people there. The moment he rushed out of the mountain, Chu Zhongtian quickly reminded Elder Huang to observe the situation around the river bank. At the same time, he continued to use the power of the divine soul to increase his speed of rising. Chu, don't worry. There's no one by the river bank. Just as Chu Zhongtian was about to blast open the mountain, Elder Huang had already used the divine sense to check the shore and the area within a 100-mile radius of the river. Heaven Baron's secret realm. In the valley, after rushing out of the river with all his strength, Chu Zhongtian continued to use the power of the divine soul that Elder Huang kept injecting into his Dantian. He increased his speed, then turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed into the dense forest. At the same time, Elder Huang used the supreme level power of the divine soul to completely cover up the aura on his body. The moment Chu Zhongtian escaped from the river and rushed into the dense forest, under the lead of a King Realm expert who had overdrawn his potential, Qin Wushuang appeared outside the isolated space. Looking at the passageway that led to the collapse of the isolated space, Qin Wushuang's face instantly darkened. Standing beside him, the peak of the King Stage expert who had a ruddy complexion due to overdrawing his potential carefully looked at the gloomy face of Qin Wushuang. He didn't dare to say a word, and he also didn't dare to disperse the power he had gained from overdrawing his potential. Break through the tunnel that leads to the core. Taking a deep breath, Qin Wushuang temporarily suppressed the anger in his heart, and then gave the order to continue attacking. Yes. After responding, the peak of the King Stage warrior waved his hand and pierced through the rubble. He planned to clear out the passage that led to the isolated space, but just as the force he unleashed was about to clear out the rubble in the passage, explosions suddenly came from all around the isolated space. The powerful explosion caused the entire barren lode to shake violently. Whether it was the passageway that the supreme-level wild beast had broken through or the passageway that Qin Wushuang and the others had dug out, the passageway that the 8 major powers had dug out had all collapsed due to the intense shaking of the barren lode. All the people who had entered the barren lode were buried in the rubble. Fortunately, the people who had entered the barren lode had ordinary strength, and the rubble that was formed from the collapse of the passageway. For the time being, they were unable to harm these experts, but the feeling of being buried alive made them very uncomfortable. They used their powerful cultivation base to send the crushed stones above their heads flying. Then, experts appeared in the sky above the collapsed mountain peaks one after another. When the experts of the 8 major powers saw the gloomy face of Qin Wushuang, a trace of fear flashed across their faces. Even the peak of the King Stage experts of Hua Mountain Sword Sect were no exception. They raised their heads and looked at the experts of the 8 major powers. But Qin Wushuang didn't say anything. He nodded at the 3 experts beside him and the 2 experts who had followed the 8 major powers to the bottom of the river. After that, he rose into the sky and left the river. Senior Brother Liu, what should we do next? Seeing Qin Wushuang leaving the river with a gloomy expression, the peak of the King Stage warrior from the Jifeng family asked with a guilty conscience. AI. Although Qin Wushuang didn't say anything when he left, his gloomy face made the peak of the King Stage warriors from the Hua Mountain Sword Sect know that they had offended the Qin Empire badly this time. However, since they had already offended the it was useless to worry about them. They should take this opportunity to collect more barren stone in case they needed it for their future cultivation and the next opening of the Heaven Barren Secret Realm. Before the secret closing of the Secret Realm, try your best to collect as many barren stone as possible. The barren stone was hard to find, and the barren lode was even harder to find. It was possible to find the barren lode. Furthermore, it was a 3rd-grade barren lode. The experts from the 8 major powers were naturally unwilling to leave just like that. After receiving the signal from the peak of the King Stage experts from the Hua Mountain Sword Sect, these people all rushed towards the collapsed mountain peak at the bottom of the river, trying their best to collect high-quality barren stone. The higher the quality of the barren stone, the deeper they went into the barren lode. Therefore, the experts who rushed to the mountain peak could only collect low-grade and intermediate barren stone from the beginning. Regarding this, they didn't care. Because there were nearly 3 days left until the Heaven Barren Secret Realm closed, it was enough for them to gather enough high-grade barren stone. However, just as each of them had collected less than 10,000 low-grade and intermediate barren stone, whirlpools suddenly appeared in the sky above Heaven Barren Secret Realm. The sudden appearance of the whirlpools produced a strong suction force. They aimed at every single warrior in Heaven Barren Secret Realm, regardless of whether they were Qi transforming period stage warriors. Facing the sudden strong suction force, the many experts who were happily collecting barren stone were extremely unwilling to give up, especially those peak of the King Stage experts from the Jifeng family. They had taken the risk of offending the Qin Empire, and were forced to leave the Heaven Barren Secret Realm before they could collect enough barren stone. How could they be willing to do so? Chu Zhongtian, who had quickly escaped the river, used Elder Huang's ability to conceal the aura on his body, and used the profound grade low-rank movement technique to quickly run out of the valley. There were 3 kinds of peerless rare treasures in the core area of the barren lode, regardless of whether they were Qi transforming period stage warriors. Even supreme-level warriors would be tempted by them. Therefore, he absolutely couldn't let anyone find out that he had these 3 treasures. Otherwise, after the secret realm was closed, he would be hunted down by supreme-level expert. Therefore, leaving the barren lode and the valley was the best choice. Chu, the Heaven Barren Secret Realm is about to close. The rules of the secret realm will send you out soon. In order to prevent me from being discovered by the rules of the secret realm, I will still use the suffocating secret technique. He fell into a deep sleep. When you return to your sect, use the secret technique I taught you to wake me up. While Chu Zhongtian was running towards the entrance of the valley with all his strength, Elder Huang, who had been using the divine sense to observe the situation behind him, after discovering the vortex that had formed above his head, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. Elder Huang, who had experienced the tempering in Heaven Baron's secret realm, knew what would happen next, so he quickly reminded him. Without waiting for Chu Zhongtian's response, Elder Huang immediately used the secret technique and fell into a deep sleep. Just as Elder Huang fell into a deep sleep, hundreds of whirlpools appeared above his head. A strong suction force from one of the whirlpools was aimed at Chu Zhongtian, causing him to rise uncontrollably from where he stood. Before Elder Huang used the secret technique, he had already warned him that this was the time when the Heaven Baron's secret realm was closed. It was the way the rules of secret realm sent everyone out of secret realm. Therefore, when faced with an uncontrollable body, Chu Zhongtian didn't panic. He waited until his body came into contact with the suction force and the vortex. He suddenly felt as if he had just entered the secret realm and stepped into the vortex. He was pushed forward by the force of the vortex. Outside the Heaven Baron's secret realm, on the 17 giant steel, 17 supreme-level warriors were sitting cross-legged on their own stone tablets. They were either cultivating the vital spirit, comprehending the power of law, or studying the profound secret technique. There were less than 3 days left until the Heaven Baron's secret realm closed, but the 17 supreme-level expert were still motionless. If the secret realm did not close, the giant steel on their feet would not be able to be put away. They could only wait on the giant steel. While everyone was immersed in their cultivation and comprehension, the stone tablet under the feet of a rogue cultivator's supreme expert suddenly began to shake slightly. Along with it, a vortex gradually appeared at the bottom of the stone tablet. The sudden appearance of the vortex on the giant steel not only shocked Supreme-level expert, but also the other 16 Supreme-level expert. Outside the Heaven Baron's secret realm, in the sky above Funing City, out of the 17 Supreme-level experts present, apart from Jiawenjuan and Great Qin's experts in the war chariot, this was the first time Great Qin had managed the opening of the Heaven Baron's secret realm. The remaining 15 Supreme-level expert had controlled the opening of the Heaven Baron's secret realm more than once. He understood the entire process of opening and closing the Heaven Baron's secret realm. In the first 15 days after the opening of the Heaven Baron's secret realm, the whirlpool underneath giant steel would continue to exist. The goal was to prepare for those warriors with low cultivation base, so that they could finish the trial of the Heaven Baron's secret realm ahead of time. On the 15th day, the vortex under the giant steel would disappear automatically. It would only appear again when the secret realm closed after the 30th day. At this moment, the whirlpool that appeared at the bottom of the stone tablet was clearly a sign before the Heaven Baron's secret realm closed. However, there were still 3 days left until the secret realm closed up. Why would the Heaven Baron's secret realm close up ahead of time? Just as everyone was wondering about the whirlpool that appeared under Supreme-level experts' feet, the remaining 15 pieces of giant steel and the bottom of the stone tablet in the middle also had different-sized whirlpools. Although everyone was very surprised that the Heaven Baron's secret realm had closed ahead of time, they didn't question or discuss with each other, but waited quietly for the warriors in the secret realm to return. They hoped to know what kind of changes had happened in the secret realm through the warriors of the secret realm. This caused the Heaven Baron's secret realm to close ahead of time. Although a whirlpool had appeared at the bottom of the giant steel underneath Supreme Expert's feet, the first batch of people who had left the Heaven Baron's secret realm through the whirlpool had appeared under the giant steel in the middle. The first batch of people who appeared were 5 Qi transforming period warriors from the Qin Empire. Then, the second batch of 7 Essence Gathering Stage disciples appeared at the bottom of the whirlpool. After the third batch of 11 Divine Soul Stage disciples appeared at the bottom of the vortex, more and more warriors from the secret realm began to appear in the vortex under the other giant steel. As the protective token made by the Floating Cloud sect had the shortest amount of time to defend, the essence gathering stage disciples and those below the essence gathering stage had long finished their refinement and returned to the sect through the spatial crack that Xianxia had torn open. Therefore, after all the warriors in the heaven-barren secret realm left the secret realm, out of the 9 major powers, only the floating cloud sect had the least number of people left. There were only 9 people left. Among the 9 people, the one with the highest cultivation base was expert of the Great Tao period peak from the heart-refining peak, and the one with the lowest cultivation base was Chu Zhongtian, who was only at the peak essence gathering stage. When they saw that Chu Zhongtian, who was only at the essence gathering stage, was able to persist until the secret realm closed, and the 8 divine soul stage and above warriors who had left the secret realm, their expressions revealed a trace of doubt and puzzlement. When the disciples of Floating Cloud sect left the secret realm through the whirlpool under the stone tablet, Xianxia, who was standing on the giant stele, immediately lowered his head and looked for Chu Zhongtian to confirm whether Chu Zhongtian had left the heaven-barren secret realm safely. After discovering and noticing that Chu Zhongtian's will had already transformed into a divine sense, Xianxia's facial expression changed. After that, he instantly disappeared from the giant stele and appeared in front of Chu Zhongtian. Using the supreme-level divine sense, he carefully checked Chu Zhongtian's condition. He discovered that not only had his consciousness transformed into a divine sense earlier than his cultivation base, his body also contained a strength that was not weaker than a divine soul period stage. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha! You are truly worthy of being a disciple taught by me, Xianxia. You are truly outstanding." While laughing out loud, he boasted proudly. Xianxia's sudden departure from the giant stele immediately attracted the attention of the 16 supreme-level expert, who were of the same cultivation level. When they saw Xianxia appear in front of Chu Zhongtian, they also noticed Chu Zhongtian's current condition. Each of the 16 supreme-level expert had a different expression on their faces. Similar to the Hua Mountain Sword Sect and the Demon Heart Sect's supreme-level expert, they had worried expressions on their faces. The Floating Cloud Sect, which had followed the leader of the 100 families and was all-inclusive, had grown a lot in the past few decades. Not only were the supreme-level warriors more powerful than the 2 major sects, but also the top geniuses of the middle-aged and young generation. They were far superior to them. If it wasn't for the fact that the Floating Cloud sect was hostile towards each other and could start a bloody conflict at any time, the overall strength of the Floating Cloud sect would have been on par with the Qin Empire. On the other hand, the faces of supreme-level expert from the 5 major families were filled with envy and jealousy. Because a young and outstanding disciple like Chu Zhongtian was exactly what the 5 major families wanted. As long as they could have such an outstanding disciple, their families would be able to have a better inheritance and continue to prosper. As for the 8th great rogue cultivator, supreme-level expert, he had no expression on his face. Because Chu Zhongtian's excellence didn't have much to do with them, and it wouldn't cause any competition between them and their disciples. "Jiao! Pay attention to your influence." He laughed complacently, and it was enough to vent his happy mood. However, he couldn't continue laughing like this, because this way he would be treated like a monkey by others. "Good. Not bad. Very outstanding." Xianxia nodded at Chu Zhongtian and returned to the giant stele in a flash. He did not seem to notice that 2 peak of the King Stage warriors were missing from the sect. This made expert of the Great Tao period peak, who came from the heart-refining peak, bring out the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He forcefully swallowed them down. "Where are Elder Su and Elder Lin?" When the vortex on the giant stele started to shrink, it meant that everyone who had entered the secret realm had already left the secret realm. Under the giant stele of the Demon Heart sect, the old man with white hair and Supreme left the stone monument as well. However, unlike Xianxia, the old man with white hair had a gloomy expression on his face. At this moment he was shouting at a Great Tao period warrior. "In response to Patriarch, we were attacked by a 3rd grade peak wild beast when we entered the valley. We were separated for the time being until the appointed time," Undersur said with a smile. Old Man Bai, who rarely got angry, had a gloomy expression on his face. The Great Tao period beginner-level warrior of Demon Heart sect had a pale face. His body was trembling. When he thought of the 2 missions Elder Su and Elder Lin had entered the Heaven-Barren secret realm, The old man immediately raised his head and looked in the direction of the floating cloud sect. When he found out that the two peak of the King Stage warriors from the Law Enforcement Peak and Merit Palace had also not appeared, the face of the white-haired supreme expert became even gloomier. Under the giant stele in the center, Qin Wushuang, who had left the Heaven Baron's secret realm, ignored the concern and greetings of the people around him. He directly flew into the sky and arrived in front of the war chariot. "Aunt, Wushuang requests to enter the war chariot for a talk." Straightening his body, Qin Wushuang requested. "Come in." Facing Qin Wushuang's request, the expert in the war chariot couldn't refuse and directly asked him to come in. Outside the Heaven Baron's secret realm, in the sky above Funing City, after Qin Wushuang stepped into the war chariot, Chu Zhongtian quietly raised his head and looked at the war chariot. Then, he linked his mind with the spirit beast in the isolated space, planning to discuss a matter with it. "Spirit beast, I have a matter to discuss with you." The divine sense immediately called out to the spirit beast that was trying its best to refine the remaining energy of the red heart fruit. Chu Zhongtian asked in a discussion tone. "Master, please instruct." As the spirit beast that signed the master and servant contract, no matter whether it was awakening or advancing, as long as Chu Zhongtian took the initiative to contact it, it had to respond immediately. This was the price of being a spiritual pet. "I want to temporarily place a few storage ring fingers in the isolated space, but you can't absorb the energy of the treasure within the storage ring finger. Can you do it?" Although it was a tone of discussion, Chu Zhongtian's tone revealed an unquestionable attitude. "Of course I can. As long as I don't get Master's permission, I can't casually absorb any treasures that Master put into the spatial zone." The spirit beast replied truthfully. So that's what happened. Without his permission, the spirit beast would not be able to absorb the treasure that he had placed into the spatial zone. If he had known about this request earlier, he would not have discussed it with the spirit beast. He used the storage ring finger that contained the high-grade barren stone that contained the properties of the vital spirit, as well as the storage ring finger that contained the supreme-grade barren stone, barren milk, and desolate fat. There were 4 peak of the King Stage warriors from the Demon Heart sect and Floating Cloud sect, and one was expert of the Great Tao period peak storage ring finger. He also used the storage ring finger of 3 rogue cultivator warriors to put all of them into the isolated space in his mind. When all these dirty things were placed in the isolated space, he let out a long sigh of relief. Damn it! Who is it? Who stole the treasure that belongs to the Qin Empire? Not long after Qin Wushuang entered the war chariot, Chu Zhongtian placed a few storage ring fingers into the isolated space in his sea of consciousness. A crisp roar suddenly came from the war chariot in the middle of the stone monument. Accompanied by a crisp roar, a force that caused the void above Funing City to tremble. It rose from the war chariot. Zhao Enjuan's face darkened when he saw the furious supreme-level expert of Qin Empire. After that, he appeared in front of Chu Zhongtian, in case something unexpected happened. An incomparably powerful qi was emitted from the war chariot. The door of the war chariot was opened for the second time. Immediately after that, a woman in a white dress with a devilish body walked out of the door. Although the woman in white had a silk veil covering her face, but the noble aura emanating from her, the seductive eyes, her skin was as white as jade, and it was obvious that she was a peerless beauty that could topple cities and countries. The white-clothed woman who walked out of the war chariot looked at everyone who had returned from the secret realm with a fierce expression, especially those peak of the King Stage warriors. She had been staring at them for more than 3 seconds. As for every single force that was swept by the white-clothed woman's fierce gaze, Supreme-level expert didn't dare to stop her, nor did he dare to have any objections. The only thing that caught his attention was Zhao Enjuan. The situation had changed, because when the girl in white's sharp eyes swept over, an aura that was far more powerful than the girl in white emerged from Zhao Enjuan's body. At the same time, he asked in an unfriendly tone, "Qin Xinling, what do you want to do?" Seeing Zhao Enjuan's firm attitude towards the girl in white and thinking about supreme-level expert, disappointment emerged in the hearts of many people, especially the disciples of Demon Heart sect. This was because before the Heaven Baron's secret realm opened, they had to face the domineering attitude of the white-clothed woman. Not only did the old white-haired supreme not dare to stop her, but he also treated her with utmost respect. This formed a huge contrast with Zhao Enjuan. If it wasn't for the fact that the Demon Heart sect and the Floating Cloud sect were both part of the three major sects, these disciples of the Demon Heart sect would have even betrayed their sect and joined the Floating Cloud sect. There are 3 treasures that belong to the Qin Empire in the Heaven Baron's secret realm, and they were stolen by the people who entered the secret realm. I want to find the treasures that belong to the Qin Empire. In the face of Zhao Enjuan's domineering question, the white-clothed woman replied with a hoarse voice. Tch. Zhao Enjuan disdained the white-clothed woman's answer and said with a mocking tone, "All the treasures in Heaven Baron's secret realm are ownerless. Whoever gets it will get it. Others can't take them by force just by relying on their strength." After saying that, Zhao Enjuan cast a contemptuous glance at the people of Qin Empire. Especially those few great Tao period and above experts, their tone was filled with contempt. "You are not strong enough. If you can't get the treasure, then let someone stronger come out and snatch it. When did your Qin Empire become so shameless? Zhao Sijuan, don't challenge my patience anymore. Otherwise, I won't introduce you and let you have a taste of great Qin's techniques." Just now, Zhao Enjuan had been filled with disdain, and ridicule. His contemptuous words made the woman in white so angry that her body started to sway back and forth. She gave people the impression that she was fantasizing about something, but no one dared to take another look at her. "Oh, I'm going to challenge your patience. What can you do to me?" Facing the woman in white who was about to attack because of anger, Zhao Enjuan still provoked her. "Zhao, pay attention to your tone. Don't provoke Senior Qin anymore." Watching Zhao Enjuan continue to provoke the woman in white, Chu Zhongtian gradually realized that something was wrong. He quickly pulled him back and told him to stop provoking the white-clothed woman. "Stinking brat, don't worry about it. I want to see if this woman will dare to attack me." Facing Chu Zhongtian's warning, not only did Zhao Enjuan not have any intention of retreating, he even said some insulting words. "Zhao, don't you want to see what kind of occasion this is? Is it suitable for you to stand out and provoke me?" Seeing Zhao Enjuan getting more and more arrogant, he even said the words of his wife. Chu Zhongtian gradually could not suppress the anger in his heart, and his tone began to become stern. Chu Zhongtian clearly felt that something unpleasant must have happened to them before the conversation between the two of them just now. It might even have something to do with their relationship. Otherwise, Zhao Enjuan, who had an indifferent temperament, would never take the initiative to provoke them. However, besides the two of them, there were 15 other supreme-level experts present. 1,000 or 2,000 people had gone all out, resulting in 2 losses and injuries. Chu Zhongtian believed that among the 15 supreme-level experts, there would definitely be someone who had ill intentions. Therefore, he absolutely couldn't let Zhao Enjuan fight with the girl in white. "Senior Qin, I'm sorry. My master forgot to take his medicine before he left. There's something wrong with his brain. I hope you can consider him as a patient. Don't fuss about it with him." Seeing that he was unable to suppress Zhao Enjuan, Chu Zhongtian quickly shifted his focus to the woman in white. If only one side took the initiative to step back, then there would not be any conflict between the two parties. Outside the Heaven Baron's secret realm, in the sky above Funing City, Puqi, when she heard Chu Zhongtian describe Zhao Enjuan as a patient who forgot to take his medicine, the woman in white, who was burning with anger, suddenly laughed out loud. Fortunately, as a supreme-level warrior, she quickly calmed herself down. At the same time, she looked at Chu Zhongtian with a gentle and expectant look. "Zhao Enjuan, for the sake of your disciple, I won't make a fuss about today's matter with you." She was afraid that it would arouse Zhao Enjuan's anger and affect her search for the 3 treasures that would affect the future of Qin Empire. After leaving behind a sentence that was neither soft nor hard, the white-clothed woman began searching the spatial rogue cultivator for the storage treasures of all the warriors who had returned from the secret realm. "Chu, what did you just say? You said that I was a patient who forgot to take medicine when I went out." Let's see if you're looking for a beating. Facing the white-dressed woman's words that were like charity, Zhao Enjuan did not immediately refute. It was completely because he was stunned by Chu Zhongtian's words just now. Master, although I don't know if you and Senior Qin had any conflicts when you were young, or if you had some kind of conflict between you and Senior Qin, it isn't suitable for you two to have a direct conflict in this situation. Just now, I had no choice but to come up with this plan. If you want to punish me, you must wait until I return to the sect before executing it. Seeing Zhao Enjuan's gloomy face, Chu Zhongtian knew what he had just said. It made him very angry, but he didn't need to do this. It was simply impossible to quell the anger of one of them. AI! Seeing Chu Zhongtian take the initiative to accept his punishment for the first time, Zhao Enjuan could not bear to continue pursuing the matter. He could only sigh helplessly. Master, you don't need to sigh, and you don't need to be angry. Wait until today's matter is over. Junior brother, I will give you a satisfactory explanation. Zhao Enjuan's sigh made Chu Zhongtian blame himself for what he had just said. That was why he revealed a little about the secret realm. Zhao Enjuan raised his forehead. The sentimental expression on his face instantly became excited. However, he quickly regained his calm. After that, he stared at the white-clothed woman. She used the supreme-level divine sense to check everyone who had returned from the barren territory. She didn't even let go of any Qi transforming period disciples. Zhao Enjuan looked at Chu Zhongtian worriedly when he saw this. However, he found that Chu Zhongtian's expression was calm, as if nothing had happened. His worried expression relaxed a little. In the face of the overbearing actions of the white-clothed woman, whether it was the rogue cultivator, the 5 families, or even supreme-level expert from the Demon Heart sect and Hua Mountain Sword sect, all of them obediently accepted her investigation, not daring to resist at all. When the white-clothed woman looked at the floating cloud sect, Chu Zhongtian's first reaction was to look at Zhao Enjuan. When he noticed the slight smile on Zhao Enjuan's face, he immediately knew that he wanted to refute and provoke the white-clothed woman. He immediately stretched out his hand and pulled the woman in white, taking out the 5 storage bag from his body. She indicated to the white-clothed woman that she could check it out. The white-clothed woman was very pleased with Chu Zhongtian's action of stopping Zhao Enjuan from provoking her and taking out the storage bag on his own accord. This was also the first time she had gently nodded at him. After that, the divine sense quickly investigated all of Chu Zhongtian's 5 storage bag collections. However, after checking them, she frowned slightly. She frowned not because she hadn't found the 3 treasures in Secret Realm, but because she hadn't found them. Because with Chu Zhongtian's talent, he wouldn't lose to Qin Wushuang. Also, with Zhao Enjuan's protection, he shouldn't have gained so little from those 5 storage bag. Noticing Chu Zhongtian's gaze, he slightly lowered his head to look at his chest and immediately understood what he meant. The divine sense immediately swept across his chest and found the storage ring finger hanging on his chest. When she thought about Zhao Enjuan's enemies all over the world and Zhao Enjuan's awkward position in the floating cloud sect, the white-clothed woman immediately understood why Chu Zhongtian would be so careful. After roughly checking the divine sense, she didn't find the 3 treasures in the secret realm. Her divine sense passed by Chu Zhongtian and started to search the remaining 8 people of the floating cloud sect in an overbearing manner. However, in the end, she still found nothing. Wushuang, have you seen it clearly? It was a human expert who took away 3 treasures. Or did the wild beast in Heaven Baron's secret realm take away the treasures? Except for the 16 supreme-level expert who had never searched, all the warriors at the scene had collected all the spatial spiritual treasure storage items. Under such circumstances, they still could not find the whereabouts of the 3 treasures. The white-clothed woman immediately began to doubt Qin Wushuang's judgment at that time. Faced with the white-clothed woman's doubt, Qin Wushuang instantly fell into a state of confusion. At this moment, he was not sure if the 3 treasures at the core of Barren Lode were human experts or the wild beast in the barren territory. Forget it. Since we can't find them now, let Master Yen use the prophecy technique to predict it when we return to the Empire. Seeing that Qin Wushuang couldn't give her an accurate answer, the woman in white said to herself helplessly. After hearing the white-clothed woman's helpless muttering, Although Zhao Enjuan's expression was calm, his heart became nervous. Using the divine senses sound transmission technique, he secretly interrogated Chu Zhongtian. Chu, that prophet called Yen from the Qin Empire, is very powerful. He can calculate the entire sequence of events through a matter that is slightly related to him. If you are predicted by that guy, you have to be careful of the Qin Empire's revenge. Master, don't worry. Even if that prediction master called Mayan becomes a god, he won't be able to predict my future. Chu Zhongtian was very confident in Zhao Enjuan's worries. He also responded with a voice transmission. When he was escaping Barren Lode, Chu Zhongtian had asked Elder Huang about this question. At that time, Elder Huang had clearly told him that no matter how high the stage master of Qin Empire was, or how powerful his technique was, he couldn't predict anything related to Chu Zhongtian. The reason was that among the 3 treasures he had obtained, there was a treasure that could completely block the divination of any prophet. This treasure was Huang Fei. This was because the process of the formation of desolate fat required a large amount of barren milk and millions of years of accumulation. It also required a portion of the laws of time to be fused together before it could be successfully condensed. Predictor was indeed very terrifying. It was able to pass through a small matter that was related to it. However, the only thing that could be predicted was the power of law that was related to time and space. It was something that a predictor could not, dared not, and would not touch. At that time, Elder Huang had confidently promised that if the diviner of Qin Empire dared to predict the secrets of the desolate fat, he would definitely suffer a backlash from the power of law. If it was light, he would be severely injured, and if it was serious, he might die. In fact, even without Elder Huang's guarantee, Chu Zhongtian wasn't worried that he would be divined by the prophets of Qin Empire, because, according to Dongfang Xiongba's speculation, Chu Zhongtian knew that he was a person from the earth whose soul had transmigrated. His fate was unpredictable, and his future life spirit was unpredictable. No one could predict his past and future through the prophecy technique. He could not predict what he had done. Outside the heaven-barren secret realm, in the sky above Funing City, since she had already decided to let the Empire's diviner use the prophecy technique to predict who had taken away the 3 treasures in the secret realm, the white-clothed woman did not pursue the matter of the people present and returned to the war chariot. However, when she entered the war chariot, she lowered her head and looked at Zhao Enjuan with a special expression. When she saw Chu Zhongtian, her eyes revealed a trace of gentleness. She also secretly transmitted her voice to him. My surname is Qin, and my name is Xian Ling. I respectfully address His Highness Yu Xian. I am the younger sister of the current emperor of Qin Empire. You can call me Aunt Ling in the future. After leaving these words, Qin Xian Ling returned to the chariot. Chu, after I take back the key to the secret realm, yes. After Qin Xinling returned to the war chariot, Zhao Enjuan reminded Chu Zhongtian. After that, he returned to the giant steel and waited for the secret realm to close. The giant steel shrunk by itself. An hour later, the 17 giant steel did not shrink at all. The 17 supreme expert on the stone tablet frowned slightly. According to the previous procedures before the heaven-barren secret realm closed, after the rules of the secret realm sent all the warriors out of the secret realm within half an hour, the key to opening the secret realm would shrink automatically. But this time, the trial in the secret realm ended 3 days earlier than usual, and the closing time of the secret realm was delayed by nearly half an hour. At this moment, Supreme Expert, who was on the 17 giant steel, felt that something was not right. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen in the heaven-barren secret realm this time. 2 hours later, there was still no movement from the 17 giant steel. However, the 17 supreme level on the stone tablet were still standing on the stone tablet. They were secretly controlling the power of law that belonged to them. In case something unexpected happened in secret realm, they would be able to deal with it as soon as possible. 3 hours later, there was finally movement from the 17 giant steel. The stone monument that was dozens of meters tall began to shrink slowly. The 17 supreme level expert who were standing on top of the stone monument. When he saw the changes in the stone monument, he heaved a sigh of relief. They left the monument as usual, waiting for it to shrink. It automatically returned to their hands. The giant steel was originally shrinking at a slow speed, but after Supreme Expert left the stone tablet, the speed of shrinking increased by hundreds of times. In the blink of an eye, the giant steel that was dozens of meters tall shrunk to the size of a palm. However, the stone tablets that had returned to their original size did not return to Supreme Expert's hands. Instead, they rose into the sky and crashed into the void. Seeing the stone tablets that had opened the key to Secret Realm crashing into the void, the 17 Supreme level expert finally reacted. 15 Supreme used their power of law and formed a giant palm. Fast. Only Zhao Enjuan and Qin Xinling didn't make a move. Chu Zhongtian shook his head secretly when he saw the 15 giant palms grabbing towards the void. After nearly a month of cultivation in Secret Realm, especially when he saw the supreme-level wild beast that was killed by the law of Secret Realm in Barren Lode, he knew that the law of Secret Realm not only had its own consciousness, but also had a very high intelligence. He already knew how to seek benefits and avoid harm. This time, he had taken away the desolate fat that was formed by the law of time. Perhaps it had touched the bottom line of the rules of the Secret Realm, which made it possible to close the Secret Realm permanently. If he wanted to close the Secret Realm permanently, he had to take back the key to the Secret Realm. From the beginning, it controlled the stone tablet to not shrink. Then it would slowly shrink and finally shrink at an accelerated speed. This was enough to show that it had a plan to take back the stone tablet. Since he had a plan with the strength of the law of the Secret Realm that could kill supreme-level wild beast, how could he let the key to open the Secret Realm return to those Supreme Experts' hands? As expected, just as those giant palms touched the stone monument, every stone monument that was touched instantly emitted a force that contained a special law. This power directly shattered the palm that contained the power of law and crashed into the void. It had completely disappeared. Looking at the 17 stone tablets that had disappeared into the void, Zhao Enjuan's expression remained calm. However, the other 15 Supreme Experts' facial expression was extremely ugly, especially Supreme-level Expert from the 5 great families. His gloomy facial expression frightened everyone around him. Looking at the 17 stone tablets that had completely disappeared, a hint of relief flashed across Zhao Enjuan's calm face. "Let's go." Turning around, Zhao Enjuan faced the direction of the floating cloud sect. He stretched out his hand and drew a line, and a gap that was big enough for 2 people to pass through appeared. After giving the order to the 8 people behind him, he led Chu Zhongtian and left the sky above Funing City. Looking at Chu Zhongtian, who was walking into the void, Lu Yuan, who was standing beside Supreme Expert of Hua Mountain Sword Sect, raised his arm. He looked like he was about to shout, but in the end he still lowered his arm. Qin Wushuang, who was standing in the Qin Empire, did the same thing as Lu Yuan. However, when he saw that Chu Zhongtian had already entered the gap under Zhao Enjuan's lead, he also lowered his arm. Seeing that Zhao Enjuan of Floating Cloud Sect was the first to leave, the experts of the various major powers also divided the void in front of them and returned to their respective powers. Hidden Dragon Peak, the peak of the mountain in the courtyard. After returning to the sect from Funing City, Zhao Enjuan did not have any nonsense with the other 8 people from the sect. He directly brought Chu Zhongtian back to his courtyard. "Chu, tell me about the refining process of your secret realm." After returning to the stone pavilion in the courtyard and stewing the tea as usual, Zhao Enjuan said, "Master, wait a moment." After drinking the tea, Chu Zhongtian gestured for Zhao Enjuan to wait for a moment. Then, he formed a seal with his 10 fingers and cast the secret technique, awakening Elder Huang from his deep slumber. "Chu, you're back." Elder Huang woke up from his deep slumber. When he felt Zhao Enjuan's aura, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. "He's back." After responding to Elder Huang, Chu Zhongtian took out 9 storage ring fingers from the independent space of the spirit beast and placed them on the stone table. "Master, let me first apologize to you." The 2 peak of the king stage elders of the sect who entered the Heaven Baron secret realm. They were killed by me using the spatial wild beast of the secret realm, causing heavy losses to the sect. Chu Zhongtian drew out the 2 storage ring that were placed on the stone table and showed no sincerity. He said in a very fake tone, "Good kill." Seeing the 2 storage ring fingers drawn by Chu Zhongtian on the stone table, and listening to him narrate the process of the 2 peak of the King Stage warriors being killed, Zhao and Juan praised happily. In fact, after learning about the candidates for the sect to enter the Heaven Baron's secret realm, Zhao and Juan had decided to let Chu Zhongtian give up the opportunity to enter the Heaven Baron's secret realm. In his opinion, the Law Enforcement Peak and the Merit Palace had arranged for 2 peak of the King Stage warriors to enter the secret realm. Besides wanting to fight for more resources for them, they also wanted to kill Chu Zhongtian. Fortunately, when he obtained the quota to enter the secret realm, it happened to be the time for him to have a deep conversation with Elder Huang. After Elder Huang heard the news, he patted his chest and promised. After ensuring that nothing would happen to Chu Zhongtian in the Heaven Baron's secret realm, Zhao and Juan finally agreed to let Chu Zhongtian enter the Heaven Baron's secret realm. Hidden Dragon Peak, the peak of the mountain, in the courtyard. Master, this storage ring belongs to a peak of the King Stage warrior from the Demon Heart sect. He was killed by the wild beast along with 2 peak of the King Stage warriors from the sect. He picked up one of the remaining 7 storage ring fingers and pointed out the unique symbol of the Demon Heart sect. Chu Zhongtian explained. "You know." Seeing Chu Zhongtian point out that the peak of the King Stage warrior of Demon Heart sect was killed along with 2 peak of the King Stage warriors from the sect, Zhao and Juan wasn't surprised at all, but he said with a sigh, "You knew about it long ago." Chu Zhongtian asked in surprise when he saw Zhao and Juan, who wasn't surprised at all. If he knew that the people of Law Enforcement Peak and Merit Palace wanted to take over Demon Heart sect, why didn't he take over Sect Lord Peak and Senator Group? Why didn't he let them destroy the unity of the sect and weaken its strength? Although both Law Enforcement Peak and Merit Palace have supreme-level experts supporting them, with the strength of sect leader and I, the reason why we didn't dare to take action until now is because of the fact that we didn't have the courage to do so. It's because of an old monster that hasn't been born for a long time. Chu Zhongtian had already known about the relationship between the Law Enforcement Peak and the Demon Heart sect, as well as the fact that Chu Zhongtian had already transformed his cultivation base into a divine sense. Zhao and Juan didn't intend to reveal some of the secrets in advance, but he had finally revealed them. Could that old monster be a titled supreme-level warrior? Chu Zhongtian asked curiously when he heard Zhao and Juan mention the old monster of Demon Heart sect. One should know that with Zhao and Juan's lawless personality, very few people could make him feel fear, unless the opponent was a titled supreme-level warrior, an existence that he could not resist at all. "That's right." Nodding his head, Zhao and Juan said with an unusually solemn tone. "If it was just an ordinary titled supreme-level expert, we wouldn't be afraid, because senior disciple sect leader had broken through to the titled supreme level 30 years ago, but that old monster was top expert, one of the titled supreme-level warriors. His strength is ranked in the top 3 amongst all the titled supreme-level warriors in the Southern Domain. So strong. The strength of all the top 3 titled supreme-level warriors in the Southern Domain. When they heard Zhao and Juan's evaluation of the old monster from the Demon Heart sect, Chu Zhongtian was so shocked that he almost stood up from his stone chair. In addition to being shocked, a trace of confusion surged into his mind. If the old monster of the Demon Heart sect was so powerful, then why was the Demon Heart sect ranked after the Floating Cloud sect and the Hua Mountain Sword sect? One should know that the reason why the strength of a force was decided was not only because of the strength of the young and middle-aged generation, but also because of top expert, which was also one of the key factors for the advancement of the forces in Eternal Continent. If the old monster from the Demon Heart sect was the strongest expert in Southern Domain, then why didn't the Demon Heart sect's supreme expert have the courage to refute the oppression of the Qin Empire? If there was no one in Floating Cloud sect who could suppress that old monster, then why didn't Law Enforcement Peak and Merit Palace have the upper hand in the battle against sect leaders' faction in the past 100 years? As if noticing Chu Zhongtian's doubt, Zhao Sijuan continued to explain, 30 years ago, when senior disciple sect leader advanced to the titled supreme level, the current Emperor Qin of Qin Empire suddenly arrived in the Demon Heart sect and challenged the old monster of Demon Heart sect by name. In the face of Emperor Qin's challenge, the old monster of Demon Heart sect didn't put him in his eyes at the beginning, because he was from the same generation as me, the junior of the old monster. There is a difference of several hundred years between us. However, after the two of them have truly exchanged blows, only then did the old monster know that there was a genius in this world that was even more outstanding than him. Because not only was Emperor Qin not weaker than him, but he was also slightly stronger than him. Both sides fought for close to 2 days and 2 nights, and in the end, Qin Di was defeated, and injuring the old monster, causing it to still be recuperating. After explaining to this point, Zhao Enjuan picked up the teacup on the stone table. After drinking the tea, he continued, "Chu, the battle between the Qin Emperor and the old monster can be considered the top battle in Southern Domain. Even with my supreme level strength, I can't clearly see the battle between the two of them. Fortunately, Senior Brother Sect Leader has just broken through to the titled Supreme level. With his strength, he could barely see the battle between the two of them. It was Senior Disciple Sect Leader who advised me to suppress my hatred for the past few decades. I didn't really kill my way into the law enforcement peak. So that's how it is." Through Zhao Enjuan's explanation, Chu Zhongtian finally understood why Sect Leader and Zhao Enjuan had allowed the law enforcement peak and the Merit Palace to do whatever they wanted. He casually put away the storage ring finger on the stone table, leaving only the storage ring finger with 3 treasures. Chu Zhongtian roughly introduced the process of refining in Heaven Baron Secret Realm, but he did not explain it in detail as before. Regarding this, Zhao Enjuan didn't care. Along with Chu Zhongtian's consciousness transforming the divine sense, physical body level broke through to 6th grade. The breakthrough to the divine soul stage was right in front of him. With his current cultivation and strength, there were some things that weren't too important when he could participate in the true secrets of the Southern Domain. He could skip all of them. "Master, the reason why I said such insulting words outside the Heaven Baron's secret realm. Master, outside the _____. The reason why I said such insulting words is because I don't want you to have too much contact with supreme-level expert from the Qin Empire. The reason is that the 3 treasures that the Qin Empire has been looking for have been found by me. As for the people outside the Heaven Baron's secret realm, they described Zhao Enjuan as a patient who forgot to take medicine when he went out. As a result, Chu Zhongtian had always remembered that Zhao Enjuan was unhappy. He had always wanted to explain to him, 'Oh, what kind of treasure is it that actually made that woman Qin Xian Ling not hesitate to fight me? She wants to search your storage treasures too.' When he heard Chu Zhongtian mention the 3 treasures of Secret Realm, he thought of how Qin Xinling had gone crazy searching for the treasures. Zhao Enjuan asked with great interest, "Master, please activate the formation of guarding the courtyard." Chu Zhongtian didn't immediately take out the 3 treasures from the storage ring. Instead, he signaled Zhao Enjuan to activate the formation. After that, he discussed with Elder Huang in his mind. After that, he would personally set up a level 5 defensive formation outside the stone pavilion with some spirit stones, barren stone, and precious materials. After Zhao Enjuan activated the defensive formation in his courtyard and Elder Huang had set up the level 5 defensive formation, he took out 3 treasures from the storage ring finger. This is a supreme-grade barren stone. As the barren milk and desolate fat were both inside the pill bottle, Zhao Enjuan's attention was immediately attracted by the 100 supreme-grade barren stone. That's right, this is 100 supreme-grade barren stone. It can increase your physical body by 3 grades. It's on par with the stage. Before Chu Zhongtian could explain himself, Elder Huang took the initiative to break free from his sea of consciousness. After that, he explained, "Hidden Dragon Peak, the peak of the mountain, in the courtyard." Taoist Huang. When he saw Elder Huang taking the initiative to appear in the stone pavilion, Zhao Enjuan quickly stood up and greeted him. His face revealed a respectful expression. "Brother Zhao, you are too polite. Please take a seat." He gestured for Zhao Enjuan to sit down, and Elder Huang also sat on the empty stone chair. AI. Looking at the clear tea placed on the stone table and smelling the fragrance of the clear tea that contained calming and concentration, Elder Huang could not help but sigh. After breaking through to the Divine Soul stage and condensing the body of the Divine Soul, one could indeed live for a very long time, and also possess some incredible techniques. However, it was a pity that some delicacies in the mortal world weren't able to be enjoyed. Elder Huang, there's no need to sigh. Sooner or later, I will help you rebuild your body. I will let you enjoy all the delicacies in the world. Although Elder Huang used the power of the divine soul to conceal his appearance, and was unable to see his expression, however, Chu Zhongtian could still hear the reason behind his emotional state from his sigh. Chu, thank you. Elder Huang nodded at Chu Zhongtian. He turned to Zhao Enjuan and said, you can take 30 pieces of top-grade barren stone from 100 pieces to improve the grade of your body. As for the remaining 70 pieces of top-grade barren stone, you can give them all to Chu. From the 100 pieces of top-grade barren stone on the stone table, 30 pieces were divided and pushed in front of Zhao Enjuan. Then, he pushed the remaining 70 pieces of top-grade barren stone in front of Chu Zhongtian. Elder Huang explained, Chu, count the different grades of barren stone you obtained in Heaven Baron's secret realm, the remaining 7 red heart fruit, and then borrow 70 pieces of top-grade barren stone. It's enough to help you break through to the second-grade peak. Chu Zhongtian had no objections to Elder Huang giving 30 pieces of supreme-grade barren stone to Zhao Enjuan. If Zhao Enjuan could increase his strength quickly, then he would give all 100 pieces of high-grade barren stone to Zhao Enjuan. He had no objections. This was not because Chu Zhongtian was generous. It was because he truly regarded Zhao Enjuan as his family in this world. Besides, the higher the stage, the stronger Zhao Enjuan's strength, the safer he would be. Chu Zhongtian didn't have any objections, but Zhao Enjuan instinctively wanted to refuse. As his master who taught him the Tao, he felt that he did not take good care of Chu Zhongtian. He did not give much treasures, and he did not give much guidance during normal days. Now, he actually wanted to accept the treasure Chu Zhongtian got with all his effort. He felt ashamed. Ignoring Zhao Enjuan who was rejecting him, Elder Huang picked up the pill bottle that contained the barren milk. After that, he gestured for Chu Zhongtian to take out 2 empty pill bottle and 10 drops from the pill bottle that contained the barren milk. He placed them into the empty pill bottle and placed them in front of Zhao Enjuan. He said, Brother Zhao, there are a total of 36 drops of 10,000-year-old barren milk in the pill bottle. 10 drops of barren milk is enough for your body to break through to the titled supreme level. The remaining 26 drops of barren milk will be left for Chu to increase his strength. Zhao Enjuan didn't want to accept 30 pieces of top-grade barren stone, let alone a barren milk that was dozens of times more precious than a top-grade barren stone. Similarly, he didn't pay attention to Zhao Enjuan who was rejecting him. Elder Huang picked up the medicinal pill that contained desolate fat. His finger that was shrinking and stretching out the body of the divine soul picked up 1/10 of the desolate fat that was the size of a fingernail. After that, he put it into the empty pill bottle and placed it in front of Zhao Enjuan. Moreover, he explained, this is 1/10 of the desolate fat. Compared to the top-grade barren stone and barren milk, this is specially made for the physical body. The effect of the desolate fat can not only increase the strength of a physical body level, it can also increase the speed of supreme level expert merging with the laws. It can help you break through to the titled supreme level even faster. Zhao Enjuan was shocked speechless when he saw the 3 treasures Chu Zhongtian took out. Each of them was more precious than the last, especially the most precious desolate fat. It could actually help one break through to the titled supreme level. At the same time, he had a deep understanding of why Chu Zhongtian wanted to humiliate himself in order to avoid conflict with Qin Xinling. It turned out that the 3 treasures he had taken from the experts of Qin Empire were too precious. Master, accept it. Seeing the eagerness and hesitation in Zhao Enjuan's eyes, Chu Zhongtian roughly knew what he was thinking, so he took the initiative to speak. Chu, ever since I took you as my disciple, I haven't given you any amazing treasures. I have always felt guilty for giving you very little guidance in your cultivation. If I accept these 3 treasures that you have fought so hard for, I'm afraid I will have to die in the stone pavilion. Shaking his head, Zhao Enjuan suppressed the greed in his heart. He clearly refused to accept these 3 treasures. Master, listen to me first. You will decide whether to accept or not. Seeing Zhao Enjuan suppress his greed and refuse to accept the 3 treasures, Chu Zhongtian could only think of a way to make him accept them. First, Ever since I took you as my master, I have been refining in the Azura secret realm. When I break through to the Qi transforming period, I will reveal my monster-level talent, and I will be able to control the advancement of the law. Also, the spirit beast that helps me increase my cultivation base and so on, everything that you have done for me. The value of these 3 treasures is far greater than the value of these 3 treasures in front of me. Secondly, the talent and strength that I've revealed has already aroused the vigilance of many people. Law Enforcement Peak, Merit Palace, and Demon Heart Sect can attack me at any time. The higher your cultivation base is, the stronger your strength will be. My safety will only be guaranteed. Thirdly, if you don't accept this treasure, I will make a trip to the Sect Lord Peak. I'll personally make a trip there. I want to give these 3 treasures to him. He is willing to protect my safety, and is even more willing to give the Sect Lord Peak a monster-level disciple with a bright future. In order to make him accept the 3 treasures in front of him, Chu Zhongtian actually used the method of changing the sect to threaten him. Zhao Enjuan didn't know whether he should be angry or happy. In the end, he still put away the 3 treasures on the table. After closing his eyes and adjusting his state of mind, Zhao Enjuan said domineeringly, "The shortest is 1 year, and the longest is 2 years, except for those old monsters. No one in Southern Domain dares to provoke you. This is my master." After hearing Zhao Enjuan's confident and domineering attitude, Chu Zhongtian heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he also felt very happy. "Chu, take out the corpse of the supreme wild beast. I need your master's help to speed up the refinement of the wild beast's corpse." Seeing Chu Zhongtian put away the remaining 3 treasures, Elder Huang didn't waste any time and ordered, "All right." After responding, Chu Zhongtian took out the storage ring finger that contained the barren stone. He then took out a large wooden box from the storage ring finger and handed it to Elder Huang. "Chu, although your physical body level has advanced to the 6th grade, it was equivalent to a divine soul stage, but the hidden danger of breaking through had to be dealt with immediately. Therefore, you can return to your courtyard and cultivate in seclusion." After Chu Zhongtian took out the wooden box containing the wild beast's corpse, Elder Huang immediately ordered him to leave. Regarding this, although Chu Zhongtian was somewhat dissatisfied, he still obediently stood up and left. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9, Cultivation Chamber. Chu Zhongtian sat cross-legged in the cultivation chamber. He wasn't in a hurry to cultivate, nor was there any hidden danger in repairing his body. Instead, he placed the 9 storage ring fingers and 2 storage bag in front of him. After nearly a month of cultivation in Heaven Barren Secret Realm, although the benefits of red heart fruit, supreme grade barren stone, barren milk, and desolate fat were very abundant, however, the harvest of the 4 peak of the King Stage Expert storage ring fingers was also very expectant. Therefore, he planned to finish counting all the gains. He would focus his mind and focus on repairing the hidden dangers of his body. First, he took out Xian Huang's storage bag. He didn't need to look at the divine sense carefully. He took out all the items in the storage bag and placed them in the secret chamber. Spirit stones, level 7, 6th grade, and level 5 intermediate spirit stones. There was no need to count them in detail, nor was there a need to classify them. All of them were stored in the isolated space in his sea of consciousness. The spirit beast could absorb and convert pure energy to help him break through to the divine soul stage realm. The level 4 low-rank spirit stone was stored in the storage rings finger, which was used to store spirit stones. It was used to prepare for daily cultivation and the need to arrange the formation. Pill, a high-grade 6th grade and above pill. It is stored in the storage rings finger that is used to store pills. Those below the 6th grade are stored in the storage bag so that it can be sent back to the family in the future to increase the cultivation and strength of the family members. Weapon. Whether it is a mid-level spirit weapon or a low-grade spirit weapon, all of them are stored in the storage bag. Similarly, they are also sent back to the family to increase the strength of the family members. Other than spirit stones, medicinal pills, and weapons, there were 2 other treasures in Xian Huang's storage bag that made him very excited. The first treasure was a blood essence that was unique to the Azura secret realm, could instantly restore the spirit, chi, and energy, and Xianhuang had 3 of them in his storage bag. The second treasure was an incomplete secret technique called the Great Art of Swallowing Shadows. It was a secret technique that could attack the opponent's shadow and form a deadly attack. After reading through it carefully, Chu Zhongtian found that if he wanted to cultivate the great art of devouring shadow, he would need to break through to the Divine Soul stage at the very least. Only after mastering the attack method of the Divine Sense would he be able to cultivate this secret technique. He temporarily stored these 2 treasures in his storage ring finger, and the rest of the miscellaneous items were stored in the storage bag. He planned to give them to Shi Guangliang so that he could sort them out and store them in the treasure vault of the courtyard. Of the 2 storage bag, one belonged to Xianhuang, and the other belonged to an early Great Tao period rogue cultivator. A dignified Great Tao period warrior actually used a storage bag to store his interspatial spirit weapon. Chu Zhongtian was too lazy to examine it carefully, so he just took out all the spirit stones inside. He still planned to give the rest of the things to Shi Guangliang so that he could classify them and store them. Among the 9 storage ring fingers, Chu Zhongtian was looking forward to the harvest from Law Enforcement Peak and Merit Palace. He was looking forward to the 5 storage ring fingers from Demon Heart Sect and Formation Rogue Cultivator. There were 4 powerful Peak of the King Stage warriors and a great master of formation who had reached the 6th grade. Chu Zhongtian's heart was filled with anticipation as to how amazing the collection of these 5 people would be. Using the secret technique taught by Elder Huang, he forcefully broke through the defensive formation of the 9 storage ring fingers. Chu Zhongtian's divine sense entered the storage ring fingers one by one, and carefully checked the contents of the 9 rings. However, the result disappointed him greatly. Apart from the storage ring fingers of the 2 rogue cultivator, there were also a lot of precious medicinal pills. There were high-quality spirit stones and different types of spirit weapon. The storage ring finger of the 4 Peak of the King Stage warriors from the Floating Cloud Sect and Demon Heart Sect only contained a portion of high-quality spirit stones. There was also a portion of the ____ that was used to treat injuries. There was nothing else. If it wasn't for the fact that there were a few true treasures in the storage ring finger, he would have cursed it out loud. AI! After calming his mind and thinking about it, Chu Zhongtian quickly understood why there were so few treasures within the sect expert storage ring finger. Firstly, they were worried that he would be in the dangerous Heaven Baron secret realm. If anything unexpected happened, his life's collection would be buried in the secret realm forever. It wouldn't be a great waste to them and the forces they belong to. Secondly, their biggest goal in entering the Heaven Baron secret realm this time was to find a 3rd-grade Baron lode, collect enough Baron stone, and clear out enough space in advance so that they could store even more Baron stone. It seemed that their preparations were right, but to Chu Zhongtian, it was something that made him very unhappy. Putting away the 9 empty storage ring fingers, Chu Zhongtian took out 10,000 8th-grade lower-grade Baron stone from his interspatial storage bag, intending to eliminate the hidden danger in his body. After the 17 hidden dangers in his body disappeared, he would start preparing to break through to the Divine Soul stage. As long as he broke through to the Divine Soul stage, he would be able to gain a foothold in the Southern Domain and participate in some of the secrets of the Southern Domain. As it was only to eliminate the 17 hidden dangers in his body, and not to increase the grade of his body, he didn't need to consume too much desolate chi. 10,000 8th-grade lower-grade Baron stone was enough for him to use. In the Law Enforcement Peak less than 1,000 miles away from the Floating Cloud Sect, the Peak Master of the Law Enforcement Peak, Li Shenlong, Deputy Mountain Lord, Su Jieshao, the Palace Master of the Merit Palace, Louis Weiing, and the Deputy Palace Master, Lu Feng, were sitting cross-legged in the secret chamber. At this moment, the atmosphere in the secret chamber was somewhat oppressive, and the air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Brother Li, I didn't agree with the arrangement of 2 Peak of the King Stage Elders entering Heaven Baron secret realm. After all, the Heaven Baron secret realm is too dangerous, and this time it's a competition for the 3rd-grade Baron lode. Any one of them will lose their lives. What's the result? The 2 Peak of the King Stage Elders haven't returned yet. Obviously, they were buried in the Heaven Baron's secret realm. As if he didn't notice the smell of gunpowder in the air, Louis Weiing, who came from the Merit Palace, asked, "Continue to complain. Palace Master Lu, I clearly remember that when the Peak Master arranged the candidates to enter the Heaven-Barren secret realm, you were the one who took the initiative to arrange the elders of the Peak of the King stage. Why is it that, at this moment, you are blaming our Peak Master instead? Seeing Louis Weiing pointing the spearhead at the Peak Master, Deputy Mountain Lord Su Xiaojie quickly retorted. Is that so? Why don't I remember it? With a fierce look in his eyes, Louis Weiing asked with an unfriendly tone. Palace Master Lu, when we were discussing this matter, we weren't the only ones present. Why don't we go and ask Supreme Expert? Let's see if they remember what happened that day. Facing the doubts and threats of the Merit Palace's master, Su Xiaojie refuted in an unconvinced manner. Xiaojie, there's no need to say anything. Stopping Su Xiaojie and Louis Weiying's argument, Li Xinlong calmly asked Louis Weiing. The matter of Heaven-Barren's secret realm is the fault of Law Enforcement Peak. I wonder what Brother Lu wants us to do. Brother Li, you know the bigger picture. Seeing Li Xinlong retreating, Louis Weiying's fierce expression instantly returned to a smile and praised him repeatedly. Brother Lu, it's not like we've known each other for a day or two. We are all very familiar with each other. Since you have barged into our sect today, you must have thought of what to do. If you have anything to say, just say it. Ignoring Louis Weiying's praise, Li Xinlong spoke in a calm tone. Law Enforcement Peak. In a secret chamber. Brother Li, you also know about Peak of the King stage warriors. They are the pillars of our Merit Palace, and each of them is a powerful individual. They are the foundation that our Merit Palace can maintain in our sect. We can't afford to lose them. First of all, it was a sorrowful narration. Louis Weiing intended to use this as a way to maximize his benefits. Brother Lu, let's cut the crap. What do you need the Law Enforcement Peak to pay? Please speak frankly. Facing Louis Weiying's incessant nagging, Li Xinlong interrupted him. After that, he went straight to the point and pointed out his own attitude. All right, since Brother Li is so forthright, then I will be frank. Seeing his own suffering, it had already aroused Li Xinlong's displeasure. Louis Weiing, who was familiar with and understood him, knew that he couldn't continue using his previous strategy, so he immediately changed his strategy. He directly stated his request. A quota of 1/10 of the sect's profits every year, 3 different kinds of law phantoms, a high-grade 3rd-grade comprehension pill that can increase one's comprehension of power of law, as well as 10,000 intermediate Baron Stone from level 7 to level 5. 1,000 high-grade level 4 Baron Stone. Impossible! Without waiting for Li Xinlong to agree or refuse, Su Xiaojie loudly objected. Although Law Enforcement Peak was in charge of the life and death of the sect disciples and controlled a large portion of the sect's spiritual vein and properties, among the profits of these spiritual vein and properties, there weren't many that could truly fall into their hands. The daily expenditure of the sect needed to be divided into a large portion. The Yuan Elder Peak needed a portion, and the sect also needed a small portion. Therefore, out of the 100% annual income of the sect, the Law Enforcement Peak would only get a little more than 30% of the profits. However, the Law Enforcement Peak was huge and had many disciples and experts. The 30% profit was not enough, so they split the profits into 10%. Wouldn't that put the disciples of the Law Enforcement Peak in a shortage of cultivation resources? If it was said that 10% of the profit was only enough to make Su Xiaojie angry, then Louis Weiying's request for the Law's Phantom Image, the Enlightenment Law Pill, and the Baron Stone made him incomparably furious. If a martial artist wanted to break through to the Great Tao period, besides reaching the limit of their divine soul and vital spirit, the most important thing was to gain insight into the power of law and be able to borrow its energy. But how could the power of law be so easily comprehended? There were tens of thousands of peak of the longevity period warriors, and one of them could comprehend the power of law. It was considered luck. Otherwise, why would a Great Tao period stage warrior be called a mighty warrior? An almighty expert could do anything. This was the terrifying aspect of mastering the power of law. However, there was nothing difficult in this world. What was afraid of was speculators. In the face of the difficulty of comprehending the power of law, there were some ruthless people who cultivated the Demon Dao's cultivation technique. Through some more vicious methods, They could gain enlightenment from the bodies of great Tao period warriors who had already comprehended the power of law. They forcefully peeled off the power of law on their bodies, forming a phantom of the laws. Because it was a fully formed power of law, peak of the longevity period warriors only needed to fuse it into their own divine sense to easily advance to the great Tao period. Thus, a law phantom was equal to the life of a great Tao period warrior. Its value was no less than a tenth of the sex profit. As for the comprehension pill, it was a pill used against expert of the great Tao period peak. It was a top pill used to comprehend the power of law and deepen one's understanding of the profound mysteries of the power of law. Its value far surpassed that of a law phantom, as well as a tenth of the sex profits. As for Barren Stone, if nothing had happened in the Heaven-Barren secret realm, even if it was several times more, however, after the changes in the Heaven-Barren secret realm, this also meant that the Barren Stone didn't come from any source. It was an absolute consumable item. How could he possibly be willing to give it to Merit Palace for free? Give it to me. After strongly opposing Lui Weiying's request, Su Xiaojie looked straight at Li Shenlong. He hoped that he could reject Undersur's excessive request, but Li Shenlong didn't think about it too much. 1. The simple offer stunned Su Xiaojie. Brother Li is really straightforward. Let bygones be bygones regarding the peak of the King Stage Elders. Seeing Li Shenlong agreeing without any worries, Lui Weiying praised happily. However, he was deeply puzzled in his heart. Initially, according to his initial thoughts, he would be satisfied if Li Shenlong agreed to 1/3 of his request. However, Li Shenlong didn't just accept it all. His attitude was also very straightforward. Puzzled, Lui Weiying wanted to leave as soon as possible. He wanted to return to the Merit Palace as soon as possible. He wanted to discuss with the higher-ups of the Merit Palace and see what Li Shenlong was planning. Brother Li, I think that the items that you need to pay will not be ready in a short period of time. So, I will arrange for someone to come and settle the matter tomorrow. I will take my leave now. Lui Weiying stood up and cupped his fists. Then, he brought Deputy Mountain Lord out of the secret chamber. Xiaojie, do you think I have gone crazy? Even that old fox would agree to such an outrageous request. After Lui Weiying and the others left the secret chamber, Li Shenlong calmly said to Su Xiaojie. Lowering his head, Su Xiaojie didn't say anything, but the meaning was very obvious. Who? Taking a deep breath, Li Shenlong stood up and waved his hand. A transparent layer of defense covered the entire secret chamber. After that, a force that made Su Xiaojie feel fear slowly rose from Li Shenlong's body. The rising qi continued to grow stronger. Su Xiaojie was gradually unable to withstand the increasingly terrifying pressure and was showing signs of crawling forward. Fortunately, Li Shenlong withdrew his qi in time and did not embarrass Su Xiaojie on the spot. Peak Master, you! After the terrifying pressure in the secret chamber disappeared, Su Xiaojie stood up and pointed his finger at Li Shenlong with an expression of disbelief. That's right. A month ago, not only did I break through to the chaos period, I also broke through to the supreme level and became the top supreme level expert in the southern domain. Li Shenlong placed his hands behind his back and spoke in high spirits. Peak Master, since you have broken through to the supreme level, the overall strength of the law enforcement peak has officially surpassed the Merit Palace. Then why do you have to tolerate them and give them so many treasures? Li Shenlong had unexpectedly broken through to the chaos period and broke through to the supreme level. At the same time, Su Xiaojie felt excited. He was very puzzled by Li Shenlong's tolerance just now. Hold on. When he heard Su Xiaojie mention the word hold back, Li Zifeng repeated it. Then, an evil smile appeared on his face. Xiaojie, you also know that the secret technique that I cultivate requires the help of some strong warriors with special physiques. The things I gave to Merit Palace are not only to help them increase their strength. It's a resource that can help me advance to a higher level of stage. Xiaojie, give me 3 years' time. 3 years later, not only will I personally eliminate sect leader and Zhao Enjuan, I will also completely raze the Merit Palace Hall to the ground. I will make Lui Weiying your slave and let you vent all the grievances you have suffered over the years. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9, Cultivation Chamber. Who? Chu Zhongtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the hassock in the cultivation chamber, heaved a long sigh of relief. It was difficult to eliminate the hidden dangers in his body, but it was also very easy. Difficult. It was because you didn't know where the hidden dangers were, so you couldn't repair them specifically. This required a comprehensive recovery of your body, which required a lot of time and energy. Easy was because if one was very clear about where the hidden dangers were in one's body, it could be fixed specifically. It was very easy to get rid of them. When he was forcefully raised to the 6th grade by the terrifying energy of the red heart fruit, Elder Huang wanted to prevent his foundation from being damaged. He had already used the Supreme Level's divine sense to help him find out every hidden danger in his body, and the exact location of the hidden danger. Therefore, using the abundant desolate qi in the barren stone and his tenacious willpower, Chu Zhongtian only spent less than half a day to easily eliminate the 17 hidden dangers in his body. When the last hidden danger in his body was completely eliminated, Chu Zhongtian immediately felt his body relax. The feeling of freedom and relaxation not only made the divine sense more condensed, but also made the vital spirit in the perfect dantian seem to sublimate. Every crystal-clear vital spirit gradually seeped into a gray color that was filled with a special meaning. Chu Zhongtian felt very happy about this. Because the vital spirit was filled with gray energy, it meant that the vital spirit had reached the limit of an essence gathering stage peak, and it had begun to advance towards the divine soul stage's stage. His consciousness had already transformed into a divine sense, and his body had also advanced to the 6th grade. The vital spirit was about to enter the divine soul realm, and now, he only needed the help of the soul-stabilizing pill. He could easily break through to the divine soul stage by separating and tempering the 3 souls and 7 souls in his soul. If he had made sufficient preparations beforehand, he could even break through to the divine soul stage 3rd layer in one go. As for how to break through to the divine soul stage, he had done so before the opening of the heaven-barren secret realm. When his cultivation base broke through to the peak essence gathering stage, Elder Huang had already explained it to him in detail. He had also specifically reminded him about the things he needed to pay attention to when breaking through to the stage. Therefore, if he wanted to break through to the divine soul stage, it would depend entirely on his mood. If he wanted to break through to the divine soul stage, he could do it now. However, Chu Zhongtian wasn't in a hurry to break through. First of all, although the movement when breaking through to the divine soul stage wasn't as common as when he broke through to the qi transforming period, the breakthrough to the divine soul stage was a transformation in the soul, an internal breakthrough that could attract the attention of experts above the stage. With the fear that law enforcement peak and merit palace would have towards him in the future, when he suddenly broke through to the divine soul stage, they would definitely make a move in secret. There was even a possibility that they might even make a move against a supreme level expert. Therefore, before breaking through to the divine soul stage, he had to make sufficient preparations in case someone sneak attacked him when he broke through. Secondly, according to what Elder Huang said, the ability to transform one's mind into a divine sense earlier than one's cultivation base could allow one to grasp the ability to extend one's body in advance. If he could master the ability of the divine sense to extend his body before he broke through to the divine soul stage. Furthermore, the range of the divine sense's extension could reach the limit of one's body. Then, after breaking through to the divine soul stage, the distance between you and me will increase by more than 100 times. After a normal divine soul stage martial artist's mind transformed into a divine sense, generally it could only extend by 100 meters. Those with outstanding talent could extend it by 1,000 meters. However, even a monster-level warrior could only extend his mind to 9,999 meters at most. It was impossible for it to exceed 10,000 meters. This was because this was a shackle set by the rules of heaven and earth. No one could break this shackle, even if they were the reincarnation of an immortal god or the reincarnation of a devil king. Only by changing one's cultivation base earlier than the divine sense could one break this rule. If the transformed divine sense could extend to 10 meters before breaking through to the divine soul stage, then after breaking through to the divine soul period stage, the divine sense could extend to 10,000 meters, which was 10 kilometers. If the transformed divine sense could extend to 100 meters before breaking through to the divine soul stage, Then when breaking through to the divine soul period stage, the divine sense would extend to 100,000 meters, which would be 100 kilometers. If the transformed divine sense could extend to 1,000 meters before breaking through to the divine soul stage, then when breaking through to the stage, the distance of the divine sense could extend to 1,000,000 meters, which would be more than 1,000 kilometers. Therefore, before breaking through to the divine soul stage, he had to grasp the ability of the divine sense to extend his body. At the same time, he had an ambition. He wanted to break through to the divine soul stage before that. He wanted to extend the distance of the divine sense to 9,999 meters. As long as he could reach the distance of 9,999 meters, the range of the divine sense's expansion would not only be close to 10,000 kilometers, but it would also have an unimaginable speed of improvement when he tempered his 3 souls and 7 souls. As for 10,000 meters, just like when ordinary warriors broke through to the divine soul stage, the divine sense would not be able to break through the shackles of 10,000 meters. There was also such a limitation when one's mind had long surpassed the cultivation level of the divine sense. Chi! He took a deep breath and calmed his mind. He waited until his mind had completely calmed down. Chu Zhongtian began to comprehend the secret technique formed by the divine sense that Elder Huang had taught him. He began to try to see if the divine sense could break through the limits of his sea of consciousness, extending out of his body. 10 minutes later, his understanding of the divine sense condensing the secret technique had reached the 3rd layer. The divine sense that was restricted in his sea of consciousness had barely reached the edge of his sea of consciousness. However, there was a thick barrier in his sea of consciousness that prevented his divine sense from passing through the barrier. It successfully appeared outside his body. 20 minutes later, his comprehension of the divine sense condensing the secret technique had reached the 5th level. The divine sense that was restricted in his sea of consciousness could already touch the barrier of his sea of consciousness. When the divine sense collided with the barrier, it would bounce back. Fortunately, the divine sense was an energy that was nurtured within his sea of consciousness. It had the same origin as the barrier of his sea of consciousness, so the rebounding force did not injure the divine sense. Chu Zhongtian was not in a hurry when faced with the barrier of his sea of consciousness that the divine sense could not pass through. He continued to comprehend the divine sense to condense the secret technique, and at the same time, he used the 5th level of the secret technique to temper the divine sense, making it more solid and tough. Half a day later, his comprehension of the divine sense condensing the secret technique reached the 7th level. The divine sense that was trapped at the edge of his sea of consciousness could already launch an attack on the barrier of his sea of consciousness. Although the attack of the divine sense was not a threat to the barrier of his sea of consciousness, it still posed a threat. But it's a big improvement. An hour later, the comprehension of the divine sense had reached the 9th level of the secret technique. The divine sense that was trapped at the edge of the sea of consciousness could not only launch a powerful attack on the barrier of the sea of consciousness. Under the control of Chu Zhongtian's thoughts, the invisible divine sense could transform into any physical object. At the same time, the attack formed by the divine sense could already pose a destructive threat to the barrier of the sea of consciousness. 3 hours. Only the 1st layer of the divine sense was left. It took Chu Zhongtian nearly 3 hours to comprehend it. Sorry for the delay. Update delayed. Please forgive me. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9, Cultivation Chamber. At the moment when the divine sense was fully formed, the divine sense, which had been launching attacks on the barrier of the sea of consciousness for nearly 3 hours, attacked. The power of the attack instantly increased by 100 times, causing cracks to appear on the barrier that was originally incomparably hard. At the same time, through his imagination, the divine sense turned into a sharp spirit blade. Combined with the sword method martial technique that he cultivated, he launched a fierce attack at the barrier of his sea of consciousness. The barrier in his sea of consciousness was constantly destroyed, and the divine sense that was condensed into a spirit blade, it penetrated into his sea of consciousness bit by bit. Rumble! A minute later, the divine sense that had transformed into the shape of a spirit blade completely shattered the last layer of defense in his sea of consciousness. An invisible rumbling sound was produced in his sea of consciousness, causing a tempestuous vibration. Along with the rumbling sound in his sea of consciousness, the bound divine sense flew into the sky like a bird, and a fish entered the sea. A feeling of freedom and freedom filled Chu Zhongtian's heart. The feeling of freedom and freedom had made his mind state, which had broken through to the longevity period a long time ago, advance to the longevity period peak of the 6th layer in no time. The divine sense, which had temporarily left his divine sense and extended to the outside of his body, was like his eyes. He could clearly see everything in the secret chamber, even the shattered barren stone. More importantly, the divine sense that extended out of his sea of consciousness could see everything except the eyes. It could also see things that the eyes could not see. For example, the underground of the secret chamber was like a branch of a human's meridian. For example, the walls of the cultivation chamber could prevent the power and precious materials of refining from infiltrating. For example, the concentration of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the cultivation chamber, and so on. Chu Zhongtian did not open his eyes. He tried his best to extend the divine sense. He wanted to see how far the divine sense that he had just broken through the barrier of his sea of consciousness could extend at the beginning. 3 meters. 5 meters. 10 meters. At this time, the divine sense had already started to penetrate the walls of the cultivation chamber and extended to the outer area of the cultivation chamber. 20 meters. 50 meters. When the divine sense reached 50 meters, Chu Zhongtian was surprised to see Zhang Qian's room door suddenly open. Zhang Qian walked out of the room with an expectant look on her face. The divine sense followed Zhang Qian closely and soon found her outside the secret room. When Zhang Qian saw the closed-door cultivation chamber, a trace of loneliness flashed across her face. What's wrong with Mr. Chu? He didn't even get a good rest for a few days after the training. After secretly complaining a few times, Zhang Qian turned around and left the cultivation chamber, returning to her guest room. The loneliness that flashed on Zhang Qian's face just now, as well as the grumbles of a little girl, Chu Zhongtian could clearly see and hear it through the divine sense. Regarding Zhang Qian's feelings, he was very clear in his heart. But he was even more clear that it was impossible for him to accept Zhang Qian. He did not accept her, not because Chu Zhongtian was a devoted person, but because he felt that he was not suitable for her. The two of them were not people of the same world. Just like the 4 beautiful girls in the Chu family's Jingya pavilion. Whether it was his status, strength, or future achievements, he couldn't have too many interactions with these 4 girls. In order not to delay Zhang Qian's future, Chu Zhongtian decided to cut the weeds as quickly as possible and tell her his attitude as soon as possible. Forcibly driving his messy thoughts out of his mind, Chu Zhongtian continued to extend the divine sense. He wanted to try to extend the final distance of the divine sense after it left his body for the first time. 60 meters. 80 meters. 100 meters. When the range of the divine sense reached 100 meters, Chu Zhongtian could clearly feel that the range of the divine sense had reached its limit. It was very difficult for it to continue extending, but he was unwilling to take back the divine sense. He wanted to take another step forward. According to Elder Huang, when one's cultivation base first transformed, the divine sense could break through the range of the barrier of the sea of consciousness, which determined the grade of a person's soul. The grade of the soul was divided into human, earth, sky, saint, and God. There was a total of 6th grade. Among them, the moral character was the lowest, and the divine grade was the highest. If it was a martial artist who broke through to the divine soul stage according to the normal method of advancement, then the highest grade of this martial artist's soul could only reach the heaven grade. Only martial artists whose cultivation base had long since transformed into divine sense could have a possibility of advancing to the saint, immortal, and divine rank in their souls. This was also the reason why Elder Huang and Zhao Enjun were so shocked and excited when they saw his will transform into a divine sense earlier than his cultivation base. Because as long as his consciousness could do this, it meant that his soul was at least at the saint level. When a saint-level soul comprehended the laws of the heaven and earth, its comprehension speed was 10 times faster than a heaven-grade soul martial artist. Moreover, the power of law it comprehended was definitely one of the top 100 power of law amongst the myriad laws. When an immortal-level soul comprehended the laws of the heaven and earth, its comprehension speed was 100 times faster than a heaven-step soul martial artist. Moreover, the power of law it comprehended was at least a power of law ranked in the top 30 of the myriad laws. As for a divine-level soul, when it comprehended the laws of the world, not only was it able to comprehend the laws at a speed that was 1,000 times faster than a heaven-step soul divine sense, but it was also possible that the power of law it comprehended was a power of law ranked in the top 10 of the myriad laws. It was even possible to perceive the legendary destiny power of law, the confinement fruit power of law, and the second-ranked power of the space law. Of course, for the number one-time law of the myriad laws, even if one's soul surpassed the divine level, it would still be difficult to grasp the time law that could affect the existence of all laws. How to determine the grade of a soul was based on how far the divine sense could extend for the first time. If the divine sense could break through the barrier of the divine sea before breaking through to the divine soul stage and successfully extend to the outside world, then the grade of the soul would be saint grade. If the divine sense left the barrier of the divine sense and extended to a range of 100 meters, then the grade of the soul would be immortal grade. Of course, if the soul was also an immortal grade soul, it would extend to a meter. And it also had a huge impact on the grade of the soul. As for the amount of power of law he could comprehend in the future, it didn't matter how fast he could comprehend it. Both would have a huge impact. If the range of the divine sense that separated from the barrier of the sea of consciousness exceeded 100 meters, then even if it was only 101 meters, the soul grade would advance to divine grade. However, saint grade souls were hard to succeed. Among the billions of immortal grade souls, one existed. Divine grade souls basically belonged to folklore. There were no records in the ancient books at all. Hence, Chu Zhongtian wanted to break through the limits of the soul and break the folklore. He wanted to extend the range of his divine sense to more than 100 meters, allowing his soul to advance to divine grade. It was an incomparably difficult goal or even an impossible mission. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9, Cultivation Chamber. Confidence was one thing, but it was incomparably difficult to do it. The distance between 100 meters and 101 meters seemed to be only 1 meter. However, there seemed to be a peak that could not be climbed between these 100 meters, causing his divine sense to only be able to circle back and forth within 100 meters. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to break through the 100-meter barrier. In 1 minute, the extended divine sense had consumed a third layer, and the 100-meter range had not moved at all. In 3 minutes, the extended divine sense had used up 5 layers, but the 100-meter range still did not budge at all. In 5 minutes, the extended divine sense had used up 8 layers, and the range of 100 meters still showed no signs of expanding. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian started to feel depressed and discouraged, and he had the thought of giving up on the extended range. Although he couldn't advance to divine grade soul in the end, the immortal grade peak soul was enough to allow him to dominate the southern domain and run amok in the eternal continent in the future. Chu, use all of your divine sense and break through the 100-meter barrier in one go, allowing your soul to completely ascend. Just as Chu Zhongtian was about to withdraw his divine sense, Elder Huang's voice of encouragement and warning suddenly sounded. Elder Huang's voice of encouragement and reminder was like sweet dew that nourished the divine sense. It made the divine sense, which had used up nearly 9 layers, feel as if it had taken a tonic. It broke through the 100-meter barrier as if it was alive and kicking, allowing the range of the divine sense to exceed 100 meters in one go. It reached 101 meters. Just as the divine sense broke through the 100-meter barrier and reached 101 meters, the mind state, which had just broken through to the longevity period peak of the 6th layer, was once again rapidly increased. Soon it had reached the peak of the longevity period, and was only a step away from breaking through to the Great Tao period. At the same time, the divine sense extended for 100 meters, and when it reached 101 meter, he felt as if his soul in his sea of consciousness had been baptized by some mysterious force. Not only did it become more solid, but it also felt as if his soul had been separated from his body. It was as if every soul and soul could be independent. Although the mind state's cultivation base and soul had obtained benefits at the same time, the divine sense that had exhausted all of its energy had immediately disappeared after reaching a range of 101 meter. Chu, I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. I don't know how many millions of years this rumor has been circulating. Not only is it true, but you have also broken through. Seeing Chu Zhongtian's divine sense, he was lucky enough to break through the range of 101 meter. Elder Huang, who had originally encouraged Chu Zhongtian to fight for the last time, kept sighing. Elder Huang, just now you asked me to give it my all. Could it be that you are just gambling on luck? You actually don't have any confidence that I can break through the 100-meter barrier. After the divine sense that had been used up had recovered a little, Chu Zhongtian heard Elder Huang sigh in disbelief from the bottom of his heart. He immediately knew that his earlier encouragement was just a gamble in a moment of desperation. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian felt a trace of dissatisfaction. He. Facing Chu Zhongtian's complaint, Elder Huang smiled a little embarrassedly. Then he said with a proper attitude, Chu, although I was gambling just now, it was also because of my reminder and encouragement. Only then can you finally break through the range of 100 meters, allowing your soul to truly advance to divine grade. Thank you. Towards Elder Huang taking the initiative to claim credit, Chu Zhongtian thanked him without any sincerity, then closed his eyes tightly, carefully sensing the divine sense's range of 100 meters, as well as the changes to his own body. After careful observation, Chu Zhongtian discovered that after the divine sense broke through the 100-meter range, only the divine sense, soul, and mind state's cultivation had obtained benefits. It did not have any improvements to his physical body and cultivation base. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian wasn't disappointed. As the saying goes, those who know what is good will always be happy. The soul could advance to divine grade, and the mind state's cultivation could be raised to peak of the longevity period. The benefits obtained from this struggle was enough to make countless people go crazy for it. If he wasn't satisfied, then he would truly be a man who was not satisfied. Chu, did you get any benefits after breaking through the 100-meter range of the divine sense? Seeing Chu Zhongtian open his eyes again, Elder Huang asked with anticipation. Before Chu Zhongtian broke through to the supreme level, he could use the supreme level power of the divine soul to check everything about Chu Zhongtian, including the effects of his cultivation base on his own strength. However, after Chu Zhongtian's will broke through to the divine sense, not only could he not check Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base and strength, he could not even pay attention to what Chu Zhongtian was doing at all times. Chu Zhongtian had no idea about the changes in the grade of his soul. If it wasn't for Elder Huang introducing the divine sense to him when his consciousness transformed, he wouldn't have risked his life to break through the range of 100 meters just now. So when faced with Elder Huang's interrogation, he didn't hide anything from Elder Huang and told him everything in detail. After listening to Chu Zhongtian's detailed explanation, Elder Huang thought for a while. Then he said, Chu, the benefits of the advancement of the mind state, even if I don't need to explain it to you. You should know very well that I want to talk about the benefits of having 3 souls and 7 souls separated. A human soul has 3 souls and 7 souls. 3 souls refers to the heavenly soul, earth soul, and life soul. The 7 soul refers to the heavenly rush, the spiritual intelligence, the chi, the strength and central, the essence and the ing. In fact, the cultivation of the divine soul stage focuses on the cultivation of the 3 souls and the 7 souls. Like chi refining, body refining, chi transformation, and chi si, the divine soul stage is also divided into 10 levels. However, unlike the previous 4 stage, there are 10 minor stage divine soul stage warriors. There is no such thing as the so-called 3rd step stage in junior high. If a warrior wants to break through to the divine soul stage, they have to use their will to break through to the divine sense. The vital spirit contains the energy of the divine soul. The most important thing is the separation and tempering of the 3 souls and 7 spirits. Only the 3 souls and 7 spirits are completely separated into independent individuals. Only those who have the potential to break through to the divine soul stage are able to break through to the minor stage one after another. That's why Chu, the harvest of the divine sense after breaking through a 100-meter radius, It saved you from the most complicated and dangerous step of the Divine Soul period stage. It can allow you to temper your 3 souls and 7 souls in peace, and increase the speed of your cultivation. So that's what happened. After hearing Elder Huang's detailed explanation, not only did Chu Zhongtian have a deeper understanding of the cultivation of Divine Soul period stage, he also finally understood the substantial benefits brought to him by the advancement of his soul to divine grade. Chu, your mind has already transformed into a divine sense. The vital spirit has already started to advance to the power of the divine soul. Its body has reached the 6th grade, and its 3 soul and 7 soul have also been separated. It's time for you to break through to the divine soul stage. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian had fully experienced the benefits of advancing to the divine grade, Elder Huang reminded him with a somewhat complicated tone. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9, Cultivation Chamber. A year ago, in a remote tavern in Purgatory City, Elder Huang met Chu Zhongtian for the first time due to the guidance of the precious daughter of the owner of Purgatory City. At that time, Chu Zhongtian was only at the 2nd layer of the body refining period peak. Later, he barely broke through to the 3rd layer peak of the body refining period with the help of the rare beast meat that Ronghua had carefully cooked. Now, more than a year had passed. Not only had he broken through to the Qi transforming period and essence gathering stage, but he had also broken through to the divine soul stage, the great stage that had stopped billions of geniuses. The divine soul stage, the stage with the word God, was enough to show how extraordinary this stage was. Elder Huang felt a trace of fear towards Chu Zhongtian's cultivation speed. His desire to reconstruct his body had filled him with endless anticipation. Elder Huang, there's no rush to break through to the divine soul stage. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongtian rejected Elder Huang's suggestion and explained why he wasn't in a hurry to break through to the divine soul stage. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's explanation, Elder Huang smiled and said, Chu, the 2 reasons you mentioned just now are very easy to solve. First, you are worried that when you break through to the divine soul stage, the experts of Law Enforcement Peak and Merit Palace will launch a sneak attack on you. You can rest assured about this. First of all, your master, Zhaoenjuan, is already a supreme level peak stage. If it wasn't because he didn't want to break through to the half-step titled supreme level, the stage, he would have been able to break through to the half-step titled supreme level a long time ago. In other words, in the supreme level, this stage is basically the best. As for your floating cloud sect, I'm afraid no supreme level warrior is his match. Secondly, I will help you set up the 3rd grade defensive formation. Can block any attack below the supreme level when breaking through to the divine soul stage. After that, I will set up 3 sets of level 4 self-exploding formation, which will be enough to kill all warriors below the royal stage peak. It can severely injure a supreme level warrior. At the same time, I can barely use the corpse of a supreme wild beast. With the help of the 5 high-grade Baron Stone you gave me, there are more than 10,000 high-grade Baron Stone. I can already use the strength of a supreme level to help your master defend against enemies. Lastly, your master will be able to break through to the divine soul stage smoothly for the sake of his precious disciple. He personally made a trip to the Sect Lord Peak, and planned to ask the titled supreme level sect leader to protect you personally. So, the first thing you are worried about isn't the problem. Chu Zhongtian was touched when he heard that Elder Huang and Zhaoenjuan had prepared for him to break through to the divine soul stage, but he didn't say anything. He only remembered this kindness deep in his heart. In the future, he would repay them 10 times, 100 times more. Chu, as for the second problem you are worried about, it won't be a problem for you to wait until the divine sense reaches 9,999 meters. Do you think that after your soul breaks through to the divine grade, it will only increase the cultivation base of your soul and mind state? Could it be that it doesn't have any amplification towards the divine sense? Although Chu Zhongtian did not say any words of thanks, the changes in his emotions, Elder Huang could still clearly feel it. Regarding this, he felt deeply comforted. But at the same time, he continued to eliminate Chu Zhongtian's worries. Elder Huang, what you mean is... Chu Zhongtian asked in surprise. Chu, after your divine sense has fully recovered, you can try to extend the range of the divine sense. Without explaining too much about the changes caused by the divine sense after the soul advanced to divine grade, Elder Huang planned to let him personally experience it. Because only by personally experiencing it could he experience the changes after the soul advanced. Nodding his head, Chu Zhongtian took out a medicinal pill from his storage ring finger that was specially used to recover divine sense. He planned to consume it to recover the consumed divine sense, but Elder Huang suddenly interrupted him. Chu, you should recover the divine sense first. I will discuss with your master and see if you need to make more preparations before you break through to the divine soul stage. Sorry to trouble you, Elder Huang. Also, thank your master for me. Chu Zhongtian held the divine sense recovery pill and thanked him sincerely. However, Elder Huang did not reply to Chu Zhongtian's apology. It was as if he had quietly left after he had instructed him. After consuming the divine sense in his hand, Chu Zhongtian began to use all his strength to recover the consumed divine sense. 5 days later, in the Hidden Dragon Peak Courtyard, the stone pavilion that was originally used for drinking tea and chatting was temporarily removed. The medicinal field that was used to plant precious medicinal herbs was temporarily moved away. The room that was used to rest was temporarily removed. At this moment, the entire courtyard was like a neat football field. A complete set of spirit gathering formation that had reached the level 5 was erected in the center of the courtyard. Chu Zhongtian sat cross-legged in the center of the array, motionless. Outside the formation, Zhao Enjuan, Shen Fengxing, Tianjun, Wang Fuqi and Dongfang Yongping were staring at Shi Guangliang in the formation without turning their heads. Everyone had different expressions in their eyes. To Zhao Enjuan, the way he looked at Chu Zhongtian was full of praise and comfort. He was able to break through to the body refining stage, qi transforming period, and essence gathering stage in just a year's time. Now, he had broken through to the divine soul stage, and had an outstanding disciple like Chu Zhongtian. He felt that the first half of his life was a success, and the second half of his life would be even more successful. To sect leader and Shen Fengxing from the Floating Clouds sect, their eyes were filled with admiration and regret as they looked at Chu Zhongtian. When Chu Zhongtian broke through to the qi transforming period, he had revealed his talent as a monster-level warrior. Although Shen Fengxing was very tempted, he had personally recruited him before. However, the amount of effort he used to recruit him wasn't that great. Because in his point of view, although Chu Zhongtian was a monster level, his talent was outstanding. However, it wasn't like there weren't any more outstanding monster-level disciples in the Sect Lord Peak. Now, looking at Chu Zhongtian, who was about to break through to the Divine Soul stage, he thought about how he had just finished his 18-year-old youth ceremony. When he thought about the strange sound of 9 Revolutions vital spirit pill coming from the entire southern domain, he felt envious of Zhao Enjuan for being able to obtain such an outstanding disciple of Chu Zhongtian. He regretted not trying his best to recruit Chu Zhongtian. Tianjun looked at Chu Zhongtian with envy and helplessness. The first time he met Chu Zhongtian was during the disciple competition of the outer sect. As the representative of sect leaders department, he supervised the process of the competition and selected a genius disciple that was suitable for sect leaders department. Chu Zhongtian's ability to challenge a higher grade had attracted his attention. His breakthrough on the spot had given him the idea of recruiting Chu Zhongtian. Being able to use the fist technique that was stronger than a great stage, he had no choice but to summon his eldest senior brother, Long Xingyun, secretly. This would allow him to compete with the Merit Palace for Chu Zhongtian's ownership. Unfortunately, the temperamental Zhao Enjuan had made a move in advance and recruited Chu Zhongtian into the Hidden Dragon Peak. His intention to recruit Chu Zhongtian into sect leaders' faction had failed. Now, looking at his junior brother, who was 2 great stage weaker than him, who had not only caught up to him step by step, but also surpassed him, although Tianjun did not feel jealous, he still felt resentful. Hidden Dragon Peak, the peak of the mountain, in the courtyard. There was only one expression in Wang Fuqi's eyes when he looked at Chu Zhongtian, and that was respect. As someone who had joined the sect at the same time and became one of the elite disciples of Hidden Dragon Peak, not only did he surpass Chu Zhongtian in the test, His cultivation base was also much higher than Chu Zhongtian's minor stage. Now, his cultivation base had just broken through to the 5th level of the Qi transforming period. Back then, Chu Zhongtian, who was not as good as him, was about to become a peerless expert of the southern domain. How could he not admire him? Dongfang Yongping looked at Chu Zhongtian with eyes filled with shock, complication, helplessness, and joy. When he first met Chu Zhongtian, he was only a body-refining stage disciple of the outer sect. If it wasn't for the fact that he was proficient in the formation, and was able to break the formation that was left behind by a seemingly peerless expert in the cavern, with his previous cultivation and status, it was impossible for him to have any interaction with Undersur. It was precisely because of the many interactions between the two that he felt shocked, complicated, and helpless towards the speed of Chu Zhongtian's advancement. Fortunately, not only would Chu Zhongtian, who had regained his lover's relationship with his sister, not only not become his opponent, he would also become a great help to him in taking over the throne of Heavenly Dragon Empire in the future. Dongfang Yongyun looked at Chu Zhongtian with eyes filled with endless pride and happiness, because Chu Zhongtian was her lover, the lover that she would spend the rest of her life with. The more excellent Chu Zhongtian's performance was, the better his judgment would be. However, besides pride, Dongfang Yuner felt a great pressure in her heart, because her brother Dongfang Yongping had once said that the more outstanding a man was, the more outstanding he would be. The more you provoke a woman, the more you like it. In order to tightly grasp a man's heart, other than beauty and gentleness, and try to get stronger. Only when the difference in strength between the two of them is not too great can the two of them truly be fused together. Shi Guangliang looked at Chu Zhongtian with a proud expression. As the first and only follower of Chu Zhongtian, the more outstanding the talent of his master was, the higher his cultivation base would be. The stronger he was, the more beneficial it would be for a follower. The more talented the followers were, the higher their cultivation base would be, and the stronger their strength would be. Zhang Qian looked at Chu Zhongtian with eyes filled with joy, happiness, worry, decisiveness, and other complicated emotions. As for Wang Zhongning, he looked at Chu Zhongtian foolishly, because he had no idea what the stage that Chu Zhongtian had broken through represented, and what it meant. Chu, everything is ready. I only owe you for breaking through to the next realm. Beside the complete level 5 spirit gathering formation, there was a small snake about half a centimeter long, and its color was similar to the ground. This small snake was the supreme wild beast that Elder Huang had possessed. Due to Elder Huang's existence, only Chu Zhongtian and Zhao Enjuan knew about it. In order to not expose Elder Huang's existence, so that he could continue to be Chu Zhongtian's trump card, he would be Chu Zhongtian's final defense to break through to the Divine Soul stage. If Zhao Enjuan and Shen Fengxing could withstand all the attacks, Elder Huang would continue to hide in his current state and try his best not to expose his existence. If Zhao Enjuan and Shen Fengxing could not withstand all the attacks, then Elder Huang, who was the last defense, would not only explode with the strength of a supreme wild beast, but also explode the formation that was hidden around the courtyard. Who? Spitting out a breath of turbid air from his chest, Chu Zhongtian, who had already adjusted his emotions, immediately activated the vital spirit in his perfect dantian, and used the powerful vital spirit to attack the bottle's diameter. At the same time, within the isolated space in his sea of consciousness, the spirit beast that had been prepared a long time ago was directly injected with the pure energy contained within the power of the divine soul, increasing the speed of Chu Zhongtian's breakthrough. Within the complete level 5 spirit gathering formation, the completely vaporized spiritual qi contained the pure energy of the divine soul. Combined with the vital spirit within the perfect dantian, it easily broke through the divine soul stage bottle, allowing him to easily step into the divine soul stage. When his cultivation base officially broke through to the divine soul stage, the divine sense that had transformed a long time ago, as if it had taken countless fierce medicines, began to crazily extend and expand. In just a minute, the divine sense's speed of expansion had already exceeded 100 miles. However, this time, when the divine sense left his sea of consciousness, it broke away when his cultivation base broke through. The speed of the divine sense's expansion, as well as the movement caused by it, was completely out of his control. 3 minutes later, The range of the divine sense's expansion had exceeded 1,000 miles. In Law Enforcement Peak, within the isolated space belonging to the Peak Master, Li Yanlong was crazily absorbing expert of the Great Tao period peak's essence, blood, and laws. He was suddenly awakened by a special divine sense fluctuation, and he could faintly sense the fluctuations of the divine sense. Li Yanlong's expression changed. After that, he threw away the dead expert of the Great Tao period peak in his hand. After that, he retracted his aura. When the aura reached the royal stage peak, he stood up and left the isolated space. He went straight to the deepest part of the sect, the secret realm. 5 minutes later, Chu Zhongtian broke through to the divine soul stage, and the range of the divine sense was extended to 2,000 miles. Within the bustling Merit Palace, in the room belonging only to the palace master Louis Weiing, who was refining a seemingly lawless divine sense with all his strength, was also awakened by a special divine sense fluctuation. After carefully sensing the fluctuation of the divine sense, Louis Weiing murmured to himself in a daze, "How is this possible? How could he break through to the divine soul stage so quickly?" Furthermore, the fluctuation of the divine sense has already exceeded 2,000 miles. After Louis Weiing recovered from his thoughts, he immediately put away the isolated space that he was refining, which seemed to have some kind of law. After that, he got up and left the room, heading straight to a certain isolated space in the depths of the sect. 7 minutes later, Chu Zhongtian broke through to the divine soul stage, and the range of the divine sense that he had drawn out had reached over 2,700 miles. It was a mountain peak that was red with blood, and it was a blood lake that was completely filled with red blood. The red-robed patriarch, who was sinking into the blood lake to absorb the red energy, was also awakened by a special fluctuation of the divine sense. Similarly, Patriarch's expression changed when he sensed the incoming divine sense. When Chu Zhongtian broke through to the Qi transforming period, I knew that his talent was extraordinary, but I never thought that his talent would be so monstrous. In less than a year's time, not only had he broken through to the divine soul stage, his cultivation base had also reached the divine soul stage. The divine sense can extend for thousands of kilometers. After muttering to himself, Elder Bloodrobe couldn't help but raise his head and look into the depths of the sect. There was a trace of worry in his eyes. After pondering for a moment, Elder Bloodrobe finally gritted his teeth and left Blood Lake, heading straight for Hidden Dragon Peak. 8 minutes later, Chu Zhongtian broke through to the divine soul stage, and the range of the divine sense extended to 3,000 miles. On the summit of the Sect Lord Peak, where the source of a third-grade spiritual vein was located, Xiao Shan, who was absorbing the pure spiritual qi of the spiritual vein with all his might, could feel the fluctuation of the divine sense. Xiao Shan, who had inherited the bloodline of an ancient king, knew very well what it meant when the stage broke through to the divine soul stage. The range of the divine sense was more than 1,000 miles. A divine grade soul. According to the legends, only the reincarnation of an immortal god, the reincarnation of a devil king, could reach this kind of stage. Today, it was actually done by someone else. Xiao Shan immediately felt the owner of this divine sense.